people who are with me here. Thank you. So he led me here. And why, Shevolve, I told you that there is a problem. If you would help me, if you can see from where you are, please read this. And if you cannot see from where you are, read me your life to take my medical facility. All right. Can we read this together? That's the problem. That no longer serves their purpose. They struggle to initiate the personal growth needed to evolve into their person. How many of you can identify, even if it was before? I was there, so please can you just lift up your hands? You identify with this problem. How many of you think it's a problem that needs solutions? Can you take it to the next one, please? And so these are the results. This is the result of the problem. That's the seed. This is the fruit. There is a deep sense of dissatisfaction. You are sitting in a C-suite office with a very good paycheck, but you are depressed, you're sad, and you feel unfulfilled. You have children. You thought marriage would be the problem. You got married. It didn't solve the deep sense of dissatisfaction. You said, if I have children, I will feel better. You have 5, you have 4, you have 3, you have 2, and you only feel worse. There is a problem. A deep sense of satisfaction. Nothing seems to bring you through joy anymore. Not a well-paying job, not children, not marriage, not even friendships either. The things that used to give you joy suddenly loses its savor. Come, let's hang out. Sounds like come, let's go and rob a bank. How many of you, are you feeling me? And then there is another one. Unfulfillment. A deep sense of unfulfillment is obvious. It sometimes results in self-loathing or even depression. And more so, and even worse in this day where we have easy access to painted pictures of what people's lives look like, not what they actually are, aka social media. And so you go through social media, and then you go back, you stand in front of your mirror, and you're like, you see, this is your life. You are not doing anything in this life. Something is wrong with you. A deep sense of unfulfillment. Apathy. A general sense of apathy and distaste for life in general. Nothing brings you joy. That's the result of the problem. I was there. You're like, why should I leave? What's the use? Nothing. Interestingly, some people actually, put on a facade. So they try to solve this problem with an expensive hairdo, with good makeup, with a great social circle, but deep down, they feel like charlatans because it's not original. It's not original. Because outward adornment will not solve what inner transformation is supposed to solve. It will not solve it. And so we move on to the next slide. The question is, so what do we do? There is a problem. Look at the seed or the fruit coming out of the problem. What do we do? A paradigm shift is needed. Turn to your neighbor and say, a paradigm shift is needed. AKA a change in perspective and a change in mindset. Because if it will not happen in your mind, it will not happen anywhere else. The greatest and deepest type of transformation is not a transformation that happens outside, it's the one that happens inside. That is why no matter how much, people, if you love plastic surgery, it's please fine and good. You can actually look good. But if the intention is to solve a need that is internal, it is dead on arrival. Where women are free from the constraints of past successes, because when we say evolve, you can't look at your life and say, I'm doing well. I'm okay. I think I've got it all together. But allow me break this news to you, that wherever you're operating in right now is the least version of who you should be. Until we die, there is always room to be more. There is always room to evolve. So tell me what you're doing now. Tell me your accolades. Show me your accomplishments, and I will show you a woman who can do more. And that's what we do sitting in the coaching room. To expand your picture so that your success, instead of being a propelling factor, does not be that hindering force, causing you to stagnate and to be stuck. When we talk about being stuck, a lot of people think about being stuck in pain. When you can be stuck in success, it never was success. You can be. And so when we say evolve, we are saying, we get you, you're successful, but we are saying that there is more. We get you have a company, we are saying that you can actually scale that company to the African continent. We are saying that you have a ministry, but we are saying that that you can take that ministry into where people are not even aware of that even exists. That's what we are saying. We are saying that I have children. And we are saying that you can actually evolve to be the mother that doesn't just have children, but that is raising nations. They are two different things. They are two different things. Because when you understand that we were not created to bear children, but to raise nations, even the way you train a child changes. You see that child as a nation, and then you know that if you're not careful in their raising, you circumvent a nation. Somebody say with me, I'm raising nations. I am not raising children. And so, how are we going to do that? We're going to do that through learning, understanding the importance and principles of personal evolution and how it's pivotal to self-actualization and personal fulfillment. Any transformation, I don't care where it is, in an organization, in a country, in a place, is benchmarked and dependent upon personal transformation. There is no national transformation without personal transformation. There is organizational transformation without personal transformation. There is no marital transformation without personal transformation. And that is why a marriage cannot get better except the two people agree that we must transform ourselves. It's as easy as that. The next one is mastery. We must gain mastery on the strategies for systemizing personal reinvention. What that means is that your personal reinvention is not a one-off adventure, a one-off event. It is strategic. It is systematic. It has structure to it, so that you know per quarter what you are developing yourself on. Because what you are developing yourself on may not be what I'm developing myself on. I may have cracked it in business, but I may be failing in my marriage. And so, it would be foolish of me to be attending business seminars when I'm hurting. I should be going to see a psychiatrist and transforming myself from inside. Because when we focus on what is, I'm not saying you should focus on just the weak, but I'm saying when you focus only on what is going well and ignore what is bleeding, my coach will say that the bleeding area will find a way of now affecting the one that is blossoming. Women, I know you know what I'm saying. So you see a senior executive that is having it tough at home and having relationship issues or having issues that are coming from childhood. And you're wondering, I used to know her, she used to do so well. How come she's here now? What happened is that what was not giving attention paid attention to what was working. So, we must get the intelligence, the know-how, to sit like the CEOs of our lives. Enter our lives like CEOs. Give instructions and quarterly updates to every area of our lives and ask that area, are you evolving or are you just being stagnant? Selah. Systemizing personal reinvention, purpose fulfillment, and the execution of a compelling vision. Every person sitting here listening to me, you have a vision. As long as you are created by God, God never created any human being without a vision. Pain may have caused you to, ignore that vision. The vicissitudes of life may have caused you to put a pause on that vision. But the vision doesn't fail. It has a voice and it will always speak. And if the vision doesn't speak, you're going to be marinating in unfulfillment and sadness. And so there is a mastery on the strategy for executing vision, just like you're sitting actually in the execution of a compelling vision. And I didn't do it alone. I would have my time to actually appreciate those. The next thing is to have a catalytic community, a tribe of forward-thinking visionary women who are constantly evolving and living powerfully and purposefully. You see this one? It is so important. Never underestimate the power of association. There is no association that doesn't leave with you a deposit. That you are aware of it or not is really inconsequential. And that is why you cannot be emotional in deciding who will travel life's journey with you. Rather, you must be intentional in deciding who will travel life's journey with you. Because the people who will help you live a purposeful and compelling life may not dress the way you want them to dress, may not speak the way you want them to speak, but they are important to your destiny. Find them, and when you find them, make sure you stay there. Allow me to go biblical for a second. How many of you know the story of Saul and when he lost his donkeys? And the prophet, sorry, not Saul, was it Saul? Yes. And the prophet Samuel asked him, go look for the donkeys. How many of you have an idea of that story? Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, I'm safe. When I read that scripture, it was interesting to know that Samuel said, as you go to look for the donkey, in other words, you are going to look for something. Everybody is looking for something. He said, on your way, you will meet a company of prophets. When you meet them, you are not of the tribe of prophets. You didn't go to a prophetic school. But he says, when you meet them, don't even pray for the prophecy to come upon you. He said, all of a sudden, the spirit of prophecy will rest upon you by association. There is something that you will not pray for just by being with people, it comes upon you. And so you must intentionally place yourself in a catalytic community. And a catalytic community is not, you don't place yourself by followers on Instagram. You don't go and say, okay, this person has 1 million followers, therefore she can be my friend. The interesting thing is that your mentor at your next level may just have 10 followers. But because you are so caught up in the mundane, you cannot tap into what God has for your life. Today I call you higher into a place that moves above just the physical eyes to see what is really embedded. Some people sitting beside you are your next level, but you are looking at the shoe, the hair. Is she my level? You will soon know when you lose the level. God forbid. I don't know why I'm feeling like I'm not in short. Let me calm down. Let me calm down. I wanted to say no man after the flesh, but still take that one. All right, and then can you take me to the next slide? What are the tools? Because we are all part of it, and every of you have a tool. You see this problem, we are all going to solve it. That's what you don't know. I'm only part of the people solving it, and I'm showing you my own tools. Best believer will meet next year. You will show me your own tools. I didn't. Why is that? There's no faith, Why? All right. The first tool, my tool, is the Shevolve book, which we are launching today. The Shevolve book, a self-help book for women to embrace and manifest their highest potential, purpose for time. The Shevolve manifestation work, an excavation tool for personal reinvention and evolution. The third one, someone let me read the third one. Read it. Read it now. It means you are sitting in the tool. Put your hands together for yourself, which is a yearly gathering of visionary women to learn, grow, seize opportunities, and network. And then we have courses, webinar, and resources. Please keep your ears open because there is a course called the Shevolve Activation Intensive that is launching today. When they send out the links, don't even wait and second guess. No, don't do that. The same way you rush Bone Streets is the same way you should rush that course. Remember what I told you, internal transformation over external transformation. And then the next slide, please, if you don't mind. And so the Shevolve book is an invitation to your best self. So our slogan for this conference, when I say Shevolve, you say yes to my best self. Can we go? Shevolve. Yes to my best self. Shevolve. Yes to my best self. I love it. The topics include healing, identity distortions, identity framing, choices, mindset, growth, purpose, personal fulfillment, vision, leadership, and more. That's what you will see. That book is not a book, it's an experience, it's a deliverance of its own. And I'm not saying because I wrote it, I want you to pick the book, send me a mail, and tell me what happened to you. The next one. And finally, we are here today at the Shevolve Summit, the maiden edition of the Shevolve Summit, and we have tagged it Dare to Lead. And when we say dare to lead, please don't quickly think that you're looking for who to lead. We're talking about self-leadership. That leadership that has you the courage and boldness to step into the next. That leadership and courage, that leadership that has you the courage to step into your healing, to choose you, to say yes to your best self. And we are holding it here at the YJ Hall today, the 8th day of February, 2025. Somebody put your hands together for yourself. While I was speaking, a notable woman of substance walked in. I just didn't want to break the flow. If you don't clap, I'm not going to, do what I want to do. Please keep clapping. Please keep clapping. I want to specially honor and recognize the Honorable Commissioner for Health, Rivers State, Dr. Deze Ore. Thank you so much, Ma, for honoring the Shevolve Summit. Thank you so much, Ma. I know that you know my heart. I am so grateful to have you here. Can we just be on our feet as we do one last thing before I go take my seat? So this will be handed to everyone who came for this summit. We'll send it to your mail, but we'll do it together. Can I have? So this is the Shevolve 2025 Affirmations. See, when you are saying these affirmations, I want you, it's not your regular affirmations. These affirmations have been cooked, if you get what I mean. I want you to say it with intention. I want you to say it prophetically to yourself because it's what is going to happen to you. Can we go? 1, 2, go. Today is a great day and an important day in my life and destiny. It is the beginning of new powerful realities, and I will respond with full attention, not just to what I am hearing, but what is happening on my inside. Throughout the duration of this summit, I position myself to be transformed by revelation. I will not be inundated by information. This moment in time is pivotal. This is a defining moment in my life and destiny that will deploy seasons of greatness and manifestations. Let me say that so you can reply. I need you to say it. Say with me, this is a defining moment in my life and destiny that will deploy seasons of greatness and mega manifestations. Therefore, I submit myself wholly to the process that bets the new. Somebody say, I receive courage, boldness, and audacity to take on the new. Say, I will not be so defined by my past that I abdicate the future. I will not be so attached to the old that I forfeit the new. Someone say, my commitment to my future is greater than the work it takes to manifest it. I want you to say it again. Someone say, my commitment to my future is greater than the work it takes to manifest it. Say, I choose the new. I refuse to revolve around the same circle of mediocrity. Say, I refuse to revolve around the same circle of pain, hurt, and betrayal. I refuse to revolve around the same circle of accomplishments. I refuse to revolve around the same circle of excuses and smallness. Somebody say rather. Say rather. I evolve. Say I evolve. I evolve from pain to purpose. From brokenness to wholeness. From small paradigms to superior perspectives. From smallness, I said to mega doings. Somebody say, I evolve from existing to living. Say from darkness to light. From success to fulfillment. From excuses to results. From fear to courage. Somebody say from this version of me to a more powerful version. 2025 is my year of mega, manifold manifestations. It is not just because I said it, but because I am responsible. Somebody say, I will put in the work. I will put in the work. Say, this is the year where I will no longer give excuses for the small places that I have been in life. Say with me, I will pay the price to evolve into a new me. The kind of woman who manifests mega results. This is the year where that which has been hidden in the soil will no longer be hidden. Will no longer be hidden. Rather, it will rise. and be seen as an intimidating edifice. I reckon that I am presently living in the consequences of the choices I made yesterday. Don't you know, say so today. So today, right here in this room, I consciously make a choice to say yes to my best self. I am she that evolves.
Thank you so much. Are we ready to evolve? Because there's absolutely more coming our way. We have illustrious speakers that will be taking us through this ride to Shevolve. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard from our pioneer, but we do not know exactly who she is. I'd like the bar to play for a second so we get to know more about Dr. Ezinne.
Dr. Ezinne is a remarkable individual who has made significant contributions in various domains, establishing herself as the chief force of inspiration and transformation. As an international certified visionary leadership coach by the renowned OLED Konovalov Leadership Program, the second ranking leadership certification in the world. She empowers individuals and organizations to surpass their limitations and embrace their full potential, leveraging strategic foresight and decisive execution to drive success. She's highly skilled in guiding individuals toward visionary thinking, strategic planning, and effective execution. She has a proven track record of transforming leaders and helping them navigate complex challenges with clarity and purpose. With a distinguished career spanning over 15 years in eye care, Dr. Okuleke serves as Medical Director, Spectrum Eye Clinic. She exemplifies unwavering dedication and proficiency. She is the Chief Executive Officer of Mindfield Consulting, a consultancy firm that specializes in providing top-notch consulting solutions that help businesses and organizations achieve their goals and objectives. She is the founder and convener of the Shevolve Movement and Summit, a platform for empowering women to unlock their potential, embrace their authenticity, and take bold steps towards creating a meaningful life of impact. Dr. Ezinne Okuleke is a visionary leadership coach, personal reinvention strategist, speaker, author, writer, trainer, and transformational catalyst. She's married.
It's that table, I'm looking at her husband, Pastor Kelechi, and you know how important it is as women to get people who would run our vision with us, the capacity. I want us to find ourselves in that space as we move on, that the people we surround ourselves with moving on from this summit would rather be intentional other than emotional. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us to the next part of this movement, to be giving us the keynote address this morning, a woman who has defied all odds and is making waves in the political sector. I leave you in the hands of the media team. Let's hear her bio.
Dr. Adeze Ore is a consultant family physician, public health specialist, and the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Rivers State. Prior to appointment, she was the pioneer country director of planning, research and statistics for Nigeria's National Blood Service Commission and a senior health policy advisor with Nigeria's Federal Ministry of Health. With over 2 decades of private and public healthcare experience, she was a member of the pioneer Governing Council of Pamo University of Medical Sciences, Nigeria's first private university of medical sciences. She is a fellow at the West African College of Physicians, Kofi Annan Global Health Leadership Program, the Aspen Institute, the Royal Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene, the Royal Society of Public Health, and a member of the White Ribbon Alliance, the Safe Motherhood Global Advisory Group, and the International Society of Blood Transfusion COVID-19 Convalescent Plasma Working Group. She advocates for respectful, quality healthcare, universal health coverage, and quality medical education, and was invited to share her perspectives at the 74th United Nations General Assembly in 2019. She is one of 15 accomplished Amujah leaders in Africa, awarded by the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf Presidential Center for Women and Development. Dr. Ore was named a neglected tropical diseases champion by the Global First Ladies Alliance and the END Fund, and most recently, National Self-Care Champion for Sexual and Reproductive Health by the White Ribbon Alliance. In 2021, she was awarded Best Poster Prizes by the International Society of Blood Transfusion and British Blood Transfusion Society, respectively, for research she led on COVID-19 and blood services. Dr. Adeze Ore is a recipient of the 2021 Multi-God Global Scholars Award by the World Organization of Family Doctors and the American Board of Family Medicine Foundation, and has been named one of Business Day's 50 most inspiring women in Nigeria. She has written over 125 publications on health system and policy in peer-reviewed journals and mainstream media, and is the co-author of Lessons Life Has Taught Me and Sickle Cell Disease in Sub-Saharan Africa. Please, with a standing ovation, welcome Dr. Adeze Ore.
Please keep your hands jamming until Dr. Adeze Ore is on stage.
Please sit down. Please sit down. Of the introduction by our convener and host, Dr. Ezinne. You are amazing. You are inspiring, and in yourself, you are a movement. Thank you so much for the honor of this invitation. Thank you for inviting me to be part of Shevolve, and thank you for giving me an opportunity today to bask in this powerful environment, to learn and to be inspired. God bless you. When Dr. Ezinne was speaking, she said we're talking about leadership of self. And many times, we don't realize that we are innately born to be leaders. And so for some of us who may have that drive leadership, we think it is by design. And for others, it may be accidental. And so for myself, there's a synergy of both. And while I have been a public health leader since 2009, with quite a vast portfolio across the healthcare space,
Believe me when I say that I can categorically tell you that there has only been one occasion where I got a senior role that I had a direct part to play in working my way to that position. And it most certainly is not the position that I hold today. So for me, in many ways, I have been a leader by accident. So in my family, I can be known as a storyteller. So I'll walk you through and share some of my career twists and turns. In 2007, several months after I had been declared cancer-free, after a sudden diagnosis with cancer while I was nursing my young firstborn child, I committed then that I was going to dedicate myself to healthcare reform and transforming the way healthcare is delivered in Nigeria. I was in the UK studying for a master's degree in international health management, but I knew that after that program I would be returning to Nigeria because I felt that Nigeria is where I was born to deploy the skills and the knowledge that I had just garnered, the knowledge I had gathered over the years. And even though it was interesting being offered numerous positions in the United Kingdom, going for career talks with different UK health consultancy and hospital management firms, I was basically just there for the free orange juice, the free wine, and the snacks that they serve, because I knew I wasn't interested in any position there. And so I returned to Nigeria, believing that as desperately as I wanted to work in public service in Nigeria, the public health space would also be desperate for me. But I was in for a rude shock. Because interview after interview, even one directly with the former Minister of Health, the answer was the same: no vacancies available. And of course, for people who know my background, connection wasn't the issue, but no vacancies were available. And so I opted to volunteer with the ministry at no pay while I did my side hustle, interior design, healthcare consulting. What the ministry, the Federal Ministry of Health, could not give me at the time in terms of a paycheck, it gave me in leaps and bounds. I built networks, I learned the lay of the land, and I deepened my awareness of Nigeria's health sector. So one day, in those months where I was volunteering, I went to the office of one of the minister's most senior aides, one of his senior advisors, to greet. And he had a guest. So I said a quick hello so that it wouldn't be that I was interrupting. I just came to greet you, sir, and I'll be on my way. And his guest recognized me. She recognized me because while I was volunteering, I had been sent on one occasion to do a couple of months at her agency. And when I finished, at the end of the 2 months, I did a report of my observations and what I thought, they could do better in several departments. And I went to her office. Of course, by then I had parleyed her secretary, so I got a way in, and I saw her, and I dropped my report. So she recognized me. And she told me then and there that there were interviews taking place at the National Blood Service, and that they were looking for someone to manage their health data. She said, "Do you like data?" I said, "Not really, but I'm desperate enough to take anything that's in the public service." So I jumped at the opportunity and I literally raced down to the venue of the interview. By the time I arrived, I was almost drenched in sweat. I mean, if you remember those pinstripe shirts we used to wear then, buttoned down with pink and blue stripes, they were almost drenched in sweat when I got to the interview. But I calmed myself down and I sat for the interview. And I went home to await the feedback, after some encouraging comments from the interview panel. So I felt, well, there's a very solid chance that I'll get in to be a health data manager. Later that evening, I got a call from the agency. I hadn't been offered the position or the role. Rather, I was being offered a leadership position to manage blood services in Niger State, Nasarawa State, and the Federal Capital Territory, the FCT. And this was part of a United States government-funded program. I know in the past couple of weeks you've been hearing about Trump, USAID, PEPFAR. That was the PEPFAR program. And so that was my way into the Nigerian public service. At this point, you are probably wondering, how did it happen? From health data manager or officer to project coordinator for 3 northern states. So you see, while I was volunteering, I had occasionally taken up tasks for the lady who was holding that role. And for family reasons, she suddenly needed to relocate from Abuja back to the South. Ito had retired, and there was a new sheriff in town. Ito had retired, and there was a new sheriff in town. There was a new captain of the ship, who I didn't know personally. I knew by reputation. I had identified a gap in research and development. I noticed that the National Blood Service did not have a research and development arm. So it was purely operational and delivering service, but nowhere near futuristic or strategic. And so I sent the new Director General a letter of congratulations. But at the back of the letter of congratulations was a proposal recommending a unit for research and development to transform the way the National Blood Service was perceived, the way it delivered operations, and its relevance in the healthcare space. And at the back of the proposal was my CV, just in case. So my CV highlighted roles, trainings that I had undergone over the years, research papers that I had written that were relevant to my proposal of the R&D unit. I didn't ask for the position. I just simply put it all out there. By the following day, I was invited for a private audience with the DG. And there I was offered the role as Pioneer Country Director of Planning, Research and Statistics to oversee health policy and planning, monitoring and evaluation, information, communication and technology, research and statistics, and partner coordination for blood services in the entire country. By early 2023, I had accomplished all the goals and targets for the directorate which I had set out to achieve. I and my team had drafted the memorandum that was presented by the then Minister of Health, Osage Hanire, to the National Assembly, which ended an 11-year impasse into the passage of Nigeria's first National Blood Service law. We had initiated an e-platform to manage blood donations and supplies across thousands of hospitals in the country. We led research on COVID-19 that garnered us awards in the United Kingdom and in Netherlands, developed visibility platforms for the agency, and secured grants of nearly $500,000 for research on blood safety. And we had midwife sustainable partnerships with institutions such as Nigeria Center for Disease Control, the National Youth Service Corps, the National Institute of Medical Research, and Federal Road Safety Commission. So by this time, I felt I had done what I set out to do, and I was ready for a change. So sometimes in life, you think you know the change you need. So I had, a couple of years before, started adjunct lecturing in Bayes University, and so I was looking more to academia. I was already quite proficient in research. I was conceiving research, writing, publishing, and sharing on the global stage. So off I was, briefly holidaying in the Caribbean, getting ready to leave to present some research on blood safety in Sweden when I received a series of incessant phone calls from Port Harcourt. And that was when I received the unexpected call to serve in the River State government under the leadership of Governor Fubara, whom I had only met twice in the same year. First, at a memorial service, and second, at the opening of Pamo University Teaching Hospital. And at both events, I only greeted him, "Good morning, Your Excellency." Shikena, as they say. To say that the nomination came as a shock would be putting it mildly. However, the major driver of my acceptance and my willingness to take on the role was the thought of the possibilities of impact for the state's over 9 million strong population. Children, women, men whose health and well-being would be all the better with improved access to quality healthcare. And so my message to you all today is that whether you become or own your leadership deliberately, intentionally, or by design, or whether it happens by accident, whether you are leading self, whether you are leading 2 people, 2,000, or 2 million, always be clear in your mind about 4 critical things. The first is, what is your why? What is your motivation? What is your inspiration? What is that thing that gives you a sense of purpose, a sense of fulfillment, and inspires passion inside of you? 2, who are your people? You see, we need people to communicate any vision, to drive any vision. So the interactions, relationships, connections that we forge, whether they're in the patient ward, whether they're in the classroom, in the church, in the boardroom, or even on the political campaign arena, people are often critical to our leadership and our success. I shared the story about how a brief "let me greet" was the doorway to my entry into the public service. The third, what makes you better? Personal development should be a conscious, intentional decision. Always be in a state of learning, improving, growing. In a knowledge-based economy where we find ourselves now, those opportunities are everywhere. They may be paid, they may be unpaid, but there are certainly opportunities for learning and for growth. And thank you, Dr. Ezinne, for the Shevolve book, which will be an invaluable tool to that learning and that transformation. And lastly, and we tend to overlook this, for many women, we struggle with this, but ask yourself, how do people see you? And that perception, that sight, is where I'm saying to you, don't take your personal brand for granted. Hone the way you are perceived. Be deliberate in your communication of your value and your place in the world. Believe me, if you don't do it, the world will do it for you. And you will have to accept the brand that they place on you. So whether by accident or by design, because of how we've been created, because of what God has put in each and every one of us, leadership will find you. May it not meet you unprepared. Can I get an amen? Amen. Hallelujah. Thank you all. God bless you.
Ladies, if you have just been blessed by the Commissioner of Health, Dr. Ezinne, I want you to jam your hands one more time for her. It is true to say that we're just getting started. And every speaker that will grace this stage will definitely be pouring into you. Are you ready to receive and to evolve? With no further ado, I'd like us to take us to the next round. Of course, a man who is highly respected and known in Port Harcourt and in the whole of River State and Nigeria is about to grace this stage. A man who is not just a pastor, but a man who we call our guy. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave you in the hands of the media team to do the introduction properly. I'd like to apologize for that.
Also, Pastor Lanre is an architect, leader, motivator, and conference speaker. He is the original director of the House on the Rock daughter churches in the South region of Nigeria and serves as the lead clergy of House on the Rock, Heritage House in Port Harcourt, a daughter church of House on the Rock, which is headquartered in Lagos. Pastor Lanre holds an executive from the Metropolitan Business School, United Kingdom, and he is an alumnus of the University of Cape Town Graduate School of Business, the Dale Carnegie Institute, and the London School of Economics and Political Science. He is also a Certified International Project Manager, CIPM, and a Fellow of the American Academy of Project Managers, FAAPM. He recently qualified as a Certified Emotional Intelligence Specialist. His passion is to see the most unlikely position for a prolific move of God in their lives. An astute businessman, he serves on the board of several NGOs and companies. He is a truly passionate African who propagates the concept of transformational leadership as the answer to the peculiar challenges of the African continent. Widely considered a polymath, he is at the vanguard of the social, economic, and political reformation of Nigeria. He is blessed with 3 children, and they live in the city of Port Harcourt. Ladies and gentlemen, join us. Let's welcome the phenomenal Pastor Lanre Olusheye.
He deserves better than that. Please keep it coming. Keep your hands going until Pastor Lanre is up here on stage. Our own God.
Thank you. Can you please be seated? You know, there are certain risks that you run when you invite a pastor to speak at a conference. So if you will, can you lift your hand and magnify God? Thank Him for breath. Thank Him for wealth. Thank Him for well-being. For the good book says, if it had not been the Lord who was on our side, we would have been swallowed up. So, I know many of you may not have religious inclinations, but just humor the rest of us and just kind of put those hands together for the one who ensures that we all have breath in our lungs, health in our body. Oh, you can do better than that. This is really, I don't want to say difficult, but I don't know what I'm going to say after that absolutely phenomenal, incredible presentation by Dr. Daisy. And please, if you will, put your hand together one more time and let us celebrate her.
Dr. Ezinne here, thank you very much for the privilege. I told a dear friend that I get very unsettled when I'm asked to speak to women, because women have the uncanny ability to know what you're about to say before you say that. You know, so if you know everything I'm about to say, can you do me a favor? Just act surprised when I say it. Like, yeah, good guy. All right, help your brother here. Thank you very much. This is a gathering of elite visionary women, and I'm indeed really honored to be able to dispense a little wisdom. So for all the women here, please put your hand together for yourself. All right. When I saw my speaker's brief, I was wondering what on earth she wanted me to do. The subject I was given to deal with is embracing disruption as a tool for reinvention. Sounds like something only a woman can come up with. You know, and then they gave me, you know, the points that they want me to touch on, and I'm like, yeah, talk about controlling everything. Anyways, because I am, you have to forgive me, I may not have the decorum of Dr. Daisy prim and proper presentation, because she just stood in one place and she did that thing, and it was so, you know, so dainty, so delicately delivered. It was just so nice to see. I'm just going to walk around anyway, so it's okay. All right, so. And I'm going to start with a story. I read a story of a dear friend of mine, and he spoke about a traumatic experience that he had. And that experience was that he once went to visit a family friend. And whilst the parents were doing what the parents were doing, I mean, he was not young. It wasn't like he was a child or a baby. I think this was in his early adult years. And they went and to visit this family friend. And whilst the adults and parents were doing their thing, this other guy led him into a room, and you know, they were talking and gisting, and he fell asleep. And he says that by the time he woke up, he found this guy on top of him, trying to kiss him. And he said something that I think is remarkable, and I think is something that if we're all not careful, that may just be us. He said, my mind was functioning, but my body was stiff. I wish I could tell you that the minute I saw him on top of me, fondling me, there's a guy to a guy, fondling me, that I slapped him. I wish I could tell you that that was what I did, that I fought him off. But my mind was telling me to fight him off, but my hands would not move because I froze. Ladies, and the few gentlemen that are here, there are events that happen in our lives that leave us frozen. You know what you ought to do. You know where you need to go. You know who you need to talk to. But one event can freeze you to such an extent that you become a spectator instead of a participator in your own story. There are traumatic events in our lives, people. And if we are not careful, it can disrupt. Have you ever met anybody that started life on a trajectory, and from when the person was growing up, all of us knew this person was meant for the top? Oh, I had a few classmates like that. You know those guys who always came first? You know, don't bother about to some of us. We were okay. We were not in the first three, we were not in the last three. But somewhere between the first three and the last three, we found a position. Okay. But there were all these ones that were always, you know, A students, A plus students. You know, you can just tell. You know, from secondary school, from primary school they were doing well. From secondary school they were doing well. They got to university and they were just doing well. And then all of us left university, and they used them 10 years later. And the only question you could ask is, what happened to you? I have always wondered what happens to a person that makes most likely to succeed become what happens to you. What happened to you? Because where you have met them looks nothing like where they started from. I'm standing here to tell you that there are events that can freeze you, leave you frozen, turn most likely to succeed into what happened to you. And my friends, the truth is that there are things you cannot change. What has happened has happened. Well, because you guys invited a pastor, you have to forgive me if I go to the Bible. We find in the book of Luke 19. If you read Luke 19 from verse 1 to, I don't know if you have heard of Zacchaeus before. Oh, come on, help me here. The Bible says concerning Zacchaeus that Zacchaeus was a tax collector. Now, in those days, it was horrible to be a tax collector. Nobody really liked you because you were working for the government that was colonizing your people. So the government did not trust you because they think that you are being fair to your people. The people did not trust you because they also think you are making money for the colonizers. So you are in this place where nobody likes you. So I can imagine that Zacchaeus had no friends. Or nobody really cared too much for Zacchaeus. Anyways, to make matters worse, Zacchaeus was rich, which is quite annoying to his immediate circle because as far as they were concerned, the only reason you are rich is because you are working for the people that are punishing us. To make matters worse, Zacchaeus was short. And because we live in a very woke generation, I will not call him short, I will say he was vertically challenged. And was a little bit lacking in the height department. So Zacchaeus was short. Zacchaeus found himself in a situation where there were things about his life that he could not change. Just like there are many women sitting under the sound of my voice, there are things that have happened in your life that you cannot change. Oh my goodness, many years ago, I told the folk in our church that I don't know why God did not allow us to choose our parents. I know who my father would have been. I have no confusion in my mind about who would have given birth to me. Definitely not the ones who did, but it's all good. You cannot change some things that has happened that has disrupted your life. It happened. You know, every time I look at life, there are decisions I wish I did not make, but I made them. There were things I wish never happened, but it happened. There were stupid things I wish I did not do, but I did. There were mistakes I wish did not happen, but they happened. And my friends, the truth is that if you are not careful, all of these kind of things can freeze you. It can disrupt your trajectory. It can turn most likely to succeed into what happened to you. It can turn an active person into a passive person. It can turn a sanguine into a melancholic person. So here we find Zacchaeus. Zacchaeus had situations he could not change, just like you have situations you can't change. My sister, you married who you married. They told you not to marry him, you were doing like this. But you married. Now here we are. You really didn't want to study that course, but you needed to get into school anyway, so you know, how many of you were deceived like that? They will tell you just enter 100 level, then you will change. How many of you succeeded in changing? So we end up with degrees we don't care about. Zacchaeus. We find ourselves in situations that we could not change. Things happen that disrupt our lives, and we cannot rewrite or rewind time. Can you help me say to another sister, it has happened, it has happened. to share with you this morning in the few minutes that I have left is simply to bring you to the place where, how do I move on from a disruptive thing? Do you know I'm a pastor and I'm yet to see somebody on their wedding day pray that the marriage will not work? I'm yet to see someone standing before the priest and saying, well, as I'm about to get married and say my vows, this marriage will collapse in 3 months. Nobody says that. Nobody starts their life and decides that, oh, the way my life is going, I'm going to end up poor. We all have great plans for our life, but I realize that there are things that disrupt our lives. And if we are not careful, most likely to succeed can become what happened to you. In the life and the story of Zacchaeus, there are many things that I want us to glean from. Because Zacchaeus was dealing with something he could not change. He could not change being a taxpayer. He couldn't change that. He could not change his height. He couldn't change that. I don't know what it is in your life that you cannot change. But are you able to move on in spite of the disruptive things that happened in your life that you cannot change? How do I move on when something has happened that was meant to break me? And trust me, I've had experiences that are enough to break people. I was in the room when my wife passed. I was in the next compound because I thought I was going to get help when my son was short. And I've had enough pain to stop me from doing the things that I am doing. Just like you have had your own fair share of pain. When things happen in our lives that we cannot change, it becomes important that we find a way to get past them. So I look to Zacchaeus. I like the fact that because all of us can relate with height. There is nothing you can do to increase your height. Okay, ladies, no. Ladies they can wear the heels. There are things the ladies can do. Women are magicians, honestly. So what did Zacchaeus do? The Bible tells us that Zacchaeus, Jesus now showed him. This was his life-changing moment. He knew that this opportunity, if allowed to pass me by, like there are many women here, the opportunity is staring you in the face, but your past is holding you back. And can you employ the strategy of Zacchaeus this morning? One of the things that Zacchaeus did was he left the crowd and ran ahead. And I'm like, what is wrong with this guy? My friends, listen to me. What has happened has happened. At times, what you need is a change of location. Because at times, the reason why you are unable to move away from that event is because people won't let you forget. People will not let you forget that you are divorced. They will not let you forget that your husband has died. They won't let you forget that you had 3 abortions in Uniport, even though that you are 45 and you're still stuck. Because there are people whose existence is validated by your pain. And the only reason they hang around you is so that they can keep beating the drums of pity party for you and watching you dance. Zacchaeus realized that if I am going to take advantage of this opportunity in front of me, I got to leave the crowd. So he ran ahead of them. Hear me, my friends. At times, what you may need may be a physical relocation. That is the truth. I wish I could really talk to you like a preacher that I am. At times, success is location sensitive. Not all the time, but at times, it is location sensitive. If you keep your products in an environment that does not support your industry, my sister, you will suffer. With a capital S. And it will not be because your product is not good. Don't get me wrong, there will always be outliers who are going to make it regardless. But the vast majority of us, and you know it's interesting that when we say these things, everybody thinks that they are the outlier. At times, you may need to change a physical location. But at times, most times, you may need to change a mental location. When you tell yourself, I don't live there anymore. They came to look for Jesus in the tomb. And the angel said to them, why are you seeking the living among the dead? He is no longer here. I no longer live in Regret Avenue. I'm no longer on that place. I have moved. Did they tell you? I just moved to Possibility Crescent. You didn't get the memo? I don't live there anymore. I don't live on Payne Street no more. I'm now on Gain Avenue. Did they tell you? I don't live there anymore. Can you just nudge your sister lovingly and tell them, I don't live on Regret Avenue no more? At times, you need to change your mental location. Why does the thing that people say, why does it have such a strong impact on you? I'll tell you. Maybe because you've never given a thought. This one comes and says, oh, Pastor, they said like this about me, and I feel really hurt, and I feel really broken, and I don't know what to do. I will tell you, the only reason their words and opinion is so impactful is because you attribute value to it. And I am the dispenser of value. If you are saying things that always cut me down, and I cannot remove myself from your immediate environment, I will remove value from the things that you say. So you can talk all you talk, but it's water off the back of a duck because. Are you still here? At times, you may need to change your mental location. The next thing he did, he looked around. Guess what he found? He found a sycamore tree. I wish this was church now. You want to go to church? Someone should find me an organ, and then we go to church. He found a sycamore tree. Interestingly, in the territory where they are living, sycamore trees were everywhere. Listen to me, people. Whenever it looks like life has dealt you a bad hand, look around you. There are systems of advantage all around you. He looked for a sycamore tree and he climbed. How do I make you understand this? He climbed the sycamore tree. He wanted to see Jesus, but he was too short. He couldn't see him. The people didn't like him, so nobody was doing him any favors. He was not getting no VIP tags. He was in the overflow of the overflow. And there was no way he was going to see Jesus. He had to look around for a system of advantage that would grant him visibility. Listen to me, people. Help is closer than you think. You're just not looking well. I tell women when they cry, cry please. My sister, if you want to cry, cry. But don't cry for too long. After you've cried. Oh, yes. When you shower, find some nice, all the things that or find out your friend that knows how to face beat and let them beat the face, whatever you get, and get your game face on. Because when you look around you, there are things. You know why? There's no negative thing that happens to any of us that catches our God by surprise. True. There are always things that will work in your advantage. At times it may be a relationship. It may be a friend. It may be someone that will just say, you know what? My sister, you don't suffer too much. Okay, you know what? Okay, come and stay in my house. Okay, I have this apartment that I'm not using. Why don't you come and, I know this person that can. There are always systems of advantage. Help me tell your neighbor, find your sycamore tree. Find your sycamore tree. And let me tell you this, they are not hard to find. If you look closely, you will find them. And then he didn't stand in front of the sycamore tree. Look at the sycamore tree. I like how Zacchaeus worked. He climbed the sycamore tree. He gave himself visibility. It does not matter the hand that life has dealt you. Give yourself visibility. I don't know about you. Some of my friends don't like it when I say things like this, but I don't believe anybody should buy a trumpet and be looking for who to hire to blow the trumpet. It's a personal opinion, all right, and you don't have to agree. But if I go by Jesus' example, it was Jesus that blew his own trumpet. Man of God, you know what I'm saying? Jesus showed up on the scene, looked at all of them and said, hey guys, I am the way. You don't like him? I am the truth. If it a worry you, I'm the life. And just so you know, nobody comes to the Father except. Give yourself visibility. You can't sell yourself cheap and expect us to buy you expensive. You must elevate your gift. Oh God, I wish I had the time. What do you think Jesus was doing when he took 5 loaves and 2 pieces of fish and he lifted it up before he gave them? He wanted them to see the value. Because there were 5,000 people who could bid for that bread. It was cheap bread in the market, but where there is scarcity, it became expensive bread. So the first thing he did was to elevate the value of the bread. Say, see, hear me, my sisters, elevate yourself. I beg of you. You have a right to be here. You deserve every promotion and every progress that you have done. Please do not apologize for your progress. No. Don't do that to yourself. See, I tell people, life, it is what it is. If you are large, you are large. If you are big, you are big. If you fine, you fine. If you don't like them, see transformer. Oh, I need to leave this place. Embrace disruption. Life throws everybody punches. Everybody. The rich also cry. The powerful are depressed. Because life throws everybody punches. At times we're able to dodge. At times we're able to block. At times we're able to weave. But every now and again, life catches you with a deadly uppercut. That one that you don't see coming is the one that lands you flat on your back. But if life ever knocks you down, my sister, understand that your God is the referee. The earthly referee will stop at 10, but the heavenly referee never stops counting until you get back up. They think they counted to 10 and the fight was over, and they forgot that there was 11 after 10. But the one who is doing the actual counting never stops at 10. He only stops when you get back up. Are you still here, my friends? There was a situation in my life many years ago that disrupted me. I was a young man carrying my architecture degree and hustling like every other person in the city of Port Harcourt. And out of the blues, I was asked to come and become a pastor. Trust me, I had no interest. There was nothing about me that looked or felt like a pastor. I've done it for 20 years and I'm still struggling. You know why? Pastors are supposed to love people and be nice people. And at that time, well, I'm better now, but at that time, I don't like people like that. In fact, these are elite women. I don't send them. That is that I do not send them. Mm-hmm. You know, so. Mm-hmm. And here I was coming into a fractured church. It was disruptive for me. I joined the church because I just wanted to serve God, have a pastor, serve the man of God, and grow as a believer. That was all. And then he left, and till tomorrow I'm wondering, they no can see anybody. Don't say na me. I'm trying to get to understand something as I round up that everybody needs. How do I transition from being one of the boys to being the leader of the church? How do I earn the respect? I remember I was that guy that was made pastor, and when I walked into the church, nobody even knew whether somebody walked in. I walked into the office that I was supposed to be leading, and everybody just continued. And I remember one of those days, I'm asking that, I said, Larry, so make we stand up, greet you. That was what the inherited staff told me. So make we stand up, greet you. I don't understand. So, you don't enter. Are you still here? I was that guy that was told, someone told me, I give you 6 months, nobody will be in this church. What are you going to be saying to them? Say, I give you 6 months, you'll be talking to lizards and cockroaches. And I remember many nights I cried, like many nights you are crying because something has happened to disrupt your life, and you're wondering, how do I get past this thing? And at that point in my life, I was young. And I remember, good Lord, I called everyone that I know in my orbit that time, give me advice. And everybody gave me the normal advice people will give a young pastor. Pray very hard. Study the word. Man of God. Build the anointing. Yeah. And most of these things I was already doing. And then something happened to me. And that I want to share with you as I close. Something happened to me. I went to Lagos, and I was sitting down, and I saw my pastor walk past. And if you know my pastor, good Lord, he is the pastor. Sorry. You know, I know your pastor is great, but have you seen my pastor? Ha! I looked at him, and pride welled up within me. I'm looking at him like, see, person, pastor. Lord. He was tall, he was strapping, he was anointed, he was eloquent, he was erudite, he was astute. He had everything going for him. He was all just well put together. And I felt pride. I came back to Port Harcourt, and the Holy Spirit asked me, who must you become for people to feel like that about you? Hear me, in your journey of reinvention, you must have a very clear image of who you want to be. If there is a single thing that has changed my life, it was that thing. It forced me to look at myself, look at my strengths, my weaknesses, my opportunities, my threats. It forced me to reflect on whatever it is that I had. A few things I did not have. I didn't have pedigree. My father was not the chief judge of any state like my pastor. The other gentleman that was doing very well then was the son of the vice president, Pastor Goodhart, Alex Ekweme, back in the day, you know. So there was just a way, he just had aristocratic upbringing. There was just a way he stood, and his stance commanded respect. I didn't have that. So I had to first say, I don't have this, I don't have this, I don't have this. Please, as you reinvent yourself, be able to own the things you don't have. I told myself, I don't have this, I don't have this. Then I asked myself, what do I have? I realized that I went to a fairly good school, so my English is passable. You know, I can communicate effectively. It's not too bad. You know, at least, you're not ducking bullets as I'm speaking. So I had that. I also realized that when I read my Bible, I see a few nuggets here and there. And then I also realized that because I grew up in a Butimeta, there was a lot of street. So I took a lot of the word, and I put a sprinkle of English. Then I added a bowl full of streets. I mixed it together, and I saw the potency of it. I realized that when I do my thing, there was nobody to touch me. Becoming a different person from the person you are is a tedious task. It's a tedious task. So I started by rehearsing my messages. For the first 6 years I was a pastor, I will rehearse and practice my message from beginning to the end, including how I would tell them, lift your hand. Magnify the Lord. Bless the Lord. Oh, magnify the Lord with me. His praise will continually be in the Lord who was on our side. We would have been swallowed up. Don't you understand that this God that we serve, his inhabitants there were like grasshoppers. At his appearance, the mountains and the hills, they skipped like rams. Jordan saw him and fled. This is why man was driven by. What a mighty God we serve. Heaven and earth adore him. Angels lie prostrate before him. So we'll bring our tribute of praise and we'll pay obeisance to his majesty. For we understand we have not come to worship at the shrine of any man's gifting, but we have come to Mount Zion, the city of the living God. And in the company of, by the time I am done, everyone's like, this guy get word. But I practiced it. I rehearsed it. And the more I did it, the more natural it became. My friends, embrace disruption. It is a veritable tool for reinvention. God bless you.
He deserves to keep your hands jamming for our own guy, Pastor Lanre. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. Our distinguished ladies, we're going to take a break and come back to what we did earlier. It's been a day of affirmations, and we're not going to stop now. We're going to have a wonderful time connecting with ourselves as sisters and also dancing. So if the media team is ready, why not take us to the next level? We're going to shake our bodies. So put on your dancing shoes if you have them. Come on, we have to dance and have a wonderful time. We learn, we dance, we connect, and we will definitely evolve. Before we do that, if you still remember our slogan for today, I'd like us to practice that again. So for those who are just joining us, welcome. My name is Augustine, your compare, and we're here for Shevolve Summit, the very first edition. And this is not just a summit, but it is a movement. Our slogan is, yes to my best self. So when I say Shevolve, you say... No, I want us to do it more energetic. I want you on your feet, and I want us to also make it affirmative, because yes to my best self. You've been saying it, of course, I am stepping into my best self. So this is the moment. So you have to make it affirmative and put in energy. Are you ready? All right. Shevolve 2025. Yes to my best self. One more time. All right, let me call you in. Shevolve 2025. Yes, my best self. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. The room is definitely filled tonight. We've gathered women across Nigeria. I saw on Dr. Ezinne's status, women here. And we also have them watching from our live streaming. Please share the link to your loved ones who are not able to join us physically. Tell them to join and be a part of this wonderful meeting. Don't be greedy. I know you want to pack and evolve to your best self, but share this message with other sisters to join us. It's definitely going to be a movement, and we're going to do more than this. The media team, please, we're ready to dance. All of us as women, we're going to dance, have fun, and use that medium to, of course, get ready for the next part of this movement. And when we come back, we're definitely going to be moving into our second keynote and also our panel session. We will be launching the Shevolve book that has been written by Dr. Ezinne. If you're excited about this one, please make some noise in an elite way, please. Is that how elite women make noise? Please make some noise. Thank you so much. The media team, can we please have our song? All right. Please, sisters, join me. We definitely will be moving. Please, on your feet. I'd like to invite you all to your feet. Lonely like a highway. You're a girl on fire. Yes. So we have to affirm that while we move.
Feeling with catastrophe, but she knows she can fly away. Oh, she got both feet on the ground, and she's burning it down. Oh, she got her head in the clouds, and she's not backing down.
Can I see our girls on fire?
This girl is on fire.
I'll speak for you after now.
She's on top of the world.
You are on top of the world.
Girls say, oh, we got Ladies, if you're excited, come on, make some noise. We're not yet done. We've, of course, moved our body a little. We're going to do something different now. I want us to network. The essence of being here is to move into our best selves. And our speakers have dropped loads of powerful messages and tips on how you can evolve to your best self. They've said, you can surround yourself with people with intentionality. So I want you to connect with people. And of course, remember Dr. Ezinne said, it's not about the dress they're wearing. It's not about the hair, not the shoe. You have to look beyond all of these things. So in the next 3 minutes, we're going to connect as women. We're going to network. I want you to exchange your contacts. I want you to go meet up the person you have been looking at from afar and tell her what you want to say. So, all right, the media team, please put us on. Give us cool music to serenade us while we network with ourselves. Compliment the woman that is next to you. Tell her how amazing she looks. Tell her you want to be her next partner. Moving on. So go ahead and do that.
Every day is so wonderful, and suddenly it's hard to breathe. Now and then I get insecure from all the pain. I'm so ashamed. I am beautiful, no matter what they say. Words can't bring me down. I am beautiful in every single way.
Remember, create content, take pictures, make videos, and upload them to your Instagram stories, your pages. And of course, we have our hashtags for the Shevolve movement. So do well to create your content, post them on your stories, on your page, and tag us on Instagram at the Shevolve movement, and use the hashtag the Shevolve movement. Shevolve.
So consumed in all your love, trying hard to fill the emptiness. The peace is gone. Let the puzzle undone and dive away. You are beautiful, no matter what they say. Words can't bring you down. Oh no, you are beautiful in every single way. Yes, words can't bring you down. Oh no, so don't you bring me down today. No matter what we do, no matter what we do.
The sisterhood this morning is beautiful. Keep it going, I want to see you. Connect with your old-time friends, make new friends, network with potential business partners and colleagues. There's no better time than now to move the movement for women's empowerment and leadership. And ladies, we are daring to lead. Surround yourself with people who would make you grow internally and externally.
We are beautiful in every single way. Yes, words can bring us down. Oh no, so don't you bring me down today. We don't have to worry about nothing. 'Cause we got the fire and we burning one hell of a something. They're gonna see us from outer space, light it up like we're the stars of the human race, Bring the light. lights turning down. They don't know what they heard. Strike the march, play it loud. Giving love to the world. Don't be raising our hands, shining up to the sky. 'Cause we got the fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we got the fire, fire, fire. And we're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. Gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We don't wanna leave, no. We just wanna be right now, right now. And what we see is everybody's on the floor acting crazy, getting local till the lights out. Music's on, I'm waking up. We stop with that, and we stop it up, and we're sleeping now. We got the love, as we're sleeping now, and we're sleeping now. When the lights turn down, they don't know what they heard. Show the march, play it loud, giving love to the world.
Thank you so much, Little Women, for coming. Thank you for networking. Thank you for creating lovely memories with these women that you have just met. Now, please be informed that this event hasn't come to an end. This is only but a stretch break and a networking moment. So do well to still remain in the hall because we have more sessions coming your way.
Put it out, out, out. We can light it up, up, up. So they can put it out, out, out. We can light it up, up, up. So they can put it out, out, out. We can light it up, up, up. So they can put it out, out, out. When the lights turn down, they don't know what they heard. Strike the march, play it loud, giving love to the world. Be raising our hands, shining up to the sky. 'Cause we got the fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we got the fire, fire, fire. And we're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. Gonna let it burn, 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 burn. We're gonna let it burn, 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 burn. When the lights turn down, they don't know what they heard. Strike the march, play it loud, giving love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky. 'Cause we got the fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we got the fire, fire, fire. And we're gonna let it burn.
I am not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are. But I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send a flag, gonna drown 'em out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come, and I'm marching on to the
Hello, everyone. How many new people have you met in this summit? Let me just hear you say it from your seat. How many persons have you met that you've never met before? Or are we just greeting old friends? Somebody said yes. Are we just greeting old friends? Please, I want us to just do a little exercise. Please be on your feet. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Let me know. Are you enjoying yourselves? No, you have to make me feel like you're enjoying yourself. Are you enjoying yourself? Are you enjoying yourself? Are you getting value for your time? Okay, so let us, put down our phones, the selfies, and all that. We'll come back to that. We'll have a time for that again. Are you ready for me? So I want us to move our bodies for even for 1 minute, right? Just move your body. Our media theme, are you ready for me? Are you ready? Yes or no? So we know where to go. Okay, let me come to the middle. I want you to move your body.
Our Father, waiting for heaven. Nobody can collect the way you see our Father, we got to your Father, and we know this I am, cause now you know us now. These other cause, they them they got me for problem. I cannot relate, cause my Father is not their people. These other cause, they them they me for problem. All of them are problem, and I love it now, cause my Father is bigger than every because I gotta dance it. Your actions are not accidental. Only you know my guess. Only you got the center. Everything I surrender. You take it, people answer. I didn't show you gave up. And it's just something I didn't do so. Everywhere I go ever. Everywhere you be a angel. Nobody is stable. I'm the one. Everything is blah blah blah. Only you are blah 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 blah.
Put your hands together. I hope you're having fun. I hope you're having fun. Okay. While we were having the different sessions, we had some very important dignitaries working. And I would like to recognize them. I want to recognize and honor and thank the phenomenal woman we have in our midst, Dr. Rosalyn Apariranta. You better put your hands together before I call her portfolio. Just in case you don't know, and you are in River State, she is the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs. Can you put your hands together? Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Ma, for honoring the Shevolve Summit. We are so glad to have you. While we were also here, we had a woman I love so much also working majestically. Ladies, can you put your hands together for Pastor Favor Osiri? Put your hands together. I love you, Ma. I love you. I love you. Thank you so much, Ma. while seated. We will keep doing this, so please pardon me if I miss out a name. I will come back up and do this. While doing this, we also had a wonderful dignitary, very beautiful, very demure, very mindful, very anointed, in the person of Pastor Francine. Put your hands together. She surprised the life out of me, and I'm so glad you're here. Thank you so much, Pastor, for honoring our invitation. Thank you so much. I also have, Pastor Lanre was talking about having an image of transcendence. How many of you, he didn't put it that way, but having an image of where you're going to, so that it can be a picture that I can look towards, right? Outside being a coach, I'm also a medical professional. An outstanding optometrist. Pastor Lanre talked about blowing your trumpet. Like, if you sit on my consulting chair, you'll see the future, literally. Put your hands together. I'm not even joking. If you want to see money, sit on my consulting chair. If you want to see the future, sit on my consulting chair. If you want to feel all demure and mindful, sit on my consulting chair. Well, guess what? I did not just happen. I was trained and raised by the best of the best of the best. The 1% in the finest optometrists you can ever think about. Ladies and ladies, help me celebrate Dr. Lanre. Celebrate my boss. I love you, Ma. Thank you for your tutelage, your mentorship. I love you from the bottom of my heart. And without much ado, I will hand over to the MC. Like I said, I'll be back again. Let us not bore you with the many recognitions, but I'll be back again. Shevolve! Yes, to my best self. I can hear you, Shevolve!
Yes, to my best self. Please celebrate our own pioneer, Dr. Ezinne. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we have very few gentlemen in our midst. I'd like to bring up on stage a man who will be joining me to pilot this summit further. He is one of the renowned comedians in Port Harcourt City, and of course, one of our very OAPs. I'm talking about Pastor Talking Drums. Celebrate him. Thank you so much for carving out time to join us to celebrate. I know we said women. It's a women program. How did that make you feel?
Village people. Imagine. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and few gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone, please. Standing here, I don't know how I feel, but I feel honored. Honored in the sense that build a man and you have built a family. You build a woman, you have built the entire society. So when I got a call to be here, even though it came very late, I said I would come to be part of this great innovation. And one thing about visions, when it begins like this, so many may not believe in it, but give it time. I believe when Dr. Ezinne picked up this in the realm, she never even knew that it's going to turn out this way. So I'd like to start by saying for everyone that disengaged themselves from every other engagement to be here, to be part of this vision that has begun in this and on this note, please put your hands together for yourselves. Put your hands together for yourselves. All right. I am privileged to stand here. My name has now changed. Still Ruben Collins, popularly known as Pastor Talking Drum. Well, I'll be balancing. She will be doing more of the talking. I'll try to balance the humor part of it all for us to have a nice time here today. All right. I'll start by saying that if you've never received a since you are born, if you've never since you are born, raise your hand. Since you are born.
We have very truthful women here.
Yeah, no, that's why I have to ask. Raise your hands. Raise it boldly. Something can happen right now. Raise it. Raise it. Let me see your hands. Since you're born, entire gift. Eh? Where exactly were you born? Wow, that's much. Okay, on behalf of the visionaire, from today till Thursday, 12 midnight, walk into any of the gift stores in Port Harcourt. Pick up a gift, go to the counter and pay.
I'm so sorry if you took him so serious because...
But it's nice and it's good to be here. One more time, please put your hands together for yourselves, please.
All right, ladies, we are advancing further and we're about to do our panel session, our very first panel. And I'd like to make welcome some dignitaries who will be gracing the seats. And you know how it's done now. When we mention their names, we want you to applaud them and, of course, get ready for the next set. Now, first on our list, we have Sarah Wells. Come on,
please, let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping for her. She steps forward.
Such a gentleman. Thank you so much for coming. And next up, we have Irogama Obeifon. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, please keep supporting, keep clapping.
Please, a one round of applause for her as she steps forward.
And please can we make welcome Uchenna Nduka, a merchant China. She'll be joining us soon. She's here with us in spirit, ladies. All right, over to the panel. Do we please have Debola Deji Kurumi in the house? And of course, our very own moderator, NDB. Please celebrate. Let's have NDB on stage. Come on, ladies, let's celebrate.
Please, let's put our hands together for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Why are we looking so serious? How are you doing? How are you feeling? If you had to put a percentage on your energy right now, not based on how you're feeling physically, but how you're feeling mentally, based on the insights that you've received, what will it be? 100. I love it. Who else? This side is so quiet. What's happening? Have people eaten? So what's your number? 90, I love it. From here, I can hear. 95, okay. From the back, what's your energy like? 99. Then you're not giving me 99% energy. Give it to me. How are you feeling? Let me feel your energy. Let me feel your energy. I love it. Thank you so much, ladies, for joining us. My name is Ngozi Divine Brazil, General Manager of Immerse Coaching Company. I'll be honored to host this beautiful panel session. I feel so special because I'm in between powerful women. So I'll start with Irogama. There was a question, or there's something Pastor Lanre talked about seeing the beauty in disruption. So first off, him on daring to lead. What does disruption mean to you? What does that mean, disruption? And how did that also help you birth your vision? You answered the same question.
That question was not on the list.
I told you.
Good afternoon, ladies, beautiful ladies, and well, I'll stand on the existing protocol. Few gentlemen that are here. Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Ezinne, to sit on a stage like this and share my experience, share my thoughts, even though they might be controversial, but I hope that they speak to someone. So what does disruption mean for me? It means scatter everywhere, literally. It means life. You know, they say life is what happens when you're making plans. So you make your own plans and then life happens. So disruption would be that I take things in my stride. I take things as they come. So I have defined who I want to be. I'm very clear. I have really, really clear notion of what I would like to achieve, where I would like to go, who I would like to be. And so when disruption comes, because I have that level of clarity, I see it as, I don't want to call it a bump. I see it as an experience. So it's either going to sharpen my vision, or it's going to make me pause and maybe reevaluate, but it's never going to stop me, right? So for disruption in my life, I've had a few. I was married, now I'm divorced. I've been divorced for about 6 years. For a young woman, I have 2 kids. I left when my kids were 15 months old, and I had twin girls. So there are many reasons through my life's journey that I have seen disruption, unexpected events that could have made me doubt myself, could have made me stop in my tracks, and maybe never continue.
Yeah.
But instead I used it as fuel, and I'm hoping that the women who are sitting in this room would view disruption that way. You would see it as a step up for your journey. You wouldn't see it as a full stop, but you just see it as a comma that makes you sort of stop and reflect, rediscover yourself, rediscover, sort of dig your heels in and say, you know what, I'm a stubborn goat, and we continue by all means. What does that do for you? And that's really how I would sort of key into disruption.
I love
life.
it.
Thank you.
I love it.
Sort of key into disruption.
I love it.
Thank you.
I love it. She said, do not see disruption as a what? Full stop. In case you didn't hear it, do not see disruption as a what? Full stop. See it as a step up. All right, over to you, Sarah. What does disruption mean?
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you, Dr. Ezinne, for having me. It's such an honor to be here, to be seated here with these amazing women. So for me, I think destruction can be like a change. Sometimes it's negative. I'm going to use a little bit of my story to talk about disruption. At some point I started my journey as a photographer earlier on when I was just newly married. I was obsessed with wedding photography, and I used to love to do it. And weddings involved a lot of traveling, and I was loving it. I was traveling everywhere, going for one traditional wedding in one place, white wedding in another place. It was all good and fun. And then by the time I had my first child, it started getting harder. And then by the time I had my second child, I just knew that something had to give. And eventually, I decided I had to stop shooting weddings. Now, having a second child is a blessing, is a good thing, but traveling every other weekend wasn't working for me. Now I know what is important to me, and at that time, I wanted to be around, I wanted to be present. So I had to reroute my steps, and that's how I birthed the portrait side of my business, which is what I'm even known for now. I started shooting portraits, babies. I had to have a private studio, but all the steps I took eventually came out as a result of That's based off of the fact that I was now a family woman, I was now a mother, and I really wanted to be present. I wanted to be home. I wanted to be there, and all that I do now. So yeah, the change came in, the disruption happened, but I didn't let it stop me. I didn't now give up on photography because, okay, I'm a family woman. I cannot do my photography anymore. I don't want to be traveling. I want to be present. And then I would just give up. I didn't just give up. I still had to find another way to make it work.
Thank you so much. Now, just so that what you're saying does not sound so lofty and high up there, because there are women in this room, even men in this room, balancing their ambition, family life, faith, and all the multiple responsibilities that are demanding for our attention. Women, can you relate? Can you relate? So what did you really do? How did you, give us practical steps on how you were able to, find your rhythm, find your balance, and still pursue that thing that God has laid on your heart to do, that vision?
True story. I don't think I found it. We're winging it. We're literally winging it. I'm juggling a lot now. This was me that was saying I didn't want to do. I'm still doing the traveling now. I'm still doing a lot more. But structure, having a solid support system has really, really, really helped me. Having a husband that is really supportive has also really helped me. So if you're single and you're not married, you have to be very intentional about who you spend the rest of your life with as a woman. Because if you're married to
Please say that again. Say that again for the people at the back. Tell us. Tell them.
If you're single and you want to get married, you're a secure man. Somebody that would encourage you and will not be a stumbling block for you. So yeah, juggling it, I think pretty much is a strong support system. And to be honest, I don't feel like I have it. Sometimes I give to my business. Sometimes I try to give my 100% to my family. When I'm home, I try to be present. And of course, I had to make so many changes in my business. Structure, having to let people do stuff. If you're creative here, you will know that most of us are very obsessed with doing things ourselves. But I had to get to the point where I had to start trusting that I've trained these people. They should be able to do these things. I don't have to do everything myself. So I can close at a reasonable time and get home and be present. I used to sit at home, get home maybe 8 o'clock, start editing photos till 2 a.m., 3 a.m. at some point in my life. And it wasn't healthy. I was even getting sick. And I just knew this wasn't going to work. And it was affecting, my kids already just knew. They already know that when mommy comes back, she's not even looking at anybody's face because she has to deliver someone's photos. But over time, I've had to structure, like I said, know what is important and try to prioritize what is important per time. It's not possible. I really don't know if there's anybody that has it 100% all the time, but I try to have it 100%, maybe not 100%, let's say 70% when I'm home. I'm consciously, intentionally trying to be present. I'm intentionally trying to even for my relationships. There was a season of my life where I didn't even have friends because I was so obsessed with work. Everything work. Let's hang today. No, I'm busy. I'm busy. I was always busy, but now I'm making an intentional effort to be able to make out time for what is important. Business is not the only important thing in our lives. There are still so many other aspects of our lives that are very important.
Exactly. Oh, yes, you're making a lot of sense. Thank you so much. See, ladies and gentlemen, what Sarah dropped for us here is one of the most important things that you should leave here with. You see all the powerful women going about their businesses, their ministry, their family life, and you'll be like, oh my God, she got it all together. How is she doing it? That's the secret. Structure. Somebody said something. The person said structure is liberating. Do you know why it's liberating? It helps you work within a framework. How many of you here are moving about your lives without a framework? You just wake up in the morning. Then, of course, your children, oh, mommy, I want this. Mommy, I want that. Then your husband still needs your attention. You have your businesses you're running. Then you have ministry. Some of you are on 200 WhatsApp groups. You've woken up in the morning to pray, to join prayers. There's this Bible study in the evening. You're just going without a framework. It is very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. So what she has told us here is very liberating, if you can actually put it to practice. And I like what she said. You know, the fact that she's saying structure doesn't mean you now have to be the one to execute all of those things. Sometimes set up a system and trust in it. I don't want to tell you how to run your home, but really establish a system either on your home front. You can't wake up in the morning and be like, oh my God, I have to be the one to go and drop my children at school, go and do this one. If there's a school bus system, set it up. Let them enter the school bus. They will not die. You're helping your children develop social skills. Let them interact with their peers. So what she has said, please, if you've not taken anything, structure. So let me ask you, I'll ask you the same question, Irugama. How have you been able to handle the multiple demands of your life? Look at the fleet of ships that you manage. You still have your hair salon business and everything. How are you able to do it and still look elegant and beautiful like this? Tell us.
Thank you very much. So I just want to say that there's seasons in life, and I think it's important to respect that fact. So we keep referencing, the women who have reached a season in their life where they have to juggle so many fronts. But I look around the room and I see young women who might not be able to relate to, okay, what do you mean by structure? I'm alone, not married, I don't have kids, I'm trying to work one job and then find purpose and things like that. And I want to just quickly speak to that category of women to say that you're currently in a season of your life that by God's grace would evolve over time. Will be spoken about here that you feel, okay, maybe I'm not in that season yet. You will get to that season because it's probably your desire. So you will start to build the muscle. Because, a lot of people that struggle when they get to these other seasons where they should have built the muscle, because the muscle is not formed, then they begin to struggle. And the muscle of what we've spoken about, structure. So the way I understand structure, in terms of when people ask me, how do you do it all? I had a young lady approach me during the networking session to say, I follow you. I just want to, the only question I have for you is, how are you to do it? You work for a maritime company. You have 4 salons. You have a spa. You have a training center. You have a this. You have pharmacies. You have supermarkets. And at the same time, you have 2 children. How do you manage? And the truth is, I operate a system that I call the glass/plastic ball system.
Please say that again.
The glass/plastic ball system. And what it literally means, and just like Sarah said, there's nothing like a work-life balance. It doesn't exist. Please let me just bust your bubble. Please stop chasing it. It's not there. It's a myth. It's a myth, and it doesn't exist. What exists is your ability to understand at every point in time what is critical, number one.
Oh, yes.
Number 2 is the ability to forgive yourself. Yes. It's the ability to forgive yourself. That number 2 point, please keep it in your brain. Very important, because you must forgive. In fact, operate the principle of advanced forgiveness for yourself.
I love it.
And then number 3, for you to, just have that discerning spirit and the ability to recover. And I'll just take you through them quickly. So number 1, how do you identify? So I call them, this is a glass ball, this is a plastic ball. And it changes form. What was a glass ball last week could turn into a plastic ball next week. Absolutely. So it's not a case of, it was a glass ball, it remains a glass ball. And I'll give an example. You have children, you have a job, you're a senior manager in your office. In this week, you have a project to deliver. However, your child has a recital in school. Now, let's look at it. You want to be there for your daughter. It's her ballet recital. She told you, Mommy, you said you'll come. But your daughter has 6 recitals for the year, and this is the first one. So automatically, you have this project, and if you lose this project, you could potentially lose your job. What becomes a glass ball? It's your project.
Preach.
Your daughter's recital, becomes a plastic ball. What does that mean? It will fall to the ground, it will bounce. You will pick it up in front. So you tell her, don't worry, I'll take you out. Come on, ice cream, that Barbie doll you wanted, I give it to you. Don't worry. Because why? I will meet you in front and I will attend the second recital. Why? Because I have 6 chances.
Beautiful.
But you see that project, I have 1 chance. It's my glass ball. If it falls to the ground, it smashes into millions of pieces. I never can pick it up. So if you understand the principle of glass, so then when you've done plastic ball for your daughter's recital, they are now on chance number 5. Guess what? It has automatically turned to glass ball.
Yeah.
Work, you tell your boss, sorry, can Mr. Paul sit in for me? I have to sit this one out. Why? Because I've prioritized as a glass ball for the last 6 months. Now I want to prioritize this plastic ball that has now turned to a glass ball. If I'm not there for my daughter, I probably lose my daughter. So I will not recover from that. So I'm going to pick it up. Now, let's come to the second point of forgiving yourself. Now you have to forgive yourself for not showing up for that recital that maybe 3 weeks ago you thought you would make it, but suddenly this deadline came and you couldn't make it anymore. And now you're saying, oh my God, I'm such a bad mother. No. You're not a bad person. So forgive yourself, because when we now, so earlier, Pastor Lanre said, you can move from being a sanguine to a melancholic. Those are the patterns, because we fail to forgive. We encounter these things, we bring ourselves down because we are human, right? And we have to make these human choices at every given point in time. And sometimes the world is not fair to us. Let's just be realistic. Yes, we're doing women equality, gender equality, blah, 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 women empowerment, and all that, but we're still on the journey. And the journey is still far, well. So a woman has to do at least maybe 300% more to prove herself than a man who's a male counterpart. And it's just the world that we live in, because the men continue to be, it's still a patriarchal society. We still have our traditions that push that narrative. So we have to still continue to strive very, very hard. But your little 6-year-old daughter, she can't understand that concept today. So you have to keep protecting her. But at the same time, you have to protect yourself too. Hello, am I preaching?
Yes.
Am I preaching to any woman sitting here? So for the young ladies who don't have children, you are prioritizing different ways. It could be church. I have church commitments. I have church obligations. I have other obligations I've gotten. I have a job. I have my extended family. I have my nuclear family. And all those things, they are all balls. That every given point in time, you say, I'm supposed to be saving for my future. But every time, these family people are always coming and collecting money. Hey, it's my father that asked for this money. He said I should give him 10K. 10K, but now your 10K is supposed to go to your savings, because why? You want to go for your masters. After a while, you must identify which is a glass ball. Your papa, where if you pick for front, or this money that you need to save so you can also have a future and you can guarantee it for your family and for your own progeny when you have them in the future. So at every given place, there is no work life. You have to just continue to have that discerning spirit to say, this situation has now become a glass ball, and I have to treat it as such, which means I cannot afford for it to fall to the ground. This one has evolved to a plastic ball. It will fall, but guess what? It will bounce, and I will run quickly and pick it, and that's the art of recovery. That you can run quickly, and don't let the plastic ball get away from you. Don't let it get away from you to the point that it evolves to a glass ball, and you're not close by enough to catch it before it falls to the floor. So I hope that this analogy is not running too far up over your head, but I need you to think about it very well. And I think it delivered me. The minute I embraced that, I totally sort of just understood that I don't have to sacrifice my calling. I don't have to sacrifice the things that I'm passionate about just because I'm chasing a myth of, there has to be work-life balance. So my children understand. I sit with them, oh, mommy, where are you going? Oh, see where mommy's going. Mommy's going for this. And I see pride. So what? I'm beginning to get them on my journey. I'm beginning to get them to say, I'm going to work. Mommy has to go to work, because if she doesn't go to work, I won't be able to afford this. I won't be able to go there. They begin to get them there. So don't shield your kids. Don't let them feel like, oh, don't worry, you're not protecting them. They're confused. And what you're doing is that you're actually harming them, because then they cannot understand what you're doing. All they see is abandonment. But when they'll tell them, say, my mommy, do you know who my mommy is? Oh, my mommy has gone to change the world. My mommy has gone to save the world. My mommy is in her office. Oh, my mommy has gone somewhere to go and transform something. They speak about you. When people see you, they say, oh, your child said this. And they understand your absence. They understand the importance of what you do. And then they can become partners with you as you try to achieve your life's purpose. So for me, structure. Please. Nobody they pay for suffer head. No.
Please say it again for people at the back.
Please.
Say it again, please.
Please. I know when I talk about it, I say because she's not married. If you like, abuse me, it's my opinion. I'm entitled to it. See, there's something that my dad said to me, 2016, and I've lived. Those words transformed my life. Even when I was in my marriage and up to today in my relationships, whether it's work relationship, whether it's a personal relationship, those words ring in my head. He said to me, people would only treat you the way that you allow them. Please, I want you to put it in caps, bold it, underline it, put it in a box. That word, allow. What it says is that you are empowered. It is your choice. So if someone is treating you like shit, it's simply because you've allowed it. If someone is taking you for granted, it's simply because you have allowed it. I'm not saying that you should be nasty and mean. I'm saying that you should define your boundaries. So you are with somebody. You now have a job. You're working hard. The person wants fresh soup, this, blah, 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 blah. You start the journey that you know you cannot finish. Why? You want fresh food, no problem. Now I have a job. Please, I will employ somebody who will be cooking the fresh food. Why? Because suffer head, they know they pay person for them. So I want us to just begin to sort of wake up to some of these realities and begin to understand and define what those boundaries, how do I want to be treated? How do I want to be seen? And am I going to set those boundaries without fear? Because then you have also elevated your self-worth. Who are you? What are you worth?
Yeah.
What is your value?
Yeah.
That is what will drive the value. Like Pastor Lanre said, if you sell yourself cheap, why would you expect them to come and buy you with dollars and foreign currency? They will use coins to buy you.
Thank you so much. Okay, now I feel like someone in this room or a group of people in this room have been liberated. Right? Everything she said resonated deeply. I know this thing about mom guilt. No matter how much, even as she feels the mom guilt, despite everything that she has said, but you have to constantly remind yourself, what is my purpose? What is my calling? For me, I think I got to a stage of my life where, I just had a baby, maybe 5 months ago, 5+ months ago. And I had to get back to work. I know what that struggle was like for me. Dr. Ezinne knows I'm very driven. I'm focused in my life. I'm serious. I pursue my vision with accuracy. I want to fulfill my purpose on earth, what God has called me to do. I see Mechanchina here. Is that her? Please, a round of applause for her. Ma, please come join us. Yes, please. She's part of the panel. Please, let's do better for her.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for one of our very own panel speaker, Mechanchina.
Okay, yes. So as I was saying, my life, I'm very focused. But I went through that phase where I started questioning my life's choices. Couldn't I just quit my job and be a full-time mom? If that's not what God has called you to do, then you'll be selling yourself, shortchanging yourself, right? And like she said, you need to be a parent or a woman that your child can look up to and be proud of. So I was telling my husband, I was having a conversation with my husband, telling him, you know what, let me just come back home and work fully. It's just that you'll be working times 2 or 3 to take care of us. And he said, I know you. I know that I'll just give you 2 months. You'll be so unsettled. You'll be so restless. Now, what am I saying? Based on everything that she has said, we need to constantly, as women, work on our minds, especially knowing what God has placed on your heart. Do not allow that mom guilt set in. Even if it's set in, it's a constant battle, constant reminder, okay, I'm here to fulfill my purpose. I'm here to fulfill my calling. I need to be the best version of myself, the best mom for myself. Like recently, even up to last week, I was in Lagos for annual visionary retreat, and I was still feeling really guilty because I left my almost 6-month-old out. Like, which kind of mother does that? But thank you so much for that, for really helping us see, okay, what's the glass ball moment, what's the plastic ball moment at this time, right? So pick whatever any panelist is saying here. Please pick your word. She's telling you, and she's giving advice. We're all sharing our experiences. Pick your word, not the word for you. And I believe we're people of faith here. Just ask God to open your mind and know what that word is for you. Don't go back home and say, oh, glass ball, plastic ball. Then you don't really know the application and what it means to you. All right? Welcome, Mechanchina. We're so excited. I've been looking forward to seeing you here today. So I have a question for you. We see you on social media. We see the amazing things that you do. How did that? Thank you. Please give her a round of applause. Yes. So we want, can you give us a very, very brief history? How did that brand, Mechanchina, come about? Tell us about it.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, I'm so sorry for coming late. So Mechanchina came from a place of pain and suffering, you know. So when yesterday I was in the village and some of my cousins. Sorry. So yesterday I was in the village and some of my cousins came in, and my best friend was with me, and you could see my cousins. They all have money, and she said to me, any day I ever tell you to slow down, remind me why you must make it. Because she saw the whole aura, everything. And she just said to me, any day I ever tell you to slow down, remind me why you must make it. So I'm someone who was raised by a single mother due to we lost my father very early. And I saw what the death of a man did to my mother. She became very confused. She didn't know what she was doing, and then all from riding in convoy to now selling under the bridge, and then I was with her all through that period. And she would always say, if only your father was alive. And I'm like, you that you're alive, how far now? Do you understand? So I grew up telling myself that I don't know what the future holds, but if I lose my husband at any point, my children will not suffer.
Oh, wow.
So that's where I got married. And when I got married to another thing that, drove me was, how you marry these oil guys now, and then their friends are saying, you go marry liability.
Oh, wow.
They chop your money. And then this man loves you. But you know that there'll be a breaking point where he's going to really start listening. So you tell yourself, before you start listening, I am going to make it. So you get to the point where you tell yourself, all die and I die. So we come online and we're just screaming out our lungs. The world must hear us. It is a time of manifestation. I don't care what anybody has to say. And then you see that growth. And of course, it's so beautiful when you're shouting and people are seeing you. People are watching you. People know you're in existence. So there's this push. It just has to, I wake up every morning. I have not posted. Yesterday, my staff, they saw me at the store 7:20. And they were like, what is happening? I say, because there's a particular goods I must push out. So, that's where it came from. A place of pain, a place of suffering. And somebody who has said to herself, I will never go back to where I'm coming from. So we keep pushing. Last year, I was sharing with Mama Choose that we recorded a huge loss in my business. And some of my friends were thinking I was going to shut down. I said, this is even the worst. This is when I'm going to push even harder. So people don't even know that I recorded any of such. Because I'm even tripling, my numbers and doing that. So that's it. That's how much attention I came into.
I love it. I love it. Well done.
Thank you very much.
I have a follow-up question because you said it's beautiful to see when you're actually in your audience's face and they're listening to you. How have you been able to get the attention of the audience? How do you make them listen to what you're selling, what you're saying, and even buy, not just listen? They're buying from you.
Of course.
Yes.
So one of the things that people don't know is there's power in your messaging. A lot of people come online and you are not saying anything. So I'm going to give you an example. When I got my goods, my recent goods I've been trying to push out, the infant bail. I don't do infant. There's nothing that has to do with me and infant. And it came in. And I had to switch my messaging. So I said to them that this is the easiest bill to sell because every pregnant woman will buy. So you don't just come online and you are shouting. You are a noisemaker if you do not have a message. So you must be putting an underlying message under what you're saying. And you'll be shocked because when I started saying one name, before you know, I go everywhere and hey, one name, one name. And you think people are not listening. But if there's no underlying message, you are talking gibberish. So when you come online to push your business or push your brand, there must be a message underneath it. So I'm telling you that the message is for women, and initially my message was for women, and then I knew that I want to switch into men. So in December, I switched my messaging. Husbands, support your wives. Give them money. Something happened in Kano. So I said in one of my videos, I said, Alhaji, give Hajia money to come out. A lot of women came out and said, you told us to collect money from Alhaji. If you are not putting a message, they're not going to do it. It is what you say that they are going to do. You said we should collect money from Alhaji. Then the Alhajis that came said, you said we should support our wives and start a business for them. There must be a message in whatever you are putting out. If not, you're just going to be making noise and nobody's listening.
Thank you so much. That was really profound. Really, really, really profound. And it's just reminding me of Pastor Lanre's session where he talked about the challenges or the disruption he experienced when he first started ministry. And then how he literally had to find his own message, just like she has said, right? So he said a little bit of ghetto, nice English, nice packaging. So what is your message? If you're here, you're in business, you're in your career space, how are you, though you're solving a problem, but how are you packaging what you are doing? How are you packaging that thing that you have to offer the world? Thank you so much for that. I think I'll ask Sarah now, just picking back on what Mechanchina has said, right? So what are some strategies, actionable strategies you really excel in the photography space? What are those things that you have done? She has talked about messaging. So what is it for you? What strategies do you deploy that help you really stay on top in the photography space?
Okay, I think I'm very focused on photographing women, children, and babies. That's like my core. And I started it because I wanted to be photographed a certain way. I wanted my kids to be photographed a certain way, and I wasn't seeing it. I couldn't find who to do it here. Even though, okay, so let me put it this way. One of the strategies is creating what I know I like. So I run a furniture company as well. Whatever I'm doing, I create things that I know I like. And I know that there are so many people like me. In fact, I draw my tribe to me. There are so many people like me. I don't even know how to talk on Instagram like she talks. I don't know how to, I don't know, it's not me. I don't know. I'm learning. People probably start seeing me on Instagram, maybe talking. But I just try to draw my tribe with very excellent work. The kind of things I like. I try to do those type of things. And my tribe just naturally gravitates towards me. My business has thrived solely on, okay, maybe not solely, like 80% on referrals. Where my studio is, I don't have a signage. I don't even know how to do like outright marketing and all of that. So I'm really focused on creating value that people that resonate with that kind of thing would 100% just gravitate towards you. Once they see it, they would want it. Because I try to give my all to it. And I know the things I like. If I see something I like, if I have the money, I will get that thing. Even if it is whatever it is, so long as I'm sure this is what I like. And most times the kind of things I like are not very common. So my business revolves around that. I'm trying to create the kind of photos that is not, I don't want to do what everybody's doing. I'm trying to do something very unique to that my tribe will see and feel and like. So that's one. Then secondly, people, like I meet a lot of people, and I also try to serve you in the highest form of value possible. So when you leave feeling fulfilled. You feel like you've gotten value for money, and that has significantly helped me. Madam Iro here is one of my clients. I photographed her a couple of times. And when I started my furniture company, I just showed her a few things I had done. And based off of the trust she had in what I do as a photographer, she had not even really seen so much that I had done. And she automatically trusted me to refurbish her entire office. I'm sorry I'm putting you on the blast here. But like she trusted me with something so tangible that I knew that I cannot afford to mess up. Because the way if they give you a small task, do it with your 100%.
Oh, yes.
If they give you, if I know that anytime I give you a task, you can do it, you do it well. Chances are that when something big is happening, I know that you are the person I can trust. If you come tomorrow and say, I'm now into this, people will gravitate towards you because they've seen your track record, they've seen that you can be trusted and all of that. Then, should I say?
If you have one more, I'm happy to take it.
One more. The gift of people. I really try to hold the people that God has blessed me with. My staff. I'm not very... So there's been instances where maybe a staff will do something really bad and everybody's saying, let's go, fire the person. And I try to put myself in their shoes, and over the years I've had people that have stayed really long with me, and that has significantly helped me. Because if you pour in a lot into someone, and then as a small business owner that I am, you pour in a lot into one person and the person leaves, like in 6 months, the person leaves, you will keep going back and forth, trying to pour into the next person, and you'll be struggling. don't get me wrong. There are times when there are some people that no matter how nice or whatever you are to them, they will still. But I give them a lot of grace. I try to serve them also. Like I see them as real people that have real needs, that have their own goals, and I try to be a blessing to their lives. Like I feel like their destinies are tied to me. So if anybody's working with me, this person's destiny is tied to me for the time frame. So that has also kind of helped me. That has also helped me to still do what I do. They've helped me to when I started furniture, my staff, the people that work with me in Photoville, they kept rooting for me, encouraging me. Some of the contents we're putting out, they're not working for Madeira, but they were constantly doing all of that. And I could see that this has gone beyond just their job. Like they are very committed to what they do with me. So
Thank you so much. That's so profound. So profound. You talked about excellence and offering value. You talked about when people meet you, you want them to have a particular experience, right? So I'd like to validate those things you said. So when I saw Dr. Ezinne's 40th birthday pictures, I was like, who took your pictures? Like, who took these pictures? So yes to excellence, you're doing excellent work. We commend you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
About the user experience, I met you here for the first time. And just from meeting you and engaging with you, people will see us and think we've known ourselves before the conference. Yeah. The way we were hugging each other, I felt something, right? Yeah. Just from interacting with you. So I validate that as well, right? And then you talked about people, how you treat people, those who work for you, and how you see them as connected to your vision, which is so valuable. Now, the reason I'm saying what I'm saying, or I'm highlighting what I'm highlighting about people, we've come into this room, our hearts are burning. There's a vision God has given us. When they say network, don't sit down on your seats. Don't feel awkward. Nobody is judging your wig, if it's bone straight or it's not bone straight, if it's synthé, it's not synthé. Nobody cares about that. Something here connects all of us, which is vision, what God has called us to do. Your purpose partner might be in this room, and you never know. So don't shoot yourself. Like, God has brought you here for a reason. God knew ahead of time that you'll be in this room. So if people are interacting with you, people are asking you your name, exchanging contact, please go ahead and do that. And don't sleep on it. If you're collecting contacts too, don't just sit down. And I'm talking to myself too, because I have an introverted tendency sometimes. Decide that you're going to take action this year. That's what will separate this year from the other years that you've had. That 2025 will be, every year we say, oh, this year is my year, this year is my year. What will make this year different? It's not just the knowledge. The speakers are pointing to us. What do you do with the knowledge that is given to us? Are you going to execute in 2025? Are you going to take action? Are you going to take action? The people are looking at me. You will take action this year. Say, I propose to take action. All right. So, Iro, I'm going to just add to the same question I asked. You are doing amazing in your space. You're managing fleets of ships. You have your salons. You have everything that you do. What strategies, of course, do you deploy that helps you not just even excel in this area, but there's something that made you know that I can move from here, I can set up my salon, and move from one salon to another, set up my spa. How are you able to replicate success across the different areas of your life?
Thank you. I've had some failures, so I just want to put that out there. It's not been like I touch everything and it turns to gold. I wish, But I think I'm just a coconut head. I think that's just to sum it up. My head is too strong. So first of all, I say I'm a businesswoman. I'm not a hairstylist. I'm not a beauty esthetician. I'm not a pharmacist. I'm not an educator. I studied biology and psychology. I have a master's in public health. For Christ's sake, I could have been working for the Honorary Commissioner of Health, which was my actual goal when I was in school. I was actually going to study medicine, and then I diverted, and I felt this personality was too big for a lab coat or a doctor's jacket, and I had to step out of it. And so I'm an entrepreneur. And basically what that means in my mind is that I spot opportunities to create value. So what drives me is not money. Because a lot of people just feel like, because if it was money, I have a great job. I have a fantastic job. I'd be very fine with my 9 to 5. I won't need to start a business or businesses. But I am restless. Like if I see opportunity, I just wonder like, why is nobody seeing this thing? And then why is nobody creating and designing and executing a solution for it? Like my body will just be scratching me until I have to just say, you know what? I can't take it anymore. I'm just going to go and do it. And it's not because I have all the competence. So I've understood, just pulling from what Sarah has said, the role that people play. So I own 2 pharmacies. I'm not a pharmacist. I hope there's no PCM person here. but basically, my point is, I saw an opportunity, and I couldn't find anybody who was willing to take the leap with me. And I thought to myself, wait till they this thing safe. What is even inside this thing? Is it really so complex? And it turned out that it really wasn't so complex. I just found the right person who could work with me. I told her, this is my vision. This is how I want people to feel. This is what I want to bring to life. She worked with me. We brought it to life. Once I brought the first one to life, I said, And then I looked at the account. I said, can we do it again? And then we did it again. And we're going to keep doing it again. And what am I saying? I think the point is that I recognize that I like to create value. If you go to any of my businesses, and in fact, when they did this play of, my boss once said, I think there was this challenge that was going on, and I watched the one that my staff had done, and you could just see the messaging, just speaking from Argentina, just seeing the messaging that my staff, they understand that for me it's value. Everything we're doing here, so it's not really about whether you're a hairstylist, you're a nail technician, you're a pharmacist, you're the cashier at the supermarket, or you're managing any of my halls. It's about the people who walk through the door. Are you solving their problem?
Oh, yes.
In whatever industry. So I'm I'm courageous. I have courage. I recognize it, that I have courage. It takes a lot of courage to do half of the things that I do, and I own it. But that is actually what wakes me up in the morning. That is my why. And of course, all the people that their destinies are also tied to me, because I open these enterprises. I recognize that it's my ministry. So I see it as my ministry. I might never stand at a pulpit and preach, but you see, when I step into any of my business locations, that's my congregation right there. When my customers come, and I said to my people, I have people at Salon, 10 years. We're going to be 10 years this year. I'm already cracking my brain. What am I going? Because I actually have a number of them at 10 years. Saloon business. Anybody that knows saloon business, that you have staff. I'm not talking about admin staff. I'm talking about stylists, barbers, nail technicians who have stuck with you. And I am not a stylist. I'm just in fact, sometimes I'm like spirit. It's like, sometimes I'm shaking and blinking like the national grid. They see me, sometimes they don't see me, sometimes they see me. So it's not like I'm there every day, I'm speaking into them, no. But they understand that there's a covering on the business. As the shepherd man or woman in the house, I bring a grace upon the business, and by virtue of their connection to me, they have grace upon their lives, and they see it manifest. So when you come, you realize that you're not just joining a company, and my salon is not a salon, it's a company.
Oh yes.
I pay my taxes, I have tax clearance, I can bid for contract as a salon. So when we talk about structure, when we talk about corporate governance, people think, you have to be working for a big organization. No, be faithful in the little things.
Oh, yes.
Because today, Heaven as a salon has done contracts for Red Cross. We have bidded, not that somebody came and said, I got it, come and execute. No. Heaven has won contracts. We submitted documentation. A structure, you say a salon? Yes, a salon. I started with a 50 square meter space in Vineyard in 2015. Today, we have 4 branches. We have even entered Lagos. We have expanded, like we're already thinking of what's the next frontier to conquer. And this is with all the things that I do. I have grown people. So I listened to Sarah and I was like, oh, so cute. No, I will sack you. Sorry. Because I'm running a corporate organization. There's systems and there's structure. There's code of conduct, there are rules. So I don't allow sentiment. I will groom you, I will be kind to you, but I will be firm, I will be fair, and I will be just, but I will be firm. And the system will run its course. So what I've done instead, to foolproof my business as much as I can from a corporate perspective, is that I've done succession planning. So nobody is indispensable in my organization, not even me. Because I have to think about it. if I make myself indispensable, how can I grow?
Yeah.
How can I go to other industries?
Yeah.
How can I expand the business? I cannot be in Lagos negotiating deals and be checking whether the person at the front desk in GRA is working. It's not possible. That means I'm ready to keep my foot on my feet, stuck in that point. So I will have succession planning, and all my people, they know. I have closed down a whole section before I sacked everybody. Thank you, God bless you, go back to your village people, but you won't bring them here. The manager was looking at me like I was mad. I said, no, we'll start again. Today, every day he comes to me and say, Madam, you have mind though. I said, no, you're building a company and a structure. Because what you have done is that you have shown everybody that nobody,
I love it.
nobody,
I love it.
nobody. So I will train you, I will put my systems, I will ensure that the company can replicate you as best as we can, right? And we'll give you code of conduct. So when the punishment comes, we will refer you to your terms and conditions of service. We'll refer you to your code of conduct. My salon staff, they have code of conduct. We printed it, we issued it, they signed it. The one who's going us Sabi read, we read it. You understand? Yeah, I put signature here. We pasted it up. So when you work with me, I tell them you're coming to your office. You're not coming to a salon. You know that mentality of I'm working in a salon. No, you're coming to your office. So there's a certain way you'll be addressed the way you are dressed. And I will now be, by extension, be addressed by the way you have dressed. Because they will look at me and say, you are the founder. You are no deal. So my point is, we're growing businesses, we're going into enterprise, and we want to expand. You're saying, how do I do it? I think I just possess a lot of clarity. And this hasn't come like overnight. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. I started Heaven in 2009.
Wow.
When I was just coming off masters, I was trying to find my way, and I just stumbled. You know, it was me stepping into this purpose of business was actually by accident. Stepping into my maritime business, I looked at my maritime business is a family business, and you know, I just imagined that my brothers, you know, in this environment, you know, I have brothers, they're engineers, marine engineers, well trained, well traveled, work for big organization. Me, biology, I was mixing cream. When I was doing Heaven, I had hair products. I used to mix cream. I was just content building my brand, my Heaven brand. I had dreams of how we would go to Australia and all those things. I never one day looked at stars and thought, maybe one day. I just thought, it's for the boys. My father was extremely intentional about grooming his boys. That these are my socks, this is my pension. See them here. These are my pension. This one, she's missing cream. When she finishes, she find out, you know. So, and I was fine with being left alone. But he was grooming me as a business person, you know, but not for his business. And so when the consultants met me and saw that my track record, just like Sarah said, you have to just be diligent. What is that thing that you're doing now? You know, I met a lady during the network, and she was supposed to network, and that's another thing. I don't think anybody who met me, only one lady told me what she did, and I'm going to patronize her. The person who said she makes ready to wear, please make sure you send me that Instagram, but I'll be buy what you are selling. She was the only one that said, this is what I do. And meanwhile, it was a networking session. Exactly. So people, I understand the need to say, oh, wow, and all of that, but you're selling in that moment. So the next networking session, I beg, get some customers in the bill. The people that are sitting there, your destiny helper, can be sitting right next to you, you don't even know, because you've not opened your mouth to speak. So the lady said to me, so I asked her, so what do you do? Well, networking. And she's like, Mary, I'm working. I said, that is what you do. And then she told me, I'm into document control. Unfortunately, they closed the networking session immediately. But if she had started that conversation earlier, I'm saying that thing that you're doing, that in that moment, in that season, is your destiny. How diligent are you? There I was, working in a security company, going to Reclamation Road. Who knows Reclamation Road here? That road was bad in town for the longest time. At some point, we'll now enter bike. And I will enter bike and to get to my office. But I just had this small security company at that time. It was my dad's business. He wanted to shut it down. I was just doing my projects in my master's. I was also doing Heaven. I was selling hair extensions. And I just said to him, just give me 6 months with this business. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I've never done security before, but these people are going to go home. Where would they go? Just give it to me. So he had already removed his mind from the business. So for him, it was like, it doesn't matter. I transformed that business. Today, that business is what, 14 years old? No, from when I left it in 2010, I joined it in 2010, this 2025, so 15 years later. Today, they have over 750 guards between Port Harcourt and Benin.
Wow.
Now they're looking at how to expand to Lagos. Wow. So for me, at that time, I was just happy seeing the transformation, working with my guys, slaving it away, visiting clients, doing those things. And then didn't realize that my diligence in that season of working in this security company, thinking that this is, not really having any interest would be what would bring me into this place that I am now leading, that is now giving me a platform like Stars where I can be reckoning with, the juggernauts in the energy industry, both home and abroad. And what was it? I just had a conversation with those consultants, and they said, when I left the room, they said to my dad, "Oh, that's your successor." He said, "This one, nah. Have you met my sons? I have sons, engineers, strong boys. Have you met my sons?" She's not interested. She's mixing cream. We used to call it then mixing cream. Even though, I was actually manufacturing my products in South Africa, but you still called it mixing cream, And he just couldn't imagine that I would step into this role. And that was in 2014. Then one day I went for a meeting with him. I just accompanied him. And I just asked, I said, "Can I ask a question?" This was with investors that were trying to bring $15 million to his business. My dad was 63 at the time. And I said, he just looked at me, he was like, "Oh God, this coconut head. I told you, my head is very strong. My family members, I just listened. I just want to ask a question. I asked that question, and it completely changed the entire tone of the meeting. The investors, our consultants, was like, "Oh, we didn't think about that." Wisdom, the wisdom of God. Please, I will also drop that wisdom. Don't play with the wisdom of God. It is what gives you creative ideas. It is what gives you solutions. Even when other people are stumped, then you will birth from your inside, and then you'll be like, "How did you think of that?" It's wisdom of God, though. It's not only Solomon that had it. Even men are walking with the wisdom of God today on the earth. And honestly, after that meeting, my dad, it was almost like he also now, the wisdom of God fell upon him. And he looked at me and he just said, "My goodness." And honestly, the rest is history. Today, I came in ED, COO. Today, I'm CEO.
So
he has
good.
retired. So that's all. I've been with the company since 2014, 11
so
years.
Good.
We've grown from 3 ships. We now have 11 ships. We now opened a branch in Liberia.
So good.
And now we've set up a gas company in the middle of all of it. So what am I trying to say? Don't despise your humble or your little beginnings. We're so good at doing that. Like, "Oh, I'm just here. I'm just here." Just the attitude of is already, that posturing is already your mindset. Change it. When you step out of here, if you are a cleaner, I make sure that people come into places and they're able to function. That is my job.
So good.
You are a cleaner, you are an office
good.
assistant. How are you defining that? That's where you are in this season. So that when you hone the muscle, it's a muscle. Success is a muscle. People just think it's just, time and chance. Okay, that scripture, I'm sorry, moderator, I've now turned to Keynote. But see, I just want to drop this point and then I'll drop my
last
mic.
point.
That scripture, that time and chance. I'm sure that many of us in this room, we have used it. When they say this thing, I will say, "Oh, time and chance has happened to them." Oh, this is what I say. That's how that girl just said, time and chance. Let me take you back a few scriptures. I used to be in your shoes, please, and then I was enlightened. Please let me enlighten you if I drop my mic. If you go back up, it will say that it is for the skilled.
Yes.
It is for the wise.
Yes.
It is for the strong. Pastor, please complete it for me because there were 4.
Yes.
Then it now said that time and chance happened to all of them who had those things. So if you haven't built skill, you haven't developed strength, and you do not have wisdom, my darling, time and chance ain't happening to you. You will keep saying it for other people that is time and chance. But for time and chance, for you to step into your time and into your chance, you must develop skill. You must develop strength. What is strength? The resilience. You will be knocked, you will shake, then you will stand. Then when time and when chance comes together, they meet in a convergence. You will be standing there and you say, "I'm ready to step into my time and my chance." Sister, don't leave this room today. If you haven't taken anything from all that I said today, please go back and read that scripture again. Go up, read it back down. Get that deep revelation, and it's going to transform your life. 2025, that is how you evolve. That is how you will build the ability to dare to lead, to dare to dream. Because I have to build strength. I have to be wise. I have to build skill so that when time and chance happens.
Oh, yes. I'm tempted to just drop my mic here. Wow. What problem are you solving? How courageous are you? How diligent are you over the little that God has given to you? Do you have clarity? She said, if you lack wisdom, the Bible says it's ask God. Let him open your eyes to see. Once he opens your eye like this, you start seeing problem everywhere like this. And solutions and answers. Wow, thank you so much, Hero. That was so good. We're wrapping up now, but I want to hear from Mechan China before we ask the last question. In this day and age, and this is mostly for up and coming entrepreneurs or young people, young women, in this day and age, everybody wants to blow. Like she said, you say time and chance. Oh, my time and chance has not come. And you think it was just overnight, right? And we also see the relationship you have with Niger Brand Chick. Have you been able to steward that mentorship relationship in where you are? Have you been able to? Because people will everybody wants to answer CEO. Everybody wants to be founder. Everybody wants to, I'm the senior chief executive officer. Beyond that, of course, like they all talked about people, God has brought people into our lives to really help us birth the vision that he has given to us. So how are you able to steward and manage that mentorship relationship and manage the people that God has brought your way?
Okay. First of all, I will say that as you grow, you must first understand and keep money aside. So one of the things that made me very close to Niger Brand Chick was when she came to Port Harcourt to hold her fair for the first time last year. When we did the meeting, if you were a vendor in that fair, the woman was talking to us anyhow. And I was very angry. I paid you my money and you are talking to me anyhow. Why? But one of the things that helped me was I asked myself, between you and this woman, who get money pass? So if they follow you, they talk anyhow, why can't you listen? So when everybody was murmuring, Mama Chu self give them back to back, she did here. Everybody was following her up. Me, I was just saying to myself, you get money pass me, so I'm going to listen. I'm going to find out what you want us to do that will make me stand out from every other person. And when I started, I hadn't done those kind of videos before. In fact, my writer was telling me today, some days ago, he said to me that of all the people, he was listing the various brands that he delivers for. He said, I have never said this to you, but you have the highest orders. And all the brands he was listing were brands I used to feel like, me and them. When he now told me, I said, okay, that's good. And he says, for all of you, I'm your independent rider. You guys don't have any other rider, so I can conveniently tell you that. And here is how all of that happened. And he told me something. He said, your growth stemmed from your videos. So I saw her list 11 commandments of what she wanted from her vendors. And I said to myself, how can I replicate these things? And that was, I think, I just went back to my drawing book, which is where I tell all my friends they know, I tell them, remove yourself from the running of your business so you can think. If you do not do it, you will die while you are trying to enter operations. Only you are financial person. Only you are the one packing order. Only you are the one you will just die. Look for people to do all those things so that you can think. So because I had people to do all of that, I could sit back and ask myself, what does this woman want? That was where the marketing of the business came. Prior to then, I used to do a lot of skits online. And I came, and one of the conversations I had with her, she asked me, are you a comedian? Some of you have started coming online, you've forgotten that it's not comedy that brought you. That you are first a business person before a comedian. So one of the meetings I now had, while I was thinking, I was just talking to myself, talking to some of my friends, and that was where our first video, I thought about our first video and it dropped. And when I dropped it, she called me and she was screaming. And she said to me, name your price.
Oh, wow.
How much do you want me to pay you? I said, you don't see Mumu. How much are you even going to pay me? It will not be more than 500,000. And now we make far more than that. As at then, it probably was a big deal. But now it's like what I can close my eye and use and buy something. So I saw beyond 500,000 in her. I said, don't pay me. So while everybody saw her as a cash cow, when she came into town, this one is dragging, this one is billing her, people are increasing their rate cards. I was saying, don't pay me. I dropped the first video, don't pay me. Drop the second video, don't pay me. Drop the third video, don't pay me. Then she asked me, what do you want me to do for you? Now, a lot of people don't even know. Even me, I didn't know. I now said, they used to work in Slum BJ, please link my husband. She said, error. That's the problem with a lot of us as women. We leave ourselves. You will be praying at night. Oh, Lord, bless my husband. If God bless you, will you die? That was what she asked me.
Okay, now.
If it is you that I link up, will you die?
Okay, now.
I go, that, it was like, So before the Unduka name I bear, I am first to China.
Oh, yes.
So it dawned on me that, hey, so I'm an entity, And then she now said to me, I'm not linking your husband. It is you I'm going to link.
Wow.
And when I saw that somebody was willing to hold my hands, you see, a lot of people come to my DM and they're talking, oh, help me, help me, help me. The honest truth is, it's not easy to catch the attention of those people. So that's why when I was talking about the Shevolve to a lot of people, I was telling them that you better come because these people that are going to speak to you, one-on-one with them are like 1 million. That's if you even see them to pay the one-on-one. You understand? So when I saw that this person who people pay one-on-one 1 million, advert on her page 1.8, and then she's willing to say, I'm going to hold your hands. I now reminded myself of the place of loyalty.
Oh, yes.
A lot of you, they just open the door. They never even open and wait.
Preach.
You are already proud.
Preach.
Your friends are already telling you that you are, if you even come and tell me that you are, I say, no, leave me, let me follow this person. Because I've seen something good is going to come out of here. And so I understood the place of loyalty. I understood that I needed to be loyal to this person, and I bent my head to learn. Now, in December of last 2 years, I messaged her, and one of the things a lot of us don't know is, you see the rich people, the people hardly give them gifts. So they are the ones always giving. So I know that already, and I sent a gift, a seed, and I said, I'm not only going to sow maybe in the church or all of that, I'm also going to sow to you as a mentor. And she called me with tears in her eyes and said, people don't gift me. And she now told me, she said, in 2024, I am going to be invested in your growth. If you do not grow, I will not sleep, I will not eat, I will not drink water until you grow. And so she's calling me when I make a post. This is somebody that, if you see where she not the answer call, she'll just say, because her phone is buzzing 24/7. And then she has the time to call you and say, what did you just post? That means she's even seeing, she doesn't need to like it. What did you just post? Take it down. You're not supposed to talk to yourself like that. You're not supposed to refer, and all of that. So in January of 2024, she said to me, she said, let us go to Kano. I said to myself, what is my business with Kano? If you want to go and die alone now. Why will you drag all of us to go and die with you? Because, of course, when you're in the East, the kind of stories you hear about the North is crazy. Yeah. But she said, she kept encouraging me. I said, you know what? Any amount you need, I'm going to pay. I said, don't give me money. I will go to Kano. And we started all our plans. And at that point, I understood that I must not fail in Kano. So there were some things she would just come and ask on the group. I need contact for this. I need contact of this. I will go behind her own back and pay them for my own brand. Because that is the problem a lot of people have when they are going for fairs and all of that. You think the work is with the organizer. No, the work is first for your brand. So when they've paid for them to do everybody's own, I go and pay for my own Merchant China brand. And she saw all of that and saw the way I was handling it. And of course, Kano was one of the highlights. We started blowing from there. Hey, you went to Kano, you came back. And it was beautiful for people to see, okay, not just in your state. If you go to other states, people actually come out for you. Because we do not just sell that, we sell affordable. We tell you that we actually sell quality stuff. And people come out. And so because, after all of that, I understood, like Mama was talking about stewardship. I understood the place of stewardship, mentorship, and loyalty. As I am, there's no Niger branch slander that is related around me. If you talk about her, in your presence, I will call her. And I will tell you that I'm going to call her. So don't bother. And she knows that because she has seen it happen. In fact, they said she was in a meeting, she was telling them that you cannot discuss me in front of, if you before you say, just in your presence, I must dial a number and I must report you. And I do it so that even me, I come into the understanding of, I cannot slander the hand that is feeding me. Do you understand? And now there's one of the beautiful things about these relationships. It opens one kind of door for you.
Yeah.
now I can call Mama Choma. If you know Choma, 2 seconds with Choma, your head will blow. I will call her and say, Mama, please, I want to talk to you. And one of the things Mama Choma also loved about me was I paid. When people were paying 400,000, I didn't collect her account number from her. I took it from someone else and paid her. And she said, despite that, you know that even if you call me, I'm going to take out 1 hour and talk to you. But you also understand the place of value that I need to pay this. But I say, yes, I don't want you to talk to me from a place of free. I don't like it here free. I want you to talk to me from a place of, you owe me this thing. You have taken my money, so you're committed to speaking to me. And so because of that, I've seen doors open. You just see, when we went to Lagos, before you know, this other person, we've dashed 500K, this person that we've dashed 1 million. Normally, on a normal level, I probably wouldn't have had time to talk to these people. Or even if I was going to talk to them, maybe it's supposed to be in 10 years. But, by association, it came forward. So that's what it has done for me. And I will advise anybody out here, initially it's going to look like you're very stupid. People are going to say, what is this person even? But if you know that you're going to gain something from this person, you better put your head down. While others are saying that the person has nothing to offer, your own destiny might be tied to the person. So when others are talking left and right, you tell them, no problem, I believe you, but I'm going to put my head down and follow this person, and then it will work.
So good. So good. Very, very good. I know some people that you're here, you've heard what she has said, and you're already using your eye to maybe look at 1 or 2 people, or even the speakers, to say, this is my mentor, this is my this. Above all, ask God to open your eyes to those who are meant to be for you. That's the most important thing, right? I'm sure if she had that way, she wouldn't have naturally chosen Niger branch. You would have been looking at her up there. I can relate 110% to everything that you've said. I just want to share in maybe 1 minute a bit of my story. Prior to working in Immerse Coaching Company, I was my last place of employment, and I've not shared this story publicly before. And my employer made me go and do a research. DDK, she's the founder of Immerse Coaching Company. So my employer told me, go and do a research on DDK, because we were trying to shadow their company, understand what they do, so that we can get into the similar things that Immerse is doing. I did the research, I came back. She said, no, it's not enough. Go back. The insides, outside, how do they do? What are their programs? I did not know that God was preparing me for Immerse Coaching Company. I had no idea. Randomly, I met a family friend, and she was like, my mama is looking for someone for a project, and blah, 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 blah. I was like, who is it? She said, DDK. I said, hey. Because DDK, before now, was someone I looked up to, someone I still love her, I honor her, I respect her so much. And she was like, are you interested? I know that you have the project management background and everything. I was like, okay, give me some time. I was really nervous. And then I came back, I told her, yes, I would like to do it. And DDK calls me, we have a beautiful conversation on the phone. And I started the project with reference to what she said. At the end of the project, before the project started, DDK asked, so how much are you going to collect? This is what I need you to do. This is how much are you charging us? And trust me, I'm not even saying, you have to place a value on your gift and yourself and everything. So you have to really apply the wisdom of God. Knowing that DDK was supposed to be in my life, DDK is my forerunner, right? I told myself, I said, if I collect money, I'll be a fool. I will be a fool if I actually charge for this. So I told her, you know what? I'm not going to charge whatever you want to pay at the end of the day. She said, okay. At the end of the project, it was for 3 months. We concluded, and she pays me the money. She thanks me, and me too. I thought that was my quota. I had contributed to the company. God bless you. God bless you, ma. God bless. It was nice knowing you, and I was going. In January, DDK reaches me, and she says, I'm looking to restructure, I'm bringing in, I want a general manager for strategy and business performance. So if you know someone, this is what she said, if you know someone that you can recommend based on the excellent job that you did and everything, me too. I think I had a little bit of pride. I said, okay, ma, I'll check within my circle. It's like the Holy Spirit slapped me. My friend, are you stupid? Like, are you stupid? So I went back to her. I said, ma, I am prayerfully considering the role. You know what she told me? I'm prayerfully hoping that you take the job. That was it. That was literally how I got my GM role, right? So ask God to open your eyes to know those who are meant to be in your space, right? It's not just to say, oh, is this speaker? Oh, can you mentor me? Oh, she's my mentor. We're not telling you to farms. It's not about farmsing. Know who God has called to be in your space and follow them, like she said, with loyalty, with wisdom. And know, and yes, stewardship. And then, like she said, know that these people are tied to my destiny in one way or the other. And I will steward this relationship properly. And you will see the results. As you're evolving, God is bringing people your way. So you need Him each step of the way, right? I hope that blessed someone. So we're wrapping up. This is the final question in one sentence or 1 minute. Tell us, I'll start from Sarah. You do a lot of things. So what makes you happy? How do you enjoy your life?
Truthfully, watching movies. That's the only thing I do there.
So that recharges you?
Yes. I just relax with that.
All right. How do you relax, Hero? You're talking about 11 ships and heaven and this. How do you enjoy your life?
Opening new businesses. I'm just kidding.
Please calm down.
No, I actually can relate to what Sarah said. My Netflix and chill is by time when I just don't have to think. At least for those few hours. So Netflix and chill.
Love it. Mechanchina, how do you refuel?
I love to go out. If you used to watch my stories, you see me. Whenever the thing, my head just hot, I just call my friends. Is your head not hot too? Let us go out. And we just find one place to go to, and then that's it.
That's so good. I hope we've had a lovely time hearing from the speakers. It's been so good. I've enjoyed myself. A round of applause for our speakers. If you love to follow any of them, they'll play their bios on the screen. And then you see their pages on social media. You follow each and every one of them. So thank you so much. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Iro. Thank you, Mechanchina. Thank you, NDB. All right. A round of applause once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was really a refueling and recharging moment. We got to learn. Well done to all our panelists this afternoon. Ladies, are we still energized? Of course, we're coming with more. Now, we have this on your tables. Please check. Do you have this on your table? Oh, please can the ushers get this across to everybody in the room, please? And can we also have this displayed on the screen, the media team? Thank you so much.
All right, so whilst that is going on, okay, please, have we gotten this? Have we gotten this? Okay, maybe we might not have enough copies to go around, but please share with a friend. Share with a friend. I think, all right, you may need to consider this as a glass ball. Who got that? Who got that gist? I said you need to consider this as a what? As a what? Don't allow it to slip away, all right? While she was talking, I just saw a distinct lady, Madam, for your information, I have 3 boys. 3 boys. All right, 3 boys. And these 3 boys, all of them are glass ball. I don't tire. And 3 children, especially my second son. In fact, that boy glass, But like the boy glass break before I even come this world. Okay, so please, if you've gotten this, I think now the truth is, if Dr. Ezinne was to charge for what is going on here, I am very certain, I'm very sure, you know how much, if you have to pay to get through to the keynote speakers, get through to the panel section, and all of that. I'm very certain you know how much you would have paid if you're to meet with these people one with one to have a conversation with them. And here, she has made it possible for you and I to have this interaction with them. So please, there is an intensive activation intensive of the Shevolve. Very chickeny money. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ezinne, a very good woman. She even has to do a price slash for the package. Please, son, please help me with the mic, please. Okay, a whole lot is here. Weekly transformative sections, coaching sections, exclusive implementations, guide, live guide, Q&A sections, and all of that. And I think, Augustina, do you think this price is good for this?
This price is actually very fair. You know, like you said, Dr. Ezinne has done enough to give us this at a very discounted rate.
All right. The price goes for 49,999 naira. Please, I think we should put our hands together for her. Put your hands together for her. So all of this is going to help you have free access to a chat with Dr. Oleg, a lifetime replay access, free copy of the book. I think this is too much for this price. If you want us to do an upgrade to the price, raise your hand. If you want us to do an upgrade to the price, raise your hand. Please, for raising your hand, please come. Please come. For raising your hand. She's the only person that raised her hand to this. You can just stand here. Successfully, you've gotten yourself one book. One book. I'll pay. I'll pay. I'll pay. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is to let you know I like people who value knowledge. Now, whether you like it or not, the distinct factor between you and the person seated next to you is what you know. And it is when you begin to trade what you know that you can actually get the wealth that comes with knowledge, the power that comes with it. And that is why they say knowledge is power. And at the same time, God now said, I am he that giveth the power to get at wealth. Does it marry? So thank you very much, Ma, for valuing knowledge. And we'll give you a copy of the book. All right. So please, I think there is a link. Can we have a display of the link? Please, if you can quickly subscribe from 120,000 access fee to 49,999. One more time, put your hands together for Dr. And before I forget, I also want us to appreciate a man. I think one of the speakers, Dr. Sarah, made mention of it passively. But I want us to celebrate the man behind this vision. I want us to celebrate him. Pastor K. Pastor K. Please, if you can do better for this man, please. You can do better. You can do better for this man. Now, so many men out of insecurity will not allow it. And here he is, even disengaged from every other engagement to be here. Thank you very much, man of God. Thank you. Thank you. That's why they said, watch the man you marry. It decides a lot about your destiny. Look out for men like us. Man of God. All right. Thank you.
So I'm about to bring on stage someone who has shown herself as a true reflection of what we're here for, to evolve to our best selves and to dare to lead. She has shown consistently unwavering commitment to challenging patriarchal norms and promoting gender equality. If your hands are not busy, please join me, make welcome on stage the Commissioner of Women Affairs, Dr. Roselyn Apawari Uranta. Please keep your hands
Please
jumping.
keep clapping as she comes forward. Please. A woman of great reputation and honor. Honorable Commissioner, you're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
The chairman or the chief executive of this organization, while we are here, I greet you. I greet everyone here. You are all welcome. I'm so happy to be here with you. Very, very happy. And I'm so happy for this organization to recognize me right from when they come to the state government, Ministry of Women Affairs. They want to do something here. And we should be here. That is good of them, that you enter a state and you really appreciate the people there. You are tackling the issue of women, and you come straight to the Ministry of Women Affairs to seek for our presence. And that is why we leave so many things, activities we want to go. I'm come here to be with you. I listened vividly all your discussions. So nice. Visionary women, the women that have focus. And this is the people we want in our society, to help the society grow. Thank you so much. We have this slogan somebody has said before, that if you train a man, you train the family. And if you train a woman, that is the whole nation. That is the whole society. And that is how it is. We can narrow it down that men focus in their own family. Women are all-rounders. They push. And that is why you should not allow anybody to really bring you down. To bring you down, you push forward. There's one other slogan that says, women progress. Women progress. Men support. As the women are progressing, trying to make things move well, don't look down on them. Don't despise them. Support them to get that, because it will be of benefit to everyone. It will be of benefit to herself, to the family, to the society, to the community, to everyone. And that is why in the society all over in the world, the United Nations, they value this angle of gender parity. We are not saying gender equality. again. Because there's nothing like equality. When you say equality, that is 50-50. We don't have 50-50. In Nigeria, we are only asking for, even if it is 35%. But we have not been there, particularly our south areas. Not at trying, they are trying to fix women coming closer. But this area, they are not trying as much. And that is why we regard it as women parity, a gender parity. If we can get some number of women in the position of trust, in decision making, in the political realm, I think things will go better. And not men, quarrel, violence, this, that, here and there. So that is what we are looking for. That's why we say women progress, men support. When you support your female, you will see how things are moving. And I would like to advise the women as well, even as you are making that progress, please don't overlook your family. The family. A lot of things are happening in the family, which you don't know. And that is what we call gender-based violence. And that is why what our Minister of Women Affairs now moving from state to state, because of the problem of the family, in different angles, the woman is striving hard, even if she cannot eliminate all, to try to curb it, to reduce it. A lot of things happen in the family. We in the ministry and government, we know what we are seeing from families. You come to us for direction, you come to us for our laws. The law protects women. Even as you are doing all this your business, we have series of laws. If you come to us, we back you up. We have rules. We have guidelines to protect you. Otherwise, danger. Danger as you are progressing. We need all those things. So many people, things are happening. Try and checkmate your family, your children, the men folk. So many of them are doing something which is not good in the family. You may not know. So as you are moving with your business and doing all the things you are doing, please take care of your family so that we get a quality country, we will get a quality society. So at this time, I want to also tell you that some of the things you are doing outside, and the government and Ministry of Women Affairs, we have event centers. Sometimes you may not struggle to go out to look for where you will execute some functions you have. You come to the ministry. You parley with the ministry. They will show you what you will use. We have event centers. We have skills acquisition centers where you can learn. You can be partner. I know this organization, I don't want to say whether formally have you partnered with the ministry. No matter that we are concerned of you, the work you are doing. We are here, you call us, we are here. Also, we want to know and we want to believe that you should partner with the ministry. Thank you so much for what you are doing.
Please, a warm round of applause for Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs. Please, let's keep clapping as she goes back to her seat. And Honorable Commissioner, from what you said, On behalf of Men Association of Nigeria, MAN, we hereby pledge to support the progress of our women. Please put your hands together for the men. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we are about to take one important item on our program today. And this is where I want to believe that everyone seated underneath this ambience has a role to play. All right, you have a role to play in what we are about to do now. And you might be wondering, what is that? Please, I'd like to bring forward a lady who has done so well for herself and others around her. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to unveil and launch the book while we all are gathered here. But please, before we do that, I'd like them to quickly get the author and the chief host of today's event. All right, so please sit tight. This is one moment you are, or your participation will be highly needed. While we're doing that, I want to identify with us. You need a copy quickly. 15,000. It's nothing compared to the knowledge in the book. It's nothing compared to the knowledge in the book. Okay, please, let's get to her, please. Let's get to her, please. Modupe. All right. She raised her hand. Please, the account details on the screen, please. The account details, nothing else displays on the screen. Nothing else displays on the screen except the account details. All right, so please, at this table. Okay, please, whilst we move into this, I think there are specifics we want to take quickly. Specifics, that's the friends, direct friends of the chief host. So please, if you want to quickly come out and launch the book alongside the chief launcher, please, so that we can hand you the microphone, please, quickly. The direct friends of the chief host, and you want to launch the book alongside the chief launcher. Meanwhile, one more time, please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Linda. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. So please. So the friends. Okay. Oh, my glass ball. Yes, please. Thank you for that exposition. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. How many people have encountered this book? Has anybody encountered the book yet? In any, maybe had the privilege to read ahead of us? Yes, okay. Okay, all right, thank you. So for me, it's not easy to write a book. A few years ago, my dad, when he was turning 70, he said to us, I'm ready to tell my story, and I want to tell 2 stories. So he's a maritime professional. He's been a chief engineer on board vessels, trained by Shell for many years. I mean, we're talking about over 50 years. And he just said, I want to contribute to policy, and I want to contribute to, to the industry, to the maritime industry. Let me leave behind my knowledge before I die. And then I want to tell my story. So there were 2 books. And I was saying, one would struggle to write 1 book, and now this gentleman wants to write 2 books. And I worked with him through the journey of trying to collate his thoughts, his ideas, his opinions, just build a book of thought leadership into that maritime book, and then turn around and tell his life story, the good, the bad, the ugly, so that younger people could learn from it. And I witnessed that journey over 12 months. It wasn't an easy journey, even though we had, the best story writers, we had the publishers, but there's a place for the work that the author needs to put in. When I hold this book in my hand, what I see is a gift. I listened to Dr. Ezinne earlier on in the program when she was doing the affirmations. And when she came to sit by me, I said to her, those affirmations were so deep and so strong that I think you need to release them like daily affirmations. I don't know if anybody else felt that. I've asked for a copy, and I said to her, I want to keep saying those things to myself because sometimes we forget. And here I am holding a book that the same Dr. Ezinne who had the deep revelation to put together those affirmations that would literally transform the way you view yourself, the way that you act, the decisions that you take for the rest of 2025, has put her thoughts, all her knowledge, her opinions, her training that she paid for, everything that has happened to her that you can never pay for, even if you wanted to, she's turned all of that into wisdom and knowledge and into words. And she has packaged it into this book where she invites you to the best you. So basically she's saying you don't have to have a Shevolve Summit every month for you to succeed. You just have to go back to this book and remind yourself of why you are you and why God has placed you where he has placed you. So standing here is a real privilege to be called upon to, I don't know if I'm the first book launcher. I'm the second book launcher. She should have called me first. I like to be first. I'm just teasing. Just have the privilege to be amongst the few that are called to launch this book. Thank you very much, Dr. Ezinne, for finding me worthy to participate in such a remarkable event here. So am I supposed to announce, or should I just say I will launch? So I think for me, first of all, I would like to give away 50 of these books on my dime to any lucky 50 women who are in this hall. I don't know how many women are in this hall, but I will be sponsoring 50 of the books. I hope I have not cleared you.
Please put your hands together. 50
books.
50 books. Please, let's count out the 50 books, please.
Please. I'll be sponsoring 50 books. We can find the avenue, Dr. Ezinne, how you'd like to give them, but please keep 10 for me that I can give to the women that are close to me that I believe need to encounter your words and need to hold your words dear. So thank you very much once again, and I wish everyone who gets a copy of this book success with the best you. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause. All right, please, any other person, please step forward if you want to launch the book, please. Please, so that we can start, I can go ahead with my market, please. Evangelism. Any other person, friend of the author? Friends from the friends of the author? Please, a round of applause for the ma'am coming forward. Please, a round of applause. Please come.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here, to participate and to be part of what is happening here today. And what is happening here today is in no small measure. It's not a small feat. It's a great privilege to be here, and it's something, I don't know how to describe it, but it's something that fills my heart with joy. Ezinne is my baby. She's my child. I've seen her grow. I've seen her. I wasn't surprised by this. I follow her. I follow her everywhere. I follow her on Instagram. I follow her posts. And I'm encouraged by who she has grown to be. And I think that this is an invitation for you to be the best you. I don't think that anybody should leave this place without sowing into this. This is like sowing a seed into your life. When I was coming here this morning, I woke up and I prayed. And I said, Father, prepare me. I know that I'm going to glean from here truths that I've never known before. I know that I'm going to be a better person than I've been before. I know that everything that has disrupted me, because I never stopped growing, God, you're going to help me mend it. You're going to help me put the pieces together when I step into this room. So I got up as early as 2. I stopped sleeping at 2 o'clock for this program. And I packed my bag. I looked for what to wear. And I said, God, I'm going. With my books, my pens, everything in my bag. And I said, I'm coming back. And everything that has stopped me, everything, I'm going to lay it down here. And I'm going to be a better version of myself. So if I am still trying to be a better version of myself at this age. How about you younger ones? How about you younger ones? Anything I see that makes me better, I just want to be part of it. So yes, I've launched this book before, but I'm going to launch it again to the glory of God. And I'm going to launch it with 500,000 naira.
Please, a round of applause.
Please join me. We have optometrists here. We have people here. You're sowing into somebody's life and you're sowing into your own future. So anything is a seed. Anything is a seed. And it's a dream, a goal to get to the best part of yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Please, a round of applause one more time. All right, please, if you still want to step forward, if you still want to come, please come quickly. Please come quickly. Please come quickly. All right, I see Dr. Ezinne Kazi. Please, a round of applause for her. Namesake of the author.
Hello, everyone. There is so much to say about this book. You know, when Ezinne handed me a copy of this book, as I was reading it, I felt so vulnerable. I remember calling her on phone, and we had a deep session together. This Shevolve is more than a book. It's a transformational tool. If you're a woman going somewhere to happen, this book is for you. There are treasures in every line. I've never read a book. I can stand here to say it. I'm a reader. If you come to my house, you will see library. You will see bookshelves, books in shelves. I've never read a book, and I was compelled to underline every line. I've never read a book, and every line is a punch line. I don't know how she did it. One of the days I was reading this book, literal fire came on me. I'm not kidding. I'm a woman of God, so when I tell you fire, I know what fire is. It started from the crown of my head to the soles of my feet. At some point, my hands were burning on fire. I said, what is in this book that is causing this deep transformation in me? Is what's more than the amount. Shevolve is a book for a woman that wants to separate herself. See, being a woman, you are up against a lot of things. There are many things you don't even find anybody to talk to. But the pages of this book are inscripted for you to find your deliverance. Permit me to use that word. That's my ministry. Deliverance is not just when you fall under power. Deliverance is when you find that truth that pulls you from where you are to where you ought to be. Ezinne is my friend, but when it comes to what she has to offer, I put friendship aside. I called her and I told her that this book is that book I've been looking for. Standing here today is much more than support. I'm standing here privileged to be part of what God is using her to do. I have bought the book, I have supported the event, but I'm still here to do more. I will give the sum of 100,000 naira. And I will pick a copy. Because I have a copy, I'm giving this book to anybody that walk up here. And I know that with time, I don't know, she has our database. With time. Oh, I'm sorry.
Somebody have collected it now.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, they should wait. They should give them to go now. You have collected.
I know that with time, we would be able to
two is okay.
Sponsor other people.
Now, life rating.
I know that with the database, I would like to sponsor more people to have the copies of this book. So I know that with time, Ezinne is going to make that avenue possible for us to invest, because it's an investment. And prior to this time, people that saw the advert on my status, they were asking me, how can I get a copy? How can I get a copy? And a lot of people were buying. So if you are here, spend money. I believe in investing in myself. Invest in yourself. This Shevolve book is more than a book. It's fire, literal fire on the pages of a book. God bless you.
All right, so just to encourage you, whilst you're reading the book, make sure fire service is around you. If not, now you know. So how do we account for this too? Okay, so please just go there, let them document that you got the 2 free books from Dr. Ezinne. What do you have to say?
Thank you very much, ma. God bless you.
What do you have to say?
Thank you very much, ma. It's a privilege. God bless you, ma.
If 2 of you no read this book, if you no read this book, ma, please quickly. Okay, that's the mic.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so I've never met her, and I was just shouting where I was when Irun was speaking. Usually, when you want to grow and you are asking for where to get trainings, mentors, and all of that, my own experience is that you are hearing, oh, come to Lagos, come to Abuja, come to this. So I was even telling someone that, why are all the things happening in Lagos and Abuja? Last year, I had to go for one training, and with my small salon business, I had to pay flights and hotels and all those logistics. So on Wednesday, I was passing by. I went to the market. I was driving past when I saw the billboard. I wasn't sure what to expect, but I called, and she just sent me the link and said, after going through this, if you still have questions, call me. So I got home, I went through it, and I was like, wow, this is the kind of thing I would like. So I registered, and no regrets at all. I am super excited. I would like to put my money where my mouth is, and I would launch with 50,000.
Please, a round of applause for her. A round of applause for her. Please, somebody should help me document that. Now you can pick a copy. You can pick a copy. Come, these people wasted down here. I know they read. Eh? You say? If we should put your heads together, let's know how many copies we'll give to you. If not, please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so privileged to be here. Pastor Ezinne, this is from APSU days when we're all small. And my pastor, Pastor Casey, is here. It's such a beautiful, I walked in here and I said, no, this is not 15,000 naira. I said, no, this is not meant to be free. Because there's so much value. There was so much. Visionaries. When I read the first chapter of that book, I was lost because I knew that there was just too much. There was too much. I'm going to launch that book with 200,000 naira, and I'll do it now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. Ma, have you gotten a copy? You already have a copy. Okay, thank you very much, ma.
Hi, everyone. I've had a smile plastered on my face since I came in here because I'm just so proud. Ezinne, you should know I'm very proud of you. Ezinne is my friend. She has been my friend for how many years? 20. We went to university together since 2002 till now. And she has been my friend who has taken a front row seat in my life, and I have taken a front row seat in her life. We have walked through pain together. We have walked through successes together. And we have walked through wins and losses. I was sharing with Linda at the back that when Ezinne talks about pain and evolving from pain, she has lived the life and she has helped others live it. I remember when, just to share a personal experience, I've also walked the journey of trying to conceive. And I've never told her before. My first IVF experience failed. And I called Ezinne on phone. And I said, Ezinne, it didn't work. She said, Olu, I'm coming. I said, what did you say? She said, Olu, I'm coming. And she was coming, and she brought a bowl of chicken, KFC chicken. And we sat there eating that chicken through tears and encouragement And believe you me, I was looking at Ezinne, I was saying, Ezinne, why are you carrying my pain more than me when you carry your own pain? And I started to walk through that pain with her holding my hand. So today, seeing this vision, I remember when you said to me in your office, Olu, I'm thinking for my birthday I should do a summit. It was like a joke. And we are standing here seeing this as a reality. So many times I sat with her in the office writing this book. She poured herself. Like, if you are in the office with her, she's not more seeing you when she starts to write it. And I have looked through this book, read through it, and I can tell you, if she has this living example of herself, of transformation, by the time you engage with this book, you will be transformed more. So I want to pour into the life of 10 people with 150,000 naira. Thank you.
All right, 10 books. Please, where's my ushers? Please get 10 copies across to her. I think she has a way. Now, Dr. Ezinne. Now, so they do. If somebody tell you, say, no work, you go carry chicken, go there. Madam, nothing has been working in my life. Because bring chicken more chop. Oh, boy. Doctor, when are you hearing? He said, Ezinne, it didn't work. She said, hello, I'm coming. Ezinne, it didn't work. Tell me, talking drum, you're coming. My rush, go outside, go wait for you. Almost eat chicken. All right, no, please just hold on. Let's take Choose Accessory. She has been on the line. Please, let's put our hands together for Choose Accessory.
No, they shout like that. Hello, everyone. I actually wear mini caps. To some, I'm Choose Accessories. To some here, I'm Pastor Chibuzo. But you know, people come into your life in some stages where you really need them. For Pastor Ezinne, I know her in person, not like I know her. But she came into my life when someone I call mentor left the country. And if you're a believer here, you would understand the place of accountability. You understand the place of, at any point in time, you would want someone to, okay, see this, please help me check. And being the kind of person I was, I wanted a big thinker. I didn't want someone that would come into my life and where I was going to, maybe I would have to lower my standards, just to fit in. And when I came across, when our paths crossed, I was taking my time, I was watching, I was taking a lot of things, and she was ticking my boxes until it came to the point where I said, can I submit to you? At some point, if I feel can I submit my thoughts to you and you will be my accountability partner? And that's how I came to know her. When I got the copy of that book, prior to knowing her, I didn't even know, when she would preach, she would say, at the point when I lost my twins, I was just sitting there. I didn't want anything but reading that book gave me an in-depth knowledge. I was like picking through the life of someone that has been through the valleys of the shadows of death. And somehow, she's able to come out of it. And she's all the Dr. Ezinne that we see now. Pastor Ezinne that we see now. So yeah, it will be a great delight to really, really support this vision. If you know me well, apart from preaching on unction, I don't come out in public to talk like that. I wanted to just write it down and just say, okay, this is it. But I'll be supporting the book with a sum of 300,000.
Just leave it like that. Okay, now, this is one of the things I say when I'm privileged to stand behind the microphone. Now, you'll agree with me that if Dr. Ezinne had copied when she was in school, the classmates are here. All right. Okay, so please, sorry for that break in transmission. Okay, now before you leave, I want to quickly do this. If you have a copy of the book, and please, the ushers, you need to help us do this quickly as well. Please don't collect the contact of who does not have the book. If you have a copy of the book, please put down your name and your phone number. All right, we are going to be creating a direct mentorship package from the author or with the author. So if you have the book, put down your name and your phone number. So if you want to have direct access to the author, get the book. And instead it costs you something. Already she has given you a free one today, and I think it's time you just get a share out of the so many struggles she has been through. All right, so put down your name and your phone number. I think you'll get a direct message from the author, and we'll know how to arrange that mentorship package for you. And when we say mentorship package, don't expect it's going to be everlasting. Please, because we like this entitlement mentality. So let's clear the air here now. She's going to reach you for purchasing a copy of her book. And I believe and trust God, she has what she's going to pour into you, as a matter of fact.
Of course, to add to what he has just said, you need a mentor, not a tormentor. So do well to purchase this book and be a part of this mentorship.
All right, please, let's have you. After that, we'll have my very good friend, Dr. Wedenda, please. Please, ma, come.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mercy Ogolo. I'm a ship chandler. I've not met her before. It was on Facebook. I think I was juggling through Facebook. I now saw the Shevolve flyer. I went straight and I registered to attend. Coming here today and everything I just heard, it just resonates to who I want to be. This year already, I told myself that it's not just about business and making money, that I want to have a good personality as a person. I want to have a quality of life. That's what I told myself. So any conference that is going to help me achieve that, I told myself I'm going to attend it, whether I have to pay for it or I don't have to pay for it. I remember when I was 23, 24, I was so determined to do a whole lot of things. And then maybe life just happened. We get lost in business, marriage, and all that. But then I told myself this year, I want that little girl of 23 years I want that kind of courage. And then coming here, I heard a lot of things that I feel closer to what I want to become. So I said I should also launch. So I'll be launching with 150,000 naira. Thank you,
Ma'am. Okay, please, ma'am, please come get a copy. You want one copy or just one copy? Okay, please, let's get her a copy. Okay, 2 copies, right? One for you and your sister. Okay. Now, you can see, this is the first time she's meeting the author. And she's already doing 150,000. You see that money you're holding on to? This money, we have refused. Now, let me tell you the honest truth. With your hands folded this way, you can't receive. It's a principle. For you to receive, you have to spread your hands. Be there. Be looking for money to go and do makeup and snap photo on Monday. Because you want to get new customer for Friday. In fact, if I be a man of God, any evil plan you have on Friday, Holy Ghost. Dr. Wendy, please come.
afternoon, everybody. Chioma and Precious, you made it. I'm happy you made it. Okay, so I'll just say something. I got a call from Dr. Ezinne, and she spoke to me just once. And the next thing, everybody started calling me. Shoes was calling me my sister-in-law. I was like, who is this person? Why is everybody calling me like this because of one person? And I know a lot of you did not, rest because I was all up in your faces shouting Shevolve Summit. And I want to use this opportunity to say thank you to everyone who saw that post and decided to show up. We keep changing the narrative. People have this narrative that we in Port Harcourt, we don't like, knowledge and conferences like this. But, we keep proving them wrong. And I'm going to do 100,000, but I'd love to have 6 copies. And if you're in the WIP community, you are here because of the ad that you saw. And I'm going to call you to come and receive it. But you know how we do it. Please, once you get this book, make a post, put it on your story, tag Dr. Ezinne. You can tag me if you want. Drop a review. Don't just, take it and keep quiet. So let's have 6 people. Yeah, please come. WIP community, you will show me evidence. If you're not following me. Evidence, where's your evidence? Where's your evidence?
Okay, please, whippers. I'm not gonna go back. Back now. No, hold on now. No. Let's do it accordingly. No, please come like this. Verified vendor. Verified vendor. 3, remaining 3. Are you what? How many now? It's remaining 1. 6. Oh yeah, please, if you're not counted, come like this. No, something can be done for you. Just come like this first. If you're not counted, come like this now. Hello? Come like this. Come now. Did they choose you? 1, 2. Who they hide for back there now? 7. But this 4, come like this. Come like this. 4 people. That's 4. That's how much? 60,000. 60,000. Somebody has taken care of. Jesus have paid for you. So you see it. So don't. No, this is how life is. You are struggling to be here, not knowing that provisions have been made for you here. That's how life is. All right, so what you do, you quickly go to somebody. Just walk like this. Just be going. Go and say thank you here. Go and say thank you. Now, all right. That is WIP community. Women in Port Harcourt. This woman, very good woman. Very, very good woman. She doesn't need to know you. She will support whatever you're doing. If you like, start selling sand. She will come to that sand and do video and post. I said, which kind of woman be this? What a woman. And no wonder she's successful. Okay, so somebody want to say something, Ma? Please. All right, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chinayewali. Yeah. So I've known Ezinne since university days. That's since 2001. And we happened to come from the same village. We didn't know. We met up campus fellowship. Pastor Casey is our pastor. So we've known over the year. I will have a lot of, this is still the church. So if I say this is still the church, we know ourselves here. Yeah, so we've known ourselves over the years, and we've seen ourselves evolve to the women we are now. And Pastor Casey is still our pastor, and we have a way of linking up. Ezinne is a phenomenal human being. Like, if you talk with her, anytime you have opportunity to talk with her, you know that you're living with something. This book, I know, is very, very life transforming. I've not read it, and I wish to read it. And with that, I'm going to be picking up 10 copies of this book, because I have a lot of sisters. I have a lot of people that I want them to join me to read this book. I don't want to be the only one being transformed in my circle. I want everybody around me to experience this transformation. Ezinne, I'm really proud of you. I know I've told you this. I've supported the program, but in fact, we'll continue to go on this journey together. Yes, I'm in it. So thank you very much. And I pray that everybody that reads this book, you will not just encounter Ezinne. I know Ezinne is a woman of God. You will also encounter God as you read this book. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, please, can they help me open up? Bring out more copies. Bring out more copies from the carton. All right. All right, Mrs. Anyanwu. Why, Mrs. Anyanwu Darlene? Now, in case you missed out something she said, they started all the way from campus. Pastor K was their pastor on campus. From there, Pastor K moved from being a pastor to being a husband to one, still pastoring the flocks. On that note, you can call Pastor K, he evolved. Man of God. Go ahead, man.
Good afternoon, sisters. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a journey. I'll just, first of all, say something to you. Evolving requires making a conscious effort. Every single thing you believe in will have to change. Status quo is an enemy of transformation. The way it used to be, that is the way I am, is an antidote for failure. You can't be where you are and aspiring to be what you see in her and every of the speakers. The speakers had a time of pain and a time where they manifested. Between these two is the process. The process you will engage in is dependent on the decision you make. And one of the decisions is ability to get this book. Be honest to yourself. If you can afford it, buy it. But if you can't and you find a way to get it, study it. I didn't say read, study. There are two different things. Study. And when you're doing that, you shut down every distractions. It could be your phone, because that's the time you want to encounter the immortals. Wisdom comes from God, and you can't do it in a place of noise. Dr. Ezinne happens to be a sister I know. I'm sure she was very surprised when I called her to be my chief bridesmaid. When I was getting married, I didn't know who to, because I didn't just want anyone around me. And she was surprised. And then when she wanted to do this, for some reason, I couldn't function optimally. But as a function of accountability and responsibility, I called and I explained my situation. And we are here today. What you see is an announcement of hard work, an announcement of sacrifice. Because sometimes we like to see the fanfare, but we don't know the pain, we don't know the tears, we don't know the sleepless nights. We spend a lot of money to make up, but what goes on the inside? When you get back to your room and remove those makeup, that's where the depression comes. Because you have not taken decision to do that you're supposed to do, to invest in yourself. Nobody eats mango and eats the fruit. Nobody does that. You can't eat mango and eat the fruit. So the seed. So that seed is what you will sow to manifest into a mango that generations to come will eat. So invest in yourself. How you're going to do that, I don't know. There are people genuinely that may not afford it. But if you can genuinely afford it and you save money to wear weave on, to wear wigs that will not be a part, it's something that you can afford when you manifest. But do not buy the wig when you have not manifested and you're trying to look like you have manifested when you have not. You are telling yourself a lie. So please, that's just my own little pebble. I'm going through my own, and I do know that by the first quarter, I will be able to evaluate and tell myself the truth. What have you done? What are you supposed to do that you have not done? And what are you doing to be able to get to that point? There is no destination until Christ comes. It's a continuous process. Evolve is a continuous process. Christ says, step up, line upon line, step upon precept upon precept, until Jesus comes. It's a continuous step. So, in all of this, I am supporting my sister with 150,000 naira. God bless you.
Please, a round of applause. Thank you very much, darling. Thank you for supporting this great work. All right, quickly. And please still pen down your names and your phone numbers. Your name, I am serious about it, and she is serious about it. It's going to be one of the connecting rods you will not regret you have made today.
Hello, everyone. Good day. Okay, so my name is Mrs. Favor Ezebuchi, and I would like to buy this book. I'm actually a school owner, and I happen to know Dr. Ezinne through Coach E, which is her best friend. And I've met her just once. And I want to make sure that every child that passes through my school would actually study this book. I've been here for this conference. I don't know what this book is all about, but I am buying it on the relationship and what I have seen in her friend. So it is based on Coach E that I know that she cannot be friends with somebody who is not going her way. So I don't know. I just want to add value to destinies. And I want to sow seed to my generation by impacting every child who crosses year 5 or year 6 in Bastion. So I'll be buying 5 copies of this book. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You can see, so this is based on friendship. Who is your friend? Who is your friend? You go on Instagram, go and be friending rubbish. Only friend that takes you to beer parlor, fun spots, all the new restaurants in Port Harcourt, inside, we can achieve it. And what do I want us to do? We have just one carton left here. And I think in a carton, shouldn't be more than 50 copies or thereabout, or 100 or there. How many? 96. So we have 96 copies left here. Plus this one, 96 copies. And we are more than 96 here that doesn't have the book. Okay? Okay. Augustina, forgive me. Please borrow me to this, my people behind. Let me get closer to them. Let me understand how they are feeling.
As long as they buy the book, I forgive.
You need what? You need the book? You need the book? You sure you need the book? You need the book? Will you read the book? Are you sure you will read the book? You do what? Book review. Now people where they back, they always change a pass. Regular, they always get problem. I don't know why. Okay, now I am here. I am here, and I like us to do something. If we are to discount, now this is the truth of and the cross of the matter. You can't have the book free of charge. If you don't believe that up till now, it means you don't support and value knowledge. You can't have it for free. That's the truth. All right. Now, if you are to purchase the book How much discounts do you want? Do you want to do the meeting? Community meeting, oh yeah? Mona start. Who is your spokesperson? Spokesperson. Who? Speaker. You know, in River State, we have 2 House of Assembly. Martins Amehule and Okojombo. So this is Okojombo and Martins Amehule combined together. Who is going to talk on your behalf? Okay, she should talk on your behalf. And she's wearing suit. They come. Come. So this is the speaker representing the Popular Demand Assembly. Dr. Ezinne, please, I need your ears. As you're snapping the picture, I need your ears. Isn't a fine speaker? All right, so you're speaking on behalf of all these destinies tied to your head. Anything you talk here, they will hold you responsible. So to avoid some of these guys waiting for you outside, if you come out. So you say something reasonable. All right. So how much discount do you want?
Okay, firstly, before I say anything, my name is Nkem of Bristles and Blends. I'm a professional beautician. Okay, so just on behalf of everyone here, I would say my Dr. Ezinne has done well by, giving us a very good discount. But then a 50% discount wouldn't be bad. But then I would say she should give us for 5,000.
Okay. Now, first and foremost, my sister, for bringing you outside here, you started doing advertisement for your company. You will pay us for advert. First and foremost. Now, let's be honest. Do you think, you're going to vote, do you think 5,000 naira is a good price? Yes or no? Okay, if you're in support of yes, let me see your hands. If you want 5,000, let me see your hands. All right? If you think 5,000 is not good enough, let me see your hands as well. Let me see your hands as well. Okay. So from what I can see, there is almost a tie to the 5,000. Okay? You didn't do badly, right? It's a negotiation. Out of her large heart. Her heart enlargement is a problem for hospital, my sister. Okay. So, Augustina, please come. Augustina, please come. Augustina, which price do you think would be okay for a discount? They'll buy. No discount. Yes. Okay. Now, this is it. This is it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay? 10 persons from that crowd. 10 persons from the crowd. But no, you don't know the condition attached to it. Or you don't move. You are moving already. 10 persons from the crowd. You're coming with a sum of 10,000 naira. A subsidized rate of 5,000 naira. I am paying for the 5,000 naira. So, I am paying for you. I'm doing the 5,000 naira on top. So, where are the 10? So, Augustine, please select 10 people. Please select 10 people. Please, if they touch you, just come forward. If they touch you, just come for stand that way. Stand that way. Stand that way. All right. Okay, so that's 11. I don't complete. Many are called. 10 are chosen. Okay, so the rest of us can go back to our seats. Okay, so no. The ushers will confirm your transfer, and that will be it. All right. I'm also trying to evolve. So I'll join my pastor and evolve. Pastor K. Okay. Now, ladies, this is one opportunity I don't think any of us should miss. So we have more copies left. If you want to get for yourself, please kindly come. If you want to get a copy for yourself, please kindly come. Please kindly come. If you want to get a copy for yourself, please kindly come. Okay, so please, the ushers, please, can you just move into that, just move into the space. Let them confirm your transfer. Just move into that space. Madam, you want to buy, right? Okay, just meet the ushers. Let them give you your copy quickly. Let them give you your copy and you pay them quickly. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Is there a gentleman here? Ladies and me. Don't be like, so now let me be the gentleman here. Ladies and some gents. All right, it's a good one. Please just move to this space. Move to this space, please. Please, the person still standing by the carpet. Please, can you move into the space, please? Please move into the space, please. All right, the copies of the books are still available. And please put your hands together for my chief compere. She just got a copy for herself. Please, let's clap for her. Let's clap for her. Augustina, a very good personality.
Thank you so much, Pastor Talking Drum. It's been amazing with you. And one more time, please let's celebrate ourselves for making it this far. We hope you draw your attention back because we're about to take you to another level of the summit. And right about now, we're about to hear from a renowned speaker.
Yeah, she's a coach, she's a speaker, she's a corporate trainer, a capacity builder. A capacity builder, and she strives for continuous leadership, in part, leaving an enduring mark on the path towards a better Africa and a better world. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege to talk to us for the next couple of minutes. She goes by the name with abbreviation DDK. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Debola Deji.
Debola Deji Kurumi is a best-selling author, keynote speaker, public policy advisor, corporate trainer, empowerment specialist, and transformational coach for visionary leaders. Through her research-driven and exceptional work of coaching, consulting, and capacity building, Debola deploys her extraordinary gift of unlocking genius in individuals, institutions, and nations. She is the founder of Immerse Coaching Company, a professional coaching practice, executive director at Ideation Hub Africa, a public policy and impact advisory firm, president at Kingdom Leaders Global Alliance, a faith-based multiracial network, and curator of the Future Forward Female Movement, including its archetypical coaching mastermind, assessment, awards, and blueprint. Across these organizations, she leads a vibrant 100,000 plus community of change makers. Debola is a certified visionary leadership coach by the Oleg Konovalov Global Coaching Certification, a Gallup certified strengths coach, and a certified masteries practitioner by the International Association of Coaching USA. She is a highly sought trainer and consultant for SMEs, multinational corporations, international development agencies, and government, as well as sits on the board of organizations. She has delivered executive coaching, team building retreats, and senior leadership training for organizations, including the World Bank, Luminate Africa, Lagos State Government, NLNG, Owando Foundation, Chams PLC, Pernod Ricard, Seplat Energy, Azela, VFD Bridge, FSDH, amongst others. Debola has been severally recognized for her outstanding leadership impact with her groundbreaking work featured on TV, international news, and media. She has received several awards, including 2014 New Leader for Tomorrow at the Crans Montana Forum, Geneva. In 2018, she was selected by the US government as one of Africa's most promising young leaders and a Mandela Washington Fellow. She has been honored as one of 100 most inspiring Nigerian women 2019 and was announced as Nigeria's leading coach at the 2021 Motherland Awards. She's also been recognized as one of Nigeria's 50 most inspiring women in Nigeria 2022 by Business Day, Nigeria's 50 most inspiring authors 2023, 100 Women Shaping a Better Africa 2023, and ABCD Africa's 50 Most Impactful Voices 2023. DDK, as she's fondly called, is an author of 25 books and has spoken across Africa, UAE, Europe, and America to C-suite leaders, high-performing teams, SME owners, and purpose-driven people. With a standing ovation, Shevolve Summit, join me as I welcome Debola Deji Koromi.
Hello and precious greetings to you, my extraordinary female leaders and amazing visionary women who have joined us at Shevolve Summit 2025. Special congratulations to you, my darling Ezinne. Happy 40th birthday, and see how far God has carried you. I rejoice with you, and I am sending you all my love on this remarkable occasion. I really have been very inspired by your growth, your evolution, and your leadership journey. I'm truly proud of you, and I know that you are having a truly remarkable time at Shevolve Summit 2025. There have been challenges on the journey to getting here, but you have been resilient and you have demonstrated a remarkable degree of conviction about the vision that you carry and the change that you want to make in the world. So well done. Great congratulations. And I'm sharing in the joy of today with you. Shout out to my darling Ezinne Bolaji Olojo, NDB, Bisola Kuku, and all the remarkable people who are sharing precious moments with you at this incredible convening. Allow me to start off by also recognizing and celebrating you amazing women who have come together to experience the power of transformation. You, for sure, are the kind of women that will become generational pattern breakers, legacy leaders, and the custodians of wealth for this generation and the ones to come. I thank God for you, and I thank God for the vision that has been awakened in your heart, because you now find yourself at an important threshold of transformation. You are at the door of dominion, and you are about to step into a realm of remarkable results in your life. It gives me absolute joy to bring you this keynote, though I can't be with you in person today, because right in the city of Lagos at this time, We're also hosting a coaching retreat for a community who work in the social impact space. But 100%, thankfully, the power of technology allows us to continue to, just break barriers and create stunning, significance together. And that is why I'm able to record this for you, trusting and knowing that because there are no barriers that cannot be overcome, this conversation is still going to carry a lot of power and is still going to give you the answers that you need in the course of my time with you today. We are exploring this very remarkable theme, Dare to Evolve, the power of reinvention. And I believe with all my heart that you are interacting with such great degree of light that will move you into excellence and into success in the coming days. I believe that the conversation that will be activated all through Shevolve Summit will hold for you the important pieces of your toolkit for transformation. There will be some things you hear from me, some things you hear from Ezinne, some things you hear from the panel, maybe even some things you'd hear from fellow visionaries in the room during your networking and interactions. My challenge and encouragement to you is that you 100% take these things back home with you and you really begin to ask yourself, what kind of change can I make on the account of the light that is reaching my heart? I always like to say that knowledge acquisition is not where the true miracle happens. The true miracle happens in knowledge application. And I believe with all my heart that you are that kind of woman who is going to take knowledge and use it to transform your life and to shift yourself into new dimensions of growth and greatness. Dare to evolve because we are in a dispensation of personal brands, and personal reinvention allows you to continue to be on the cutting edge of change, on the cutting edge of opportunities, and on the cutting edge of success. It matters that we get into this, conversation around reinvention because you are on a path of progress. The world you were born into no longer exists, and there is so much dynamism happening in this decade. Things are shifting so quickly, and the world is just moving so radically into new spaces of inventions and innovations that everything has shifted in the way we interact, in the way we do business, in the way we work, in the way we create value, make money, and live our lives. And as the world continues to evolve, for you to be at your cutting edge, you always have to ask yourself, in what areas of my life am I being invited to become more and to move past my pain and my pressure into purpose and prosperity? And that is the kind of conversations you can expect to experience at Shevolve Summit 2025. So because we are in a decade of dynamism, you have to explore the power of your evolution. The second reason it really matters for you to desire to evolve is because you are actually wired for evolution. The human life is actually naturally wired for progression. The best of you is going to be released as you keep making progress season after season. And there is this quote by Buckminster Fuller that I think really resonates for this kind of thoughts that I'm about to share with you. He said, there's nothing about the caterpillar that shows it will be a butterfly. And this really is about the power of evolution. That at any point in your life, there's someone you can become that you haven't even fully seen, and nobody might be able to even attach to your name. But if you continue on the path of progress and you continue to intentionally invest in your growth, there are places you can go that you have not even got into right now. A third reason it matters for you to evolve is because life does happen. And there's a way we sometimes say life be life in. Now, if you have gone through a difficult experience, if you have experienced grief or pain, or you faced a transition or moved into a new location or gotten married, had a baby, the events that happen to us introduce, or sudden significant events that happen to us can introduce unanticipated reactions in your mind, in your body, in your environment, that you have to relearn yourself and open yourself up to reinvention so that your next evolution can help you overcome the limitations of where you were before life happened. So evolution is a big deal. And I mean, I think that it's really special that God will put a vision in Ezinne's heart that pulls women in to start to explore how can we ensure that we're closing what I love to call our evolution gaps. And that is why we are at the summit, right? I want to show you in my work as a coach, a thought leader, a young woman myself on the path of growth and greatness. I want to show you certain arenas of your life where you can actually take the charge and the challenge to dare to evolve. These areas will be so defining for you in the course of this decade because they are spaces where you can shape up your most radical evolutions and your most rapid executions. These areas in your life, if you prioritize them and you know what to do and you use some of the insights I will share with you in my short time with you, I believe that they can open you up to success, they can open you up to healing, they can open you up to wealth, and it can really help you create a 2025 by design that keeps you in peace and prosperity and allows you never compromise the values that matter the most to you. You always have to remember that in the pursuit of success, you are not permitted to violate the deepest values that you hold dear to your heart. And so I want to show you areas that might be calling you to evolution, areas that might be calling you to reinvention. And as you pay attention to some of these critical areas, you might find a resonance as I speak today, and you're saying, hey, DDK, it really makes sense to me that this is an area I should focus on if I'm going to be able to create next level transformation in my life. And that is what we want to sit into in the time that I have with you. The first area I want to challenge you to take a new look at, because this is a space that might be inviting you to shift and to evolve into greater growth, greater success, greater efficiency, greater joy. The first area I would love to highlight is around your vision. You might have to evolve your vision, and that will be the first P, called the P of purpose. You might have to evolve your vision. You might carry an image of the future that is too small for what God wants to do with you next. You might carry a vision of the future that has been hampered by your environment. You might carry a vision of the future that has been severely limited by your background or experiences. And so today, as you're listening to me, I want you to begin to ask fresh questions. If the vision I hold of the future happens, would I be living my best life? Would I be operating at my highest dimensions of strength and giftings? And would that be the kind of life that bedazzles me and inspires me, and the kind of life I want to pass on to my children? So you might find that you have held onto a vision of a future you that has become too small in comparison to what God is calling you into. So you have to dial back a bit and actually utilize the power of visioning to catch a bigger dream and to step into a bigger sense of purpose in the course of this year. Everyone knows that there are some books that I always love to recommend when it comes to visioning. And one of my favorite books definitely is Hello Tomorrow by Dr. Cindy Train. So I want to really encourage you that as you go on the path of evolution and as you dare to reinvent yourself on a really powerful level, that you ask important questions around your vision and you really begin to say, am I holding a vision of a future that inspires me today to take action toward my tomorrow? A second area of your life where I want you to consider a reinvention is in your mindset. You can evolve your mindset, and that is the P of paradigms. And this I find is actually an area for so many women. It's many times the most remarkable space of growth and transformation for so to you is to begin to think about what you're thinking about. My challenge to you is to begin to question why you hold the beliefs that you hold. There are women who think that their success is limited by the environment. There are women who think that having children and raising their children has derailed them from their life's purpose. There are women who think they don't have the money they need to build the business or the vision they have in their hearts, so they can't do anything about it. There are women who feel like if they married a different man, their lives would have been better. There are women who feel like if they had an Ivy League education, they would have been able to do more remarkable things. You have to break your own barriers and you have to question your own inner limits. You ought to evolve your mindset intentionally. And 2025 is a great year to do that. There's a great resource by Carol Dweck that is called Psychology as the mindset and psychology, I think, as the new path to success. But there's this great book about the power of the mind that has been written by Carol Dweck that I heartily recommend as a resource for you to check out. Number 3, you ought to evolve your habits and your lifestyle. And this is the P of practices. You have to carefully take a fresh look at how you live, when you wake up, when you go to bed, what you do with your time, and the most recurring activities that go on in your days, daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, annually. And you really have to begin to introduce into your lifestyle the activities that help you become who you really prefer to be. It matters for you to ask the question, is this the person that I prefer to be? Does the way that I spend and invest my time really, really challenge me to become a better version of myself? There are people who binge on Netflix. There are people who spend too long on Instagram. And this is the year to check your practices with care and to evolve your habits and your lifestyle in a way that can truly become transformational for you. A book I heartily recommend for you to check out is Atomic Habits by James Clear, because that's really going to help you shape up how you invest in your daily habits and in your overall lifestyle so that you can build a more growth-oriented life in 2025. Number 4, an area of your life you can intentionally evolve is around your expertise. You can evolve your expertise and your skill set, and that can radically shift you into greater opportunity and more success. And that is number 4P of proficiency. This again is an area that I see many women needing to make radical adjustments if they want to create more powerful success in their lives. So I am encouraging you to make 2025 the year that you dare to actually evolve, especially when it comes to your skill sets and when it comes to your expertise. I want you to really prioritize the desire to be so good that you can't be ignored. And that is the book I'm recommending as the 4th book you could explore if you're in a space in your life right now where you feel like, DDK, I want to grow my skills, I want to grow my expertise, and I want to know how to stand out in my space. And that surely is the book So Good They Can't Ignore You by Carl Newport. At number 5, you can evolve your relationships. Again, I feel like this is a space many women can do better and many women can create success in their lives by just shifting to the next level. Some of us have very many sentimental relationships that we have just created based on who lives in my neighborhood, who goes to the same church as I go to, who can I write to work with, or who are my work colleagues, and who are my in-laws and friends from secondary schools. And you just have this coalition of relationships you have built unintentionally, introducing drama, trauma, and stigma into your life. But 2025 can be the year of reinvention, where you evolve your relationships. And this is the P of partnerships. There's definitely a book I really recommend if you want to really grow mastery in your relationships and make them really meaningful for purpose and driving toward your higher goals in 2025. And that is Relational Intelligence by Darius Daniels. At number 6, you can evolve your brand. We don't talk about this enough, but I have found that we are actually in the dispensation of personal brands. You can use self-made media, your Instagram, your LinkedIn, your Facebook, to position yourself correctly. And that is the P of positioning. You can evolve your brand. Look at what Ezinne has done in just short years of becoming intentionally and really positioning herself courageously as the go-to thought leader and voice when it comes to personal transformation and when it comes to mindset shifts. And that is what has even led us to the Shevolve Summit. We're here because a woman, caught a powerful vision and maintained courage in the face of obstacles to bring us into an atmosphere where we challenge ourselves to make progress and to step into higher possibilities. So whether you're a businesswoman, a homemaker, a career professional, a nonprofit leader, a ministry gift, or even a woman in transition or someone in the academia, a student, wherever you are, the question this year has to be, what kind of personal brand am I building and what impression am I creating in the hearts of my most critical stakeholders? You can evolve your brand. And at number 7, you can evolve your wealth. This could be the year where you grow your financial literacy and financial knowledge, and you start to set up systems to better save, budget, invest, earn higher, and do much more with money. This is the P of prosperity. And you also have to reckon that prosperity is not even just about your finances, but it's all these extraordinary opportunities that you have to create value, to earn from the value you create, not only financially, but in other ways that enrich your life and contribute to your ability to do more for yourself and for society. So we've talked about how you can evolve your vision. We've talked about how you can evolve your mindset. We've talked about how you can evolve your habits and your lifestyle. We've talked about how you can evolve your expertise, how you can evolve your relationships, how you can evolve your brand, and how you can evolve your wealth. And across all these arenas, I challenge you to build out your action plan for 2025, knowing that nothing moves till you move it. Nothing moves till you move it. Now, I will be leaving you with a quote that is really marked my mind by a man called Brendan Borchard. And it says, "A time comes in the lives of those who are destined for greatness when we have to stand by the mirror of meaning to ask, why, having been endowed with a courageous heart of a lion, do we live as mice? If we've been endowed with the courage of a lion, why do we live our lives so miserly, so fearfully, and so carelessly?" I believe with all my heart that 2025 is a different year. It's a year where you can step into your personal power and change the game by changing how you see the world. I believe with all my heart that even if you have been through difficult experiences in your past, you are now at the beginning of breakthroughs. God can forge you forward and move you in the direction of majestic mastery. You can become the woman in the heart of God. You can step into original design and you can experience destiny developments that shift you into defining your defining destiny. I believe with all my heart that your joy is going to break open to an unprecedented level of greatness in 2025. But you have to place yourself where you see yourself. I'm glad that you are at the summit. I know that we have supporting resources that will come after the summit. And I can't wait to read from you in another 6 months, another year, another 3 to 5 years, when you start to fully step into the unique arenas of greatness and impact that God has for you. I believe the best of you. I expect that this summit will favor you. I know that you're going to do great things and you're going to find the people that can build with you so that you can live your life the way that you prefer, not based on circumstances. Again, Ezinne, I am so proud of you. I am so pleased to stand with you, and I believe that you are going to go forward from this phase and season of your life into breakthroughs, and you're going to have such accomplishments, not only in the way that you impact the world, but in the woman that you're becoming. I love you very much. I'm so proud of you. I expect to hear of the great things that happened at this conference, and I look forward to hosting you when you're in Lagos again so that we can throw you a small party in honor of the exceptional woman that you are. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share this moment with you, and I am excited convening, and I'll see you soon. Hello.
Just let's celebrate her one more time. Thank you so much, the media team. Right about now, we're about to invite our spoken word artists in the house to come keep us thrilled and entertained, to take us to the panel session. Please make welcome Sophia, the spoken word artist.
Please, a warm round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this privilege. Once again, I'm Sophia. It is time. This is not a call for solidarity. It is a call for intentionality. See, you can't afford to continue doing the same thing over and over again and hope to rise above the ordinary. To be extraordinary is to be intentional. It's a call for creativity, creative minds that breaks the gene of mediocrity. See, you can't be called Imole when you've not caused your light to shine. God said, let your light so shine that they will see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. This is no mere sound of rhymes. It is putting in the work, because you're too beautiful to be neglected, too intelligent to be pushed aside, so talented to be ignored. The oil on your head, they flow like the rivers of living waters. Even Kenji Damplai can outshine your light, because the crown on your head is so beautiful. I need you to fit it well, knowing that you're in charge of your destiny. Like Iyabasira, she doesn't joke with her recipe. So hold on to your dreams like bread and butter. I know sometimes you doubt. You doubt your strength. You doubt your growth. You doubt your capacity. You doubt your capability. You even doubt if truly you are created in His image and in His likeness. That's because you allow the spirit of fear creep in and exchange your faith for fear. And at every point, you're seeking for validation. You're seeking for validation to know if truly you're beautiful. If truly you're good enough for that position, if truly you have the technology know-how for that contract. That is what fear does. See, fear is the belief that God is not with you. You have little faith. You see, the interesting thing, or can I say, the catchy thing about fear is that even though it's like a shadow that accompanies you wherever you go, to fear is a choice. Oh yes, quote me, wherever you go, to fear is a choice. You either choose to fear or not. You either choose to fear or not. You either choose to fear or break out of inferiority complex and know that you're created for more. See, we walk around like cats who have 9 lives, believing that in the next life we can be brave as women. But why are we never brave enough as women for today? That's the question for you all seated here to answer. We always say tomorrow. Hope that by tomorrow we'll be given another opportunity to try again. But tomorrow isn't even promised unless we've all gone wrong. He wants us to be brave as women today. Brave right now. Now check this. The voice of fear will be present in situations where there's an opportunity for you to be brave. See, Even Peter, who walked with the Savior himself, almost said yes to bravery until he was engulfed with fear, so he sunk and fear won. See, bravery is simply an exchange of fear for faith. And our faith in Jesus comes with a peace, an inner peace that defiles all fears, a peace that confronts, not one that backs out or backs out, a peace that comes with bravery. Bravery will say, peace be still. In the face of oppositions, in the face of the uncertainties in the deeper places, and saying yes, yes to being all that He has created you to be. Do you not know that you are fire? You are the flame that keeps the nations awake. You are the signal of smoke that speaks into the industry. Do you not know you are a woman? You are a woman made to evolve. You are a multiplier. Do you not know that you shine effortlessly? Do you not know that you are fire? So I dare you. I dare you seated here to take the bull by the horn and pursue your dreams, because you are not less. You are made for more than your mind can grasp, more than you can imagine. The seed of Abraham, God said, as far as your eyes can see, you have it. You are not small, you are big, bigger than the biggest mountain. So I dare you to say no to fear. I dare you to say no to inferiority complex. I dare you to say no to imposter syndrome. I dare you to say no to all the negative thought the devil has put inside of you, and say yes to what Jesus has to say. He said you are a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar one, the one called out of darkness into His marvelous light. He said He has created you in His image and in His likeness. He carved you for a reason. He structured you for a purpose, and He breathed into you to fulfill destiny. So I dare you seated here to arise, shine. The sky is so big. Thank you.
Wow, what an impactful spoken word. You know, it is one thing to memorize and cram what you want to say, and it is another thing to speak out of the abundance of the heart. Please, one more time, can we put our hands together for Sophia for that wonderful, wonderful word? And you know, the truth is, if you want to even succeed as a man, you must lean on the wings of womanhood, whether you like it or not. And most men who understand this have always capitalized on it, and that is why they are doing excellently well. All right, one more time, I like us to, I think he's not in the hall at the moment. Can we one more time put our hands together for Pastor K? Let's put our hands together one more time for Pastor K. You know, and Pastor K, while we're clapping for you, is that you keep supporting Dr. Ezinne for all she has to do. Because, like whether you like it or not, what is going to happen from this moment onward, it's going to be tripled. It's a quantum leap. Time is compressed. If you don't know it now. Just as the devil is eager to wrap it up, God is much more eager to win you over. So that's the last day's agenda. So whether you like it or not, God is looking for people who are available, and Dr. Ezinne is one of them. Let's put our hands together for her one more time. Okay, I think we're about to take the panel session. And I think just don't be in a hurry to leave. You still have a lot to learn out of this. And after this, we are gradually bringing it to a close. Please, I'd like to plead, Dr. Ezinne. Dr. Ezinne, I don't know, I'd like to plead now that we still have a handful of your friends around, if we can take the cake. The cake. Okay. All right. Please, let's go ahead, Augustina.
Shevolve 2025. All right. We're definitely wrapping up soon. I want to once again thank you for spending your Saturday with us. I hope it has been transformative and also inspiring. Taking us on the next panel discussion, we have, of course, 3 amazing speakers that will be speaking to us on this particular topic, and our moderator still remains our very own NDB. Our very first speaker is Ezinne Bolaji Olojo. Please let's hear her bio just before she joins us on stage. Yes, the media team.
Please, man, can you take a stand while we take your biography,
Ezinne Bolaji Olojo is a health coach extraordinaire, first-class sociology graduate, and a woman on a mission to change lives, one healthy habit at a time. Ezinne is someone who embodies intentionality and transformation in the most inspiring way. From shedding 30 kg in just 4 months after her first baby to becoming a US certified health mindset and habits coach and an Australia certified gut health coach, Ezinne's journey is nothing short of phenomenal. She is the brain behind the powerful documentary Save Our Children and the author of Wellness Champions. Ezinne, popularly known as Coach E, has helped countless women and families break unhealthy cycles, and now she's bringing that same heat to Shevolve. Her story, her passion, and her intentionality will leave you ready to embrace your best life. Join me as I welcome the phenomenal Ezinne Bolaji Olojo.
Please, a one round of applause.
Joining Ezinne is none other than Bisola Kuku.
Kuku is a seasoned management consultant at one of the world's leading global consulting firms with a stellar career spanning years in the energy sector. Known for her strategic insight and exceptional communication skills, she collaborates with senior leaders to drive organizational transformation, operational efficiency, and sustainable growth. Before her consultant career, Bisola honed her expertise at a top international energy company in Nigeria, where she built her skills as an engineer and a business planner. Her passion for education and mentorship led her to co-found the Tube Mentorship Program in 2021, a transformative initiative equipping over 100 graduates with essential workplace skills like communication, leadership, and problem solving. The program has successfully prepared graduates to secure roles at leading companies and postgraduate scholarships at Ivy League schools, creating a network of young professionals poised to drive change across Africa. Bisola is also an advocate for empowering young talent, sharing her knowledge through leadership forums and mentoring initiatives. Outside her professional life, she enjoys spending quality time with her family and embracing the vibrant energy of her 2 young sons. Please join me as I welcome Bisola Kuku.
The woman who caught my eyes with her very dazzling look. Welcome. And third on the panel session, ladies and gentlemen, we have our very own pioneer, Dr. Ezinne Okiliahi. Please, our bio. And for our very own moderator, please let's have our bio of the moderator, NDB.
Ngozi Divine Basil, NDB, is a seasoned professional with over 8 years of experience in project management, business strategy, and leadership. As the General Manager, Strategy and Business Performance at Immerse Coaching Company, she drives growth, fosters innovation, and inspires her team to deliver exceptional results. A coaching masteries practitioner, Ngozi blends strategic thinking with a passion for excellence, shaping organizational culture and crafting solutions that enhance client retention and business performance. With a proven track record of delivering transformative results, she has contributed to organizations like Alio Africa Group and the Bank of Agriculture, helping them achieve measurable success. Ngozi is a visionary leader dedicated to continuous learning and inspiring those around her to aim higher, think bigger, and achieve more. Ladies, please join me as I welcome Ngozi Divine Basil.
A warm applause for our panel 2, our moderator NDB, Dr. Ezinne Okulehe, and of course our dazzling Eziaha and Kuku Ezinne.
Thank you so much. How is your energy right now? Now I mean physical energy, not mental energy. How are you feeling? Can you take one more panel session? Your mind can take it. Remember, transformation starts from where? Exactly. Give yourselves a round of applause for being committed and dedicated to your vision. Is that all you're giving yourselves? And a round of applause for my beautiful panelists, my beautiful sisters. If you know, you know. Thank you so much. Dr. Ezinne, thank you. I particularly honor you for saying yes to the vision. If you didn't say yes, we won't be here today. We may not be here. Maybe somebody will do another Shevolve Summit, and the men will be there. But thank you for saying yes. Thank you for answering the call. That thing that God laid on your heart that was burning, you said yes. You didn't sleep on it, despite the disruptions in your life and the challenges. So thank you. Please let's give her a round of applause. So I'll come to you. My first question is for you. With everything that has happened in your life, you've still built an impressive career. Sometimes I look at your life, I think I can say the same for all of them, but I'll start from you. When I look at you, I'm like, how does she really pull all these things off? How do you do it, right? Beyond telling us, oh, there's the vision that is born in our hearts, the passion and everything. How have you been able to shape, like, your life's journey? You've partnered with God, I know, but how have you been able to create the things that you've created so far? Give us practical steps. I know that the reason I asked about your mental energy, some people are tired of it starts from the mind. Give us the tools that we can live here with today.
Thank you very much, the phenomenal NDB. We are all repping Immerse Coaching Company and our pro coach, DDK. I appreciate you, Ma. I don't know if you're listening, but we love you. We love you. Okay, so the question is, how have I been able to do what I do and juggle all those things I do to produce the kind of results that I do?
Yeah.
I would wrap it down to maybe 3 things. And I would say support, structure, systems. 3 S's that have helped me to deliver the quality of work and results that I do in my life. Number 1, support. Number 2, systems. Number 3, structure. And let's break it down so that it's not sounding like MBA thing. It's as simple as having a no disturb notification on every day of my life, or like for the past 1 year or 2 years, I think. My phone goes on a no disturb mode from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. because that's when I do my quality work. The only people that can access me at that time is a call from my children's school, it's a call from my husband, it's a call from my assistant, these 3 people. And because they know that that's the time I do my quality work, they don't just randomly call me. So if I see a call, I know that is important. Take, for example, when I was writing this book, I had a target goal to write at least 1,000 words a day. And I calibrated that goal to how many hours it would take me per day. I have a friend here, Oluchi. Is she still here? I don't know if she's still here. But I remember one day she walked into my office in that zone. I was in that zone. She by herself carried her laptop on her back. I was like, we will see later. And that does not mean that I'm not a good friend. It's just that I respect my time.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't want to give her a time that is not quality and not have productive work. So this is simple, but so important. And then having support systems, that structure, having systems at home that helps me do what I do outside the home. Just like Irogoma was saying, I'm not born to suffer. And so because of that, there are some things I must pay for so that I can pursue my vision. One of those things is that in a certain time of my life, I realized, okay, that I cannot be in the kitchen every day. And with the help and support of my husband, I outsource cooking at that time. I remember one year, I got into the year, my house staff was not available. I was doing some new things at my office. I was doing multiple things. So for 1 month, I outsourced cooking and came back to status quo. So you must understand yourself and outsource some certain things. There are things, it's not everything that you must do. It's not everything that you must do. So you outsource what you must not do so that you can do what you must do.
Oh, yeah.
That's basically it.
That's so good. And this is the second time that systems and structures are coming back to us in this event, right? Now you hear it. I know it's sounding strange for some people. How will I not cook in my husband's house? Well, you know what systems and structures mean to you. So you look at your life, you assess, and like she said, and she's the second speaker that is talking about it. There's something called the Eisenhower matrix, right? So knowing what is urgent and important. Knowing what is important but not urgent, right? Then the ones that are not urgent and important. So you assess them, you know what it is, and you know how you can sort that out in your life. All right? Thank you so much, Dr. Ezinne. I'm going to build on that question and even Dr. Ezinne's response. You're living your bedazzled life. That's what I can say. When I see you, I'm like, oh my God, you're helping women build their for purpose body. You're big on faith. You're a YouTuber. You're an author. I'm like, how are you doing it? Are you running on some superpower and all? So basically, with the passion you have for the things that God has called you to do, how are you able to maintain discipline, growth, productivity, right? What key principles do you have that have helped you stay consistent? Because I see your post, I see your YouTube. I'm like, every week you are dropping something. I'm on your mailing list. How are you able to stay consistent, really, and do all of these things?
Hello, everybody. I thought we were going to dance.
I thought so,
we were going to dance, you know. There's always time to dance, Bisola. Which one is we don't have time? But we're going to keep the dance. We'll dance afterwards. Yeah. Thank you for staying till this time. Thank you for investing in yourself. And Dr. Ezinne, you girl are a whole star. I've been calling her Queen Volve. Queen Volve. Yeah. No, if you're going to use that name, you're going to have to pay me. You can't just be shouting. Should I drop my account number? Instead of sending the money for the books to her, you send it to me. I'm so proud of you, darling. Okay. So how have I been able to maintain discipline? You guys have heard so much today, and I'm just, even coming here, I kind of had an open mind, but I'm just so thankful that I am feeling provoked in the best way. Like, I'm serious, because I didn't come, I just had an open mind. I was just here, but I'm so provoked. I was taking notes. I'm like, I know what to do. I got clarity about a certain decision. And for those who upgraded, I was talking about it. I just broke out my phone, looked at a timeline, and I said, by this time, I'll take this decision just from being in this beautiful room with people like you. Yeah. So we've learned so much, right? One way that I will share that I've stayed disciplined, if you know me, by the grace of God, I'm very disciplined, I'm very consistent, and I don't even try to water it down. I don't try to, there's no self-deprecation, there's no, I didn't know, because discipline is freedom. Structure is freedom.
Yes.
Consistency is beautiful, and quite honestly, like our mentor would say, PDDK, consistency is a 21st century superpower.
Oh, yes.
So I'm telling all of you, I'm telling you that first, so that you start to embrace it and not be like, I just don't want to be, I don't want to be caged, I want to be free, I want to be, Freedom is discipline. Discipline is freedom. So I'll share one thing. You've heard many things, and I really want you to apply it. But there's one thing that I want to share, and that is give every hour an assignment. I think that one of the mistakes that we make is that we just let the day go. I have 2 boys. One is 10, and the other will be 8. Even my children know that you don't just let the day go. You just wake up, you just go, your children eat for 2 hours, and it's okay. And then you get your phone, you're there for, Give every hour an assignment. So you wake up, say you wake up at 5 o'clock. Before you sleep, I learned this from one of my coaches. I'm a student of many beautiful teachers per season. So I learned this from Marie Forleo. And she talked about this rule where you plan your day the night before. So you kind of wake up into an organized day.
Yes.
You step into the day. You've assigned every hour an assignment. So maybe wake up at 5. You're a person of faith. You take maybe 5 to 6 to pray. And then after that, you go, I'm a woman, I'm like a mother. I love cooking. So I want to free all of you that like cooking. Like, it's okay to outsource, but I love to cook. I enjoy the process. So I'm the girl who you see in the kitchen cooking up a storm for my family with Jesus' joy in my heart. Like, don't even come into that space. I don't like to cook for people, but for my family, I'm like, yes, constantly cooking for them. So I take that time in the kitchen. As I'm in the kitchen, I'm maybe listening to PDDK or listening to one of my teachers or listening to my amazing pastor, Pastor Sam Adeyemi. I do all of that. Then maybe I come out of there, we go for family devotion. Then after that, I work from home, I run my business. Well, listen, I take my bath. I don't work in my nightwear.
Oh, yes.
I take my bath and I dress up. If you come into my house at 8 o'clock or before 8 o'clock, you see me at my home office dressed up. You think I'm going somewhere. I say not like this. This time I'm looking fancy. But we dress up and stay at home. And then I go, okay, from like Ezinne said, I have a work block, 8 to so and so time I'm working. I know, okay, I want to work on this at this time, including my sleep, including my play, including the time that I will come and respond to the 100 million WhatsApp messages that are there, including time when I want to quickly check on this, including time when I want to watch those YouTube videos that make me laugh. You guys know them now. There's some videos that you're just like, please, I've worked enough. Let me just watch one skit that will make me laugh. All of that. If you do that, you will get so much out of your day. Now remember, I'm not telling you not to have time to play. I'm saying put it on the schedule.
Oh, yes.
I'm not saying don't have time to sleep. Baby, you should sleep. But you want to put it on the schedule. Is this time that is unallocated, that you just go freestyle through your day, and then you get to the end of the day, you're like, what did I get done? Then you get to the end of the month, and you're like, oh my goodness. And you get to the end of the quarter, and you're like, huh. And the next year, you're like, oh, I'm going to make New Year resolutions. Baby, if you do not track your hours, then you're not going to get the results that your beautiful life deserves.
I love it. That was so good. It's just reminding me of what DDK said as she was closing out. She says, build out an action plan in 2025 because nothing moves till you move it. Literally what you just explained. Are you guys getting the practical tools? Is it still sounding up there to you? You can relate now, right? And I want to encourage you to do something. I know after the summit, we talked about networking. Most of you may be coming to meet, you may be meeting each other. You might come to the speakers to say, oh, I want you to mentor me. I want you to do this. You don't have to have them or have their numbers for them to mentor you. Even from this session, you can listen to what they are saying and what they are not saying. I picked something from what Coach E just said right now. She said, I am a woman of many amazing coaches. You're seeing her successful in her life right now. What are the things what are the things she's listening to?
Who are the people in her life? You can pick that. There's something else she talked about. She said, while cooking, I'm watching messages, I'm doing this one, I'm doing that one. You will say, oh, I don't have time. I don't have time for this. I can't take the course now because of this. But she's cooking and she's doing it. So listen with your ears, with your eyes, with your mind, and pick what they're telling you directly and even indirectly. And you will leave here armed, really armed and ready to take on 2025. All right. Who did I bless? I love it. I'll come to the beautiful Bisola. So your career journey is actually very inspiring. You've worked in the energy sector, an industry that has been mostly dominated by men, actually. So what decisions, what mindset shifts, what barriers did you have to break to excel? I'm sorry, please forgive me. You didn't just work in that industry. You have excelled in the industry, and you're doing amazing right now in the other things that you do. So what mindset shift did you have? What barriers did you have to break to enable you succeed and get to where you are today?
Thank you so much, Andy B. And is it afternoon or evening now? I'm not even sure.
Good evening.
Good day, everyone. Good evening, everyone. So thank you so much for staying till this time. And Ezinne, thank you for having us. Super proud of you. You know that. Okay, so what has allowed me to succeed in the industry? So, as many of us know, the energy sector is one that is male-dominated, right? So even right from school, doing engineering, you're used to being one of the very few females in the class. I remember so clearly sitting in one lecture, and the lecturer looked at me. So you know how the lecturers are, he sits in the podium, or rather the lecturer sits or is standing on the podium and looks at me, and I remember him literally pointing directly at me, and he's like, what course are you studying? I'm like, electrical engineering. And he's like, oh, so do you plan to back your baby while you are at the project site?
Oh, no.
Right? And in that moment, I felt very picked on. But the reality as well was I had never thought it was too unusual because I come from a family of engineers, right? So have a lot of engineers in the family, a lot of doctors, both male and female. So at that moment, that was one of the first moments when I'm like, okay, it could actually be different, right? Being the only one. But I digress. Now, what are the things that have actually helped me? Right. One is the fact that I recognize that I am unique and I embrace that uniqueness. And this is not just from a male-female perspective, right? It is literally me. I'm different from Asia, I'm different from Ezinne. I have my strengths that are very different from theirs, right? And so even when I started to work, I looked at women who were ahead of me and I'm like, this is not necessarily my personality, right? For a while, I'll be honest, I tried to fit in. I'm like, oh, this is the person I want to be like. Okay, so I need to be like her. I need to talk like her. I need to do things like her. But after a while, I realized that I am unique and my uniqueness is a strength. And I need to figure out how to play to my strength, how to play to that uniqueness, right? And it's something that has carried me through. And I'll give you like another example. So I transitioned from the industry to consulting, right? After 8 years in the industry, I went into consulting. Now, I'm not the typical consultant, and I was worried about going in as an experienced hire. What is it that I will bring to the table? How do I even, and for my first project, the team leader was actually someone younger than me, right? Because this is someone who's had more consulting experience. And so again, the question was, I am unique because I have industry experience. Every other person on this project does not. And so what value do I bring to the table? One option is I start to go the consultant speak and I use all of the right consultant words. Or because I still serve clients in the energy industry, I speak the client's language. Now what it did was that I was the one who could relate to the client in a way that consultants who had more experience than I do could not, right? And so my point is, at every stage of our lives, whether you are in an industry that appears to be saturated and there are a lot of females, a lot of businesses, whether you're in an industry where there are very few females because it's male dominated, or whether you're in an industry that your personality does not appear to fit those of many. Your uniqueness can be a strength.
Yes.
You just need to figure out how to play it as a strength.
I love it.
I think that is definitely one thing
it.
that has helped. I think the second thing is humility. Humility. And it's something that I have learned and leaned into so much in the last 2 years. More often than not, we feel a need to prove ourselves, right? And rightly so. You need to build a track record. It's either you're trying to show people what you can do or you're trying to show them what you have done. And when we have that drive to prove ourselves, we tend to forget to listen. We tend to forget to actually step back and realize that maybe there's something that I don't know. Because I'm trying to prove what I know, right? But there's an intentional part of humility where you are like, I know a lot. Yes. You are not shrinking back. But the reality is you still don't know everything.
Oh, yes.
And we're in a world that is changing so rapidly that even the things that I knew yesterday, today could be outdated. So there's a humility that causes you to actually stay and listen. Right? And what it does is by the time I'm speaking, I'm able to speak to also the things that others in the room have said. And even if someone then wants to question me and say, oh, no, what I meant is, I'm able to say, yes, I heard you. Exactly what you said was A, B, C, and this is how I have considered it in the D, E, F answer that I am giving you. So 2 things that have helped me, especially in the last 2 years, is leaning into my uniqueness. Second is being super intentional about humility and everything that comes with.
So good. That was really, really profound. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm about to pivot into another angle. And I hope we've gotten the juice from the first set of questions asked. Now, there's something unique about these 3 beautiful ladies sitting beside me. Do you know what that is? Who knows what that is? If you know the answer, I'll give you a copy of the book now. Okay, that's not the answer, but yes, you're right. She said they have one mentor, yes. Who knows? No, okay, come. Yes, come. I said there's something unique. There's something connecting 3 of them. You can say it from there. That's not the answer. I'm suspecting that side because people know them. So okay, you can just come so I can see you and then tell me. This is the last person and then I won't ask again. They have male children. Wonderful. That was a good one. Thank you, but that's not the answer. That's true, but that's not the answer. They share a very beautiful friendship. Beautiful. Yes, it's what's inspiring. And DDK talked about evolving even in our relationships. Have you assessed your relationship this year? To know who is supposed to be in my circle? Who is not supposed? It's not pride. Okay, let's assess our relationship and see how far we've come. Okay, how have you contributed to my growth? How do you inspire me? Like, I look at them and I am inspired to continue to do better, to do more. So I'm going to be asking, okay, it's a good time to clap. I think somebody was clapping. So I'm going to be asking them some questions related to friendship because I know that's one of the challenges a lot of women have. Some of the questions people have no, women friendships don't last. Oh, they don't this, they don't that. I know you're curious to know how they've evolved and grown in their individual lives through their friendship, right? So it's the same question for 3 of you. How did your friendship begin? Like, what made you realize that this is something special and worth nurturing? Dr. Ezinne.
Thank you. Thank you, media team. Thank you very much, NDB. Thank you. I really had a good laugh for that person that said they had male children. Do we prophesy? Should we prophesy a female child? Is it going that way or coming here? I receive it with Jesus' joy. We don't have believers. I said I receive it with Jesus' joy.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. All right. You said, if I got you correctly, that how the friendship
come about? How did it evolve? And then when did you realize that this is something special and decided to nurture?
Okay, I think I will tell a story, and please listen to me with 2-3 ears. These people are seated here today because I chose to put my money where my mouth is and take my personal development seriously. I think it was 3 years ago, 2022, okay, we had a conference like this by our coach, DDK. And it was going to hold in Lagos. There was a virtual option and there was an in-person option. And it was holding in January. And I looked at the conference. I said, definitely I'm attending the conference. That's not a question. But I said, there is something about the experience you have in an in-person event than you have for a virtual event. And I apologize if I'm busting somebody's bubble, but I look at you very unseriously if you have the time, the resource, and the opportunity to attend an in-person event, and you just choose to go virtual. My question is why? You are not ill, you are not out of state, you are not anything. Are you afraid of human beings? No, it beats my imagination. So when people ask me, can we have a virtual? My question is why? If there is an option, of course there are valid reasons. I mean, the world is becoming one global village. And if you have curated and developed the discipline by being, because it's a totally different discipline. There are some people that cannot get what they will get in a virtual experience except in a physical room. Do you get? I have a friend who is in the UK who told me she's going into a hotel for this conference. She is leaving, she's attending virtual, that her son knows, her husband knows. Somebody say intentionality.
Wow. Intentionality.
And so I booked a ticket to Lagos for that event because I wanted to be in person. When I booked the ticket, I got a hotel and attended the event. And the reason why I attended the event was because I didn't see such events in Port Harcourt. But today, I'm sitting in one of such events.
I love it.
No, tell me if you... Pastor Lanre talk about blowing your trumpet.
Yeah.
And I'm not just blowing my trumpet, I'm blowing the trumpet of my coach too. If you've experienced this kind of like events, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about come and laugh. Is it something you see normal, like in the city of Port Harcourt?
No.
What that goes to say is that I saw a problem. I went actually out of the state to say, I want to attend the program. And I got into the event hall. Somewhere during was it a breakout session? It was a break. I went into the restroom, like to ease myself. And then when I went to the restroom to myself, I came out and I saw this beautiful young lady standing in front of a mirror. Her name is Ezinne Lojo. And she was standing there. I can't even remember the exact discussion. You can?
Don't worry, she'll pick up.
I can't remember the exact discussion, but I remember her, saying, where did you come from? And I said, I came from Port Harcourt. She said, eh? She now said, I remember I said, wait, you enter flight? I said, yes. You landed? I said, yes. You paid for hotel? I said, yes. And you are in the summit? She said, give me your number.
Oh, wow.
Okay, and so she asked me for my number and took my number. And I'm like, a lot of people networks, like, that's one of the numbers that people just take. But what shocked me was that thing was a Saturday. I went back on a Monday. And somebody sent me a message, oh, please, I met you at the conference. I would like you to meet. Do you mind me sending you a Zoom detail, a scheduled Zoom meeting? I say, is it an interview? No, I couldn't be. I've never seen such a thing. Just imagine that somebody you networked here today. Now, tomorrow, on Monday, sends you a maybe calendar link. Please pick a date. Can we meet? Zoom details, everything. I'm like, what's going on here? I'm like, no, I don't need this. See, I'm serious with my life, but
It's too serious.
this is too serious. What happened to just calling and just saying, oh, I met you. How are you doing? How are you okay? Have you gone to Port Harcourt? Have you rested? Which one is Zoom details? And so we got on a Zoom call. I felt like I was being interviewed truthfully. And she was like, what's your name? Where do you, this, that, that. I said, I'm this and that. I live in Port Harcourt, blah, 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 blah. And then the next thing she goes, okay, would you mind us coming together? That was not even Bisola. That was me, her, and some other person who is a member or who was a member of a Moist coaching company. Can we get together to just meet, review courses and all, or something, or pray? I can't even remember which one. I said, I don't mind. And we started meeting bi-weekly or weekly. Later on, she just woke up and sent me a message. Please, there's somebody I would like you to meet. Her name is Bisola. She's a member of the Men's Coaching Company. I don't know. Just look at it, and if you see something you like, I want us to be meeting every week. Is that not what you said? Every week to review the courses that our coach, our common coach, puts up on her platform. So you watch the videos, you come back. What did you learn? How are you applying it? Where are you going to with it? And I said, well, let's try. I'm I'm open to friendships, but I'm also very, you will go through a lot of litmus, a lot of tests. Yeah. So we went there, and that's what has just brought us here. From reviewing courses every week.
That was so good. People are not clapping because you're like, if it's this serious kind of Zoom meeting, please don't send to me. I'm not interested. Okay. Izzy, I want to hear from you, but while you share that, I want you to also touch on maybe important seasons that your friendship has gone through. Maybe, okay, please go ahead.
NDB said something that when did you know the friendship
was worth nurturing?
Okay, so somewhere along the line, I am disciplined. Like when I put my mind to something, I do it. But I saw somebody, I'm like, what is going on? Yeah. And so I said, if she makes me uncomfortable, no, like, are there people that make you uncomfortable?
Not in a negative way.
Not in a negative way. Yeah. Like somebody's around you and you lead them and like, what's the next thing I can do? My life is not serious like this. Not with envy or pressure. Do you get? So she was that kind of person. Why are you so is life this serious? And so I said, I'm disciplined, but there are certain things I want to do in my life. I said, this is it. I will stay in that zone of discomfort till I become comfortable with a certain level of discipline.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so Izzy, I want to hear from you. But as you share your own side of the story, I want you to also touch on different seasons your friendship has gone through. So conflicts, transitions, grief, whatever, seasons of joy and wins that you've celebrated together, and how it has further flourished and blossomed your friendship.
Okay. So something else about me is that I cry easily, so it's possible at some point I'll cry. I'm just emotional in the best of ways. So I want to share how I met Bisola because I hope that somebody can take that bold move today. It was, again, a conference by PDDK. So I met Ezinne in January, and I asked her out. That's literally what it was. Like, how did someone fly? It was too much for me. Then Bisola was on a panel in that, it was Live Away conference. It was March 2022. She was on a panel. Guess what? She was not originally supposed to be on that panel. Wow. It was like, I don't know what happened, but PDDK just said she should come on. And this baby girl came on. If you see wisdom, if you see, people have seen it now. See the way is it her that made me to be talking like this? So normally I'm not really like that. But Bisola, wisdom, eloquence, togetherness, then she was fine. I promise you. As Bisola Kuku got up and walked down the stage, I got up and I followed her to her seat. I said, hello. I said, my name is Ezinne. You really did. I picked out some things she had said there. Because, you wouldn't just say, it was an amazing speech. You have to pick out one thing. And I told her she had talked about something she was just doing in that season. And I'm like, this, that. My name is Ezinne. And if you don't mind, I'd like to have your number. That's it. I walked up to her. And I was actually open to her saying, I'm sorry, I don't give out my number. Yeah. It was not going to affect my self-esteem. She won't carry cane and start flogging me. And that's what I tell my children. Does your teacher have a gun? Is there a knife somewhere that if you say something, she'll be like, King David, come here, boom, and that's it. No. So maximum, Bisola would have told me that day, would have been, I'm sorry, I don't give out my number. And I'll carry my load and begin. I should have missed a solid person in Ezinne by the grace of God. So I want you to make bold moves. Don't be afraid. If you see somebody here that you like, if you see, go and ask the person. Then like Dr. Ezinne said, you have to follow up. Sometimes you just get all these numbers and keep it. But you really want to be led by the Lord. I was not just, like, I like her dress. She was not even, now she's looking hot. She was wearing jeans and jackets. It was not anything special. But I'm like, there's something here. Now, in terms of, how our friendships have her friendship we have a really beautiful friendship. I'm not, God has, they are like my people. They are they're my sisters. They are amazing. So, one thing that has I'm sure they'll have different perspectives, but one of the things that I do in this friendship is that I bring my most honest self. I'll give an example. I don't like to be ignored. I know it sounds small, right? You know, like you send someone a WhatsApp message. Now, it's not anybody. If you're my friend, my close friend, and I send you a WhatsApp message, I actually expect that you respond to me in good time. It's a healthy kind of entitlement.
What's your definition of good time?
So it depends on the friendship. So there's some people that expect that within an hour, you should respond to me. It's a healthy kind of entitlement, because I hope you know that as a child of God, you're entitled to some things. There's negative entitlement. But there's the one where I expect that, okay, would you respect this friendship enough to give it attention? So there are times when the reason for a conflict is that I felt like, why didn't you guys respond to me on time? I sent a message in the morning. Why didn't you? I know that some of you are looking at it and saying, what is that? What is that? Like I said, these ladies are so safe that I'm even willing to make my mistakes with them. I remember I was in Kenya, I had gone for a conference, and I sent them pictures. You know, these women, they don't respond to me till night. People that were sending pictures that I expected they'll be gingering me, nothing. Like, it was a conversation. Like, why didn't you? I know that these things sound mundane to you, to some people, might sound mundane to some people, but you need to know what is important. We have all the visionary conversations, so we're serious. When we have our meetings, it's on schedule. You know, I don't waste my time. I don't waste your time. We have meetings on schedule. But these are the extra things that make me be very honest and authentic with them. This is how I want you to show friendship. Can you make time for me? I'm not going to be over demanding of you, but if Ezinne needs something, can you put me on your schedule in a way that prioritizes me, because I'm willing to do the same for you. It's not because sometimes, you can put your hands together if you want to, I'll wait. Because one of the reasons that people don't thrive in their friendships is unexpressed expectations.
Yes. Yeah.
One of the reasons people do not thrive in their female friendships is unexpressed expectations. Sometimes your expectations are wrong, but until you say it. So I remember I told Dr. Ezinne that she likes fights. So she tackled me. She's like, why would you say? No, Bisola is very gentle. You see the way she's gentle. She doesn't like trouble. But Dr. Ezinne and I argued the whole thing out. So we came to a point that, okay, this is what we expect of each other. If I'm making room for you, make room. How do you want me to show up for you in this friendship? There's no way. I don't need to be a speaker to be here. Do you get? This speaking is the bonus. I said I'm your paparazzi picture everywhere. That's what I'm doing for Dr. Ezinne today. So you have to express your expectations. There are times that the expectations are unrealistic, but at least it has come out. So this place is a safe place for me to make my mistakes. So, and I'm happy to take the correction of, oh, no, that's not reasonable, that's not. But I express what I want. If you hurt me, I will tell you. I'm too old. And it's not a matter of age. We're just too responsible to be keeping those things. That's why we say female friendships have drama. You're not saying it. And meanwhile, conflict, it does not mean that things are wrong. Dr. Ezinne, you need to see us fighting on top of that matter. We're fighting in the group, because it was public fights in the group. Then privately, we were still talking about normal things, but we're fighting publicly. We've expressed it, and that's the end of it. But some people keep it in their hearts. They did not do. So if there's a way you expect somebody to show up for you in the uniqueness of your person, express it.
I love it.
It may then be that it's not realistic. Then you can find something that works. These ladies are safe. I will say it. We will fight, but we'll come back together. Again, I have a lot of respect for them. You know, I feel like sometimes we treat our friends casually. No. I'm not casual towards them. I use my words. I'm a words person. I'm not necessarily like giving gifts, but words. I use my words. They know. Bisola Kuku knows how much she means to me. Ezinne Okule here knows how much she means to me. I let them know, and they know, and I know too how much I mean to them. So they are safe places for me. However, it did not start that way. I feel like sometimes we just, we want everything to align first before love, friendship is a risk.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you were marrying your husband, if you're married here, did you exactly know how it was going to turn up? I think the only thing we're guaranteed really is salvation. You know, like we know that we're going to end up somewhere, heaven or hell. Every other thing, we take the risk.
Yeah.
You're wise. You share this one now, and then you see how does this person take it. Then you know if you step in a little bit more. We didn't jump into this. It was little by little. But you have to take that risk first. Express your expectations. Then find a common ground for both parties.
So good. That was just beautiful. Thank you for sharing with us. Bisola, before you respond, I want to just add a layer to that question. First of all, I'm curious to know how you eventually met Dr. Ezinne, right? Because I know how they met. I know how two of you met. Then you tell us that, and then building on what Coach E has said, there's still women that may be hearing this, and you're still struggling with vulnerability and trust. So what really helped you build trust in this friendship? How did you grow the trust you have? And then how can women really foster friendships that are safe, right, from your own perspective?
That's such a... Did you pick that because of my personality?
Well, no.
All right. So how did I meet Ezinne? I don't remember. I think this must have been about August. So I'd met Ezinne, of course, like we'll chat, talk. I'm not even sure that we had met in person aside from, that March conference. And then Ezinne sent me a message one day and says, I want to set up this group. The third person is, her name is Ezinne Okulei. She's also a member of the Immerse and all. And, set up this accountability group. Now, this was August. And I'm like, okay, I can commit till October. Let's see how it goes. Because in my head, I'm like, let's try this for 3 months. If it doesn't work out, we'll gracefully exit, right? And then I remember getting her name and literally just looking her up on Instagram, on Facebook, I think. And then she had a website.
She said you looked her up.
Oh, yes, I did. Of course I did. But of course, I was not going to be getting into. But I think what stood out for me, again, is about being provoked, right? I'm like, she has a coaching company. She's a doctor. I was genuinely curious to meet her. And I remember that the turning point with Ezinne, and Ezinne, I feel like I've told you this before, was my birthday is in October, so we started having these sessions in August, and it was always like super focused. We'll pray, we'll review the videos, we'll do accountability, and all of that. I remember in October, it was my birthday, and Ezinne called me, and with the questions she was asking, I could see that she genuinely wanted to know Bisola. Not the Bisola that she had met in the Zoom meetings, but me truly, right? I'm not even sure if she remembers. I remember so clearly because I was at the spa, I was getting my nails done, and I was just having a conversation with her. And that was the turning point. Because I'm like, she has moved from being an accountability partner to someone who I now consider a friend, right? And back to the point about vulnerability. I feel like when it started to shift, so, within our group, we're the lighthouse. So within the lighthouse, we'll typically review the videos, right? So Immerse releases the videos, we watch that for the week and all of that. But I then remember, so Ezinne led for 3 months, and then she handed over to me to sort of lead the meeting. And I remember preparing the schedule.
Sorry, she left to where?
No, she led. She led the meetings, coordinated the meetings, prepared the schedule and all of those, the agenda for 3 months. And then she handed over to me to do. And I remember when I was preparing that schedule, I now started to include things that were not necessarily related to the videos, right? And there were things around parenting, around work, around finances, right? Literally. And the minute you start to share that, the minute you start to share other areas of your lives, the minute we gave ourselves permission to go there, the vulnerability comes.
Yeah.
Because I started to see them, because she shares, I'm like, okay, Ezinne is amazing. So she has this going on as well.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, okay, I'm not alone. And then I share. And just recognizing that for some of it, it was also me sharing and saying, this is what I'm going through. And they're like, I went through this 2 years ago. This is what I did.
Oh, wow.
Right? I came to trust them. I trust their hearts so much. Right? I can make mistakes. I have made mistakes. Ezinne has gotten upset. I'm not sure Ezinne has gotten upset unless she has gotten upset and I'm not aware of. You know, there are times when our friendships have been tried. But at the end of it, I trust their hearts. Not just because they're good people, but also because we're God's children.
Oh, yes.
I remember Ezinne set me up during her birthday, and she asks me a question and was like, is there anything that she would do that would make me say, no, I'm not her friend anymore? And I thought about it for a second, and I'm like, nothing. And it was truly an honest answer, because the reason is, if she makes such a grievous mistake for whatever reason, either God gets to me or God gets to her. Right? So at the end of the day, I trusted their heart. I trust Ezinne's heart. There are times Ezinne will look at me and then she'll ask me a question and I'm like, gosh, where is this question coming from? Right? And that has allowed me to be vulnerable with them. So how do we then grow this sort of friendships? How do we then grow this sort of spaces? I think first it starts with you. Right? I believe that sometimes we expect from people the things that we ourselves are not willing to give. So Ezinne talks about how, she actually expects that we respond promptly to her, messages. And she's made that clear. But I can't fault her, because I know how full Ezinne's life is.
Yeah.
I can give a very practical example. Ezinne believes very strongly and practices Shabbat. So she has a day in the week where she, basically steps back to rest. And I remember I was on a ridiculously challenging project that stretched me so much, and I wasn't in a great place. And Ezinne on a Thursday, came to look for me, to give me a hug, to encourage me. Right? And so she is willing to make those type of sacrifices for her friends. She's willing to literally drop, I don't know, would I say everything? Maybe some important things, to make room for us. And so she can actually ask us for those same things. And so creating that environment honestly starts with us. You can't demand from people what you are not ready to give. And I will say that. And that's what many of us consciously or unconsciously do. We expect people to be there for us in a way that we are not willing to be there for them. We expect people to give us, to be honest and vulnerable in a way that we are not ready to be. She said that it is a risk. Yes, it's a risk because sometimes you have to go first. And then you see how the other person responds. It's so important. So what is it that you are looking for? You're looking for a safe space. Create it. If you can't find it, create it. Prayerfully create it. Who are the people that you want to invite and begin to grow this type of relationships with? Start. Of course, you won't go from 0 to 100. It's not you go from, you meet them today, you share your life secrets by tomorrow. No. It does take time, right? But be that person, literally be that friend that you also want other people to be to you.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for sharing your story.
I think you've responded to the last question that I had for three of you, because it's if you could give one piece of advice to women looking to create and nurture such beautiful relationships with their own purpose partners, what would it be? So I think you've talked about it. Do you have any addition to that? Okay, while you're thinking, I'll go to Coach E.
So I just want to layer on what I said about taking your friendships seriously. So one thing that really helps, so if you're my friend, chances are high. Now, I have capacity. I have a bit of a higher capacity for friendships. So you're not exactly, for example, Bisola is not like me. And she's free to, in fact, I love that one of the answers she gave was that she's embraced her uniqueness.
Yeah.
Because right now, the Lighthouse, there's a fourth person there who just joined us this year, really led by God to add this person to the group. But if you look at us personality-wise, Dr. Ezinne and myself are very similar. We're very out there, we're like Baza Queens, and you guys understand that, because we're in, we're both in Fedi. You guys, but you should know all these things now. Bisola is more gentle, more calm, more
demure.
More demure. And we love her for it. Bisola doesn't feel a need to be like us.
Yeah.
And we don't feel a need to be like her. Right now, guess what? The fourth person that the Lord brought is so similar to Bisola that they were even born on the same day, the same year.
Wow.
Both of them are yellow.
Wow.
As in, it's incredible. Wow. It's incredible. So back to what I was saying. If you're my friend, at different levels, I like to also strata my friends, because obviously I cannot afford this level of depth with many people. It's not even possible. Yeah. But even at the basic, I take the things you say to me seriously. If you come and confide in me, in fact, even if you're not really my friend, you come and tell me something. Let's say you tell me how you had a bad breakup in a relationship or something. I'll pray with you there, but I'll also get out my calendar and write it there. And I write it there like this, on this day, maybe on today, February 8th, this happened. I will then go further to 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later and say, I'll check in with this person. How are you doing? I don't necessarily have to put it in my heart all the time, but when I flip, as I'm living my days and I get to that day, I would see it. That's what you do for work. Don't you think your friendships deserve it? And I'll be like, hey, how far? How is this thing going? Then I'll go further down the line, 6 months. And I'll be like, so you remembered. Is it that No. I just I created a system for that. So I'll go there after 6 months and check with you. I promise you, this time next year, that situation will no longer be a situation. And I'll be like, girl, do you know what happened February 8th? Person's like, what happened? I'm like, you were crying now. Person's like, oh, have people forgotten? Guess what? You start to rate me, or just like, Isaiah really remembers, but it was a system. So we all have to take, I love the child. We all have to start to take, if the Lord is laying a particular friendship in your heart, don't be casual about it.
Exactly.
Actually, this thing, I read it in a book because I like to read. I'm even on my journey to PhD, so I used to carry a book on my head like this. John Townsend's book, People Fuel, he wrote it there. That if you need, so he was giving us different kinds of people we need in our lives, because we need people. Well, I don't know, maybe some people don't really need people, but me, I really, I'm just a people person. Like, I love people, I love hugging people. How many people have I even hugged here today? Like, I just love people, I love hugging people, I like all those things. So I need people. So John Townsend tells us how many kinds of people that we need. And then as he gets to a particular kind of relationship, he tells us how, if you're building, let's say I feel like I come into the room and I like NDB, I get NDB's number, then I'm like, hey, NDB, would you like to hang out? The hangout is on me, and I work with her timing, I take her somewhere. I have curated very intentionally the kind of questions I want to ask her. So when Ezinne said she felt like she was in an interview, she really was in an interview. Because I've checked. It's not only her, I checked different, because I don't want to waste your time, and I don't want you to waste my time. And I know where I'm going to in this life. So if it doesn't work, we just very, very beautifully drop it and move on. So be intentional. We all need the beauty of friendship. Friendship is beautiful. I can assure you, all that gist that we're hearing that females are this, females are that, it's not true. You've not met, and like B said, you actually have to first model it before you do. So invest in people. Just when they gist you something, don't forget it. Don't forget it anyhow. Like people cannot tell you things, and then you just forget it like that. Write it down. Be intentional about praying for your friends. When you pray for all my friends know me, I used to send them prayer requests. I'll just put it in a Google document or Word document. Say, please, in case you were praying, just put it in your prayer like that. And when they send to me, in fact, I will pray for them. Sometimes I'll intentionally snap my prayer journal and say, this is how I am praying for you. We have to show interest in people, because human beings are gold, and friendship will not just fall on your lap. There's a lot of intentionality. So John Townsend tells us that you sit down, you ask questions. He actually gives us a list of questions. If you want to check out the book, it's called People Fuel. People Fuel. And it says that there's some questions you ask, and then you read the person's response. You can then tell that, this is not like a long-term sort of thing. This is not like a really deep. There's a way the person is like that. Maybe you tell the person something, the person just casualizes it. You now know at that point that, no, this is not the kind of person. The person is not bad. We're not fighting, no. But you keep checking. Ezinne and Bisola clicked. But there are people that year that did not click. The people that year that did not click. It does not mean that when I enter another room, this is how I used to look for people. Because I've learned that people are gold. But you have to be intentional about investing time in them. So that simple thing of just writing it down. You know, everything. My diary is my best friend, though. And just write it there. 3 months later, I'll come and ask you, how is it? You're like, oh, you remember. Because many people don't remember.
Yeah.
Many people don't remember.
Yeah.
Remember people, but it comes from a genuine place. It's not like I'm just trying to, it's genuine for real. So yeah, that's
so good. Dr. Ezinne.
Okay, so, while she was speaking, I know that there is a paradigm that sometimes I see it on social media. People append that paradigm to certain posts, and I don't know how many people have seen it. Namumu, they do bestie. How many of you have seen that? You have seen it appended to a social media post before. Or now who never female friend, what was that? How did they put it? Now who never female friendship don't. Now who? Now they do friendship. Hey, how many of you have seen those things before? No, tell me now. Are we not on social media? Okay, how many people have actually typed it? They didn't come. Yes, they are outside. But I want you to know that it's a certain paradigm that gravitates certain people to you. If you believe that you are not worthy of good friendships, you will keep attracting the wrong friendships. And whenever something happens more than 5, 6, 7 times, it has become a pattern that is sponsored by a faulty paradigm. So if you are that kind of person that you can count like 7, it's not about you, you're not a bad person. But you can count about 7, 8, 10 friendships that has shown you paper. One stole your first fiancé, the other one is eyeing your husband, the other one stole you entered business with the person shortchanged you, another one talked back. Like there's always a story for every friendship. It's a paradigm that is sponsoring it, and you need to drill down. It is not a problem with them anymore, it's a problem with you. Because like sugar eats the ants, your mindset will attract exactly what you have curated in it over time. So I want you to go with something. I know that if you've had bad friendships, it's okay. But I want you to tell you that in this year 2025, I removed the paradigm that says female friendships are bad. And I take on the paradigm that says, so when we talk about affirmations, it's not just some good, jolly good thing. Let me tell you something. Before that meeting, I had a confession that says, I attract firebrand friendships. If you see you see this conference, this Shevolve Summit is an affirmation of 2-3 years ago. When I told you first, I said I hold conferences. I've not even held one, and I'm talking about conferences. Right there, there's one that is happening now. I received national and global awards. But it will happen because it's a mindset I'm curating by affirmations. So you must really see yourself worthy. For some of you, you've experienced a lot of, it's called unconscious conditioning while growing up. You've heard things like, as you are like this, who can befriend you? I don't even know I'm not sure you even see a husband. You are grown, 35, 25, and you don't even know that something a guardian or somebody said some years ago is automating for you unpleasant realities, and you don't even know how to break the pattern. And that's where a coach comes in. And that's why I believe strongly that every person needs a coach. And then we will talk about intentionality. Allow me to really be practical with this one. She said something. She said, stop forget. Do you know, I forgot your birthday. Why? No, tell me why. I told you in the morning that I'm feeling so bad. The whole day left. The next day, it's okay if it happens one-off. But when it becomes a pattern, it becomes a problem. You must be intentional. I think after we had met, Ezinne woke up and said, I'm having my birthday party in Lagos. How did you put it? I'm inviting weekend getaway in Lakowe. I said, somebody will enter flights. In this my serious life I'm living, for a weekend getaway in Lakowe. But because of intentionality, I did that. Do you understand? I did that. Went for weekend getaway, and it was really a getaway. I was myself, this getaway, you're getting away like this. But guess what? In that weekend getaway, I connected with new people. And one of it, thank you. Please, where is Jane? Where is Jane? I want to celebrate Jane. Like, I don't know, she's not an event planner, but she volunteers. Please celebrate her. They know what I'm saying so. When she talked to the volunteers about this vision, I was hearing her talk. When she was done, I said, you know what? You are the convener. It's no longer me. She collected, but I met her at her birthday getaway. Somebody say connections. Somebody say connections. And then when I did that, last year, was it last 2 years? Oh, my last year, on my birthday last year. On Friday, I'm talking, let's get to the practical. And it must not be something big. That's why she talked about just calling. You don't need money to remember that somebody was hurting in the morning. And I just sent a message to check how you're doing before you start talking about flying. No, it can't start with flying. It has to start with calling, how you doing. But last year, on my birthday on Friday, or I think it was on Friday, I just said, was it Friday or Wednesday or Tuesday? I can't remember, but the birthday was a Saturday. I don't know, Sha. But 5 days before, and I was like, I'm feeling so bad. I just put on the group, I said, I need a hug, right? I just put it there. And what I saw was that 5 days later, which was on my birthday, they had done a surprise. I don't know how they did it, but they flew from Lagos to Port Harcourt to give me a hug and say happy birthday and left the same day. No, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I'm not sure they get it.
No, you're not understanding. They took the first flight, 7 a.m., entered Port Harcourt, said happy birthday, gave me a hug, celebrated, and then in the night they got to Lagos at 11 past midnight because their flight was delayed. And I've been blessed with so many friendships. Some of them are here. I have Oluchi here. I have Linda here. I have that. Everybody in my launch team is my friend. Darling called me random. I said, please be my chief bridesmaid. We were not even in that level of friendship, but sacrifice. I did it. So please be intentional. Make calls. I have the person who launched my book. Linda, please, can you stand up? Let me just celebrate you. I have to celebrate you because it's not beans. Because we're talking friendships and we're doing practical. Yeah. She flew in from Canada 2 days ago. Yeah. No, get that. No, because I have to say it because it's sacrifice. It's sacrifice. Multiply the zeros because somebody said, you're doing something and I know it's part of your birthday. I may not come on the day of your birthday, but let us, put it together as it culminates into the conference. So what I'm saying, before you start paying for flight tickets, pay for recharge card and call.
I love it.
And say, how are you doing? Then change your mindset so that you can attract powerful friendships.
I love it. This has been so, so good, so profound. Okay, Bisola. 1 minute.
Hello? Okay. No, so it's just very quick, right? So we've talked about intentionality. The final thing I want to add is be willing to fight for your friendships. Because the truth is, at times things would happen. Someone makes a mistake, situations, whatever. Don't give up so easily. We're in a culture that makes it very quick to say, just move on. No, fight. Fight for your friendships. Fight very hard for your friendships, especially when you know that this is connected to purpose and destiny.
Oh, I love it. Thank you so much. Okay. We're wrapping up now, and I just want to share some final thoughts from everything that I've gathered today from this session, especially the friendship session. We are not called to live in isolation. For people that say, I just want to be by myself, it's okay to be introverted, but we're not called to live in isolation. God has called us, especially because it could be connected to your vision and your purpose, right? So live here today, set an intention to say, I'm going to pray. I'm going to trust God to send me my purpose partners.
And when they come to you, like they've said, everybody has talked about intentionality. It starts from inside. Become the kind of friend, like she said, that you want to have, the kind of friend that you expect. Then again, be intentional about the actions that you take and how it plays out even in your relationships. And that intentionality on the external is also connected to this mindset that I have. God has sent you a purpose partner. He's trusting you with his most prized possession. How do you treat that person? When you think about it that way, it will shift your action. You won't take things for granted. You might hear them say, oh, how can you forget birthdays? And you think it's trivial. God has sent someone to you for the sake of purpose and vision. You won't treat it trivially. Lastly, I saw a quote that caught my interest. And it says, a good friend is someone who thinks you are a great egg even when you're half cracked. So I want to commend you all for investing in your friendship, for being intentional with your friendship, and for inspiring us to build real purpose friendships in 2025. Who is committing to that? Who is committing to that? Who's committed to finding their purpose partner? I think we should give a round of applause for the audience, for yourself, and then for the panelists. I think we'll close out with a dance. Now is a good time to have a good dance as we close out. I don't know how to dance, disclaimer. All right. So, media, are you ready so that we can dance and then we go on our way out? All right. Okay, to be awkward if we're dancing and you people are looking at us. So please, everybody, let's dance. Let's dance. As you're dancing, you can connect with someone too. You can say, oh, I like you. You're looking good. What's your name? And let's do that quickly.
Okay, so you must say, come on. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Yeah, bro. Can you feel it? One time. Can you feel it? Come on. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, go.
I don't see you people dancing. It's not a dance show. We're dancing together.
Jump it up again. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Make it up. Hands up. 1, 2, 3.
All right, let's go, let's go. One time, are you sure? One time. Let's go. All right, let's see. Give me some vibes. Let's go. Aye. One time, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let me see. Give me some vibes. Let's go. One time. Move the body. Let's go. If you're not dancing, you're doing the wrong thing. Let's go.
One more time. Everybody. 1, 2, 3.
One time, let's go. Let me see your hands. Do you have a big one? Let's go, big God, let's go. Show me how big your God is. Let's go, one time. Let's go. One time. Let's go. Show me your God. Let's go. Show me your God. One time.
If you know my God, let's go. One time, let's go. Hey. Hey. Let's go. One time, one time. My God, let's go, let's go. One time, let's go, let's go. One time, one time, one time. Move your body now, move your body now, move your body now. One time, let's go. Hey, hey. One time, one time, one time. One time. Let's go. One time, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. One time. Let's go, one time, one time, one time. Are you sure? Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Pastor K, I see you. One time, one time. He's mine. One more time. One time, one time, one time, one time. Move your body now. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. One time, let's go. Let's go. Move your body now. Let's go, let's go. All the phones out, let's go. One time. All right. Put on your touchlight, put on your touchlight, put on your touchlight, let's go. Put on your touchlight, let's go. Put on your touchlight, let's go. Everyone, turn on your touchlight, turn on your touchlight, let's go. Do this for the host, let's go, turn on your touchlight. Let the touchlight, let the touchlight, let the touchlight. Let the touchlight, let's go. Are you a shining star? Shine your light. Ye are the light of the world, let's go. One time, one time, one time, one time. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. One time, one time, one time. All right. If it's a bit dance, oh yeah, 1, 2, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. All right. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's go. Who's that? Who's Sabinas? One more time, sir.
In the same spirit of celebration and commemoration, ladies and gentlemen, we want to cut this cake to say thank you. And of course, what an honor to wish our convener a happy birthday and to celebrate with her. So we're cutting this cake to launch the Shevolve book and also to wish her a happy birthday. Yes, please.
All right, please, members of the launch team, please. After she cuts the cake, you have to join her for the photographs and all of that. Okay, please. Please, can we settle in a bit? We're almost done. Let's just settle in a bit. All right. I don't know if you're thinking what I'm thinking. I'm imagining what 20... Are we still going to have another edition before the end of the year, right? Next year? Oh. Okay, so please, we're still announcing the coaching program, which we talked about earlier. And you can do well to subscribe for the coaching program. But I'm wondering what 2026 is going to be looking like if the first edition is this way.
I'll help you out. Bigger and better.
That's B square, all right? Bigger and better.
And we're becoming transformed and our best selves.
Evolved, that's the word.
Of course.
Okay, please, your hand placed on the knife. Your hand on the knife, please. Your hand on the knife, please.
Please, can we have Pastor Kelechi join her?
Pastor K?
And the members of the
members of the launch team. Okay, please, let's join her. Members of the launch team and Pastor K. Please, let's quickly join her.
And how can we even forget?
Please, members of the team, let's join her quickly.
Members of the launch team, we're waiting for you. Please join us to cut this cake, to launch the book Shevolve, and also, of course, to wish our convener a happy birthday. And our speakers, our incredible and illustrious speakers, our visionaries, thank you for pouring in.
Please, members of my launch team, they did phenomenally well. I know that some of them are still outside working, but if you're part of my launch team, please come closer. Nonso, where are you? Adako, okay, no, I don't know if Adako is in this hall. Members of my launch team, where are they? Darlene, okay, Darlene has stepped out. Jane, members of my launch team. Members of my launch team. Towards the end. Members of my launch team. Esosa, please come. You are the principal member of my launch team, so you have to be inside this picture.
The launch team members, are they here? Please come and join her quickly. The speakers, panel moderator, please, I think you need to join
Bisola,
her.
Eziaha, panel NDB, please come. Let's just quickly cut this cake and then we'll just dance.
Can continue with the networking, please.
Bisola, Eziaha, please come. Members of my launch team, please. Please, all my volunteers, please be on standby. We'll take the picture outside, but for this one, let's just do members of my launch team quickly. And my speakers. Eziaha. Okay.
Right. Okay. Okay. Are we ready to cut this cake? If you're ready to cut the cake. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there is a name that has brought our convener thoughts far. All right, and I'm very certain everyone in this hall, we are certain and we know that name. All right, so please, I will lead or we will lead and you'll help us complete the last letter. Okay, and we will do well to cut the cake at the last letter. All right, everyone in the hall, please, if you know the name, give us a wonderful and resounding J.
E.
S.
U.
And the last letter is Jesus.
It's a round of applause.
A round of applause.
I want to say thank you just as
everybody, Shevolve! Shevolve! please accord me just a few minutes, please. I just want to thank every single one of you. Please just look at me before you network. Just give me 3 minutes. 3 minutes of your time. I want to thank you. Turn to the person beside you, the lady beside you, and say thank you. Say thank you for being here today. Say you added color to this event. Say you were phenomenal. Turn to your neighbor. The woman I saw coming. It's like something have happened to you. Is it the eye that you're using to look at me before? Tell the person you have elevated. You have enlarged. You are now demure. You are now mindful. You are now visionary. You are now purposeful. Somebody say, I am proud of myself. Put your hands together for yourself. And with that, we have come to the end of the maiden edition of the Shevolve Summit 2025. Put your hands together and give a shout. But before we end this event, I would like to really appreciate and thank my speakers flying all the way from Lagos. Some of them have gone. Most of our speakers, 3 of our speakers left from here straight to the airport. One person is living outside the country. The other one is going to different places. Please, can I just have some quiet? I beg you. Just give me 2 minutes. We are done. I just want to say thank you to all of you, to my able volunteers. Please, if you're a volunteer, let me see your hand. Let me see your hand. I love you from the depths of my heart. I thank you for choosing to look at this vision and say, hey, I will partner with it. You are important to this vision. It is because of you that we had a seamless event. We had a beautiful event. We had a wonderful event. Thank you very much. To the members of my launch team, some of them are not here. I want to say a very huge thank you to Bralade. I want to say a huge thank you to Dr. Ago. Where is she? One man Mopo. Where is she? Dr. Ago, thank you. I want to say a big thank you to Jane. You were phenomenal. I want to say a big thank you to, where do I put my launch team again? Oh, God help me, right? But I'm saying thank you to everyone, all the late night meetings. Some of my launch team members are outside this country. Dr. Amara Mugo, what sacrifice. Thank you so much. You're not here, but I hope that you're listening to me. I am so, so grateful. Somebody get this young man down from this stage. Thank you very much. Thank you to the young man also for being my son and also helping me to actualize this vision, according me some leverage and some saying, okay, mommy, don't worry, you can have this time. Thank you to every single member of my launch team. But today, I want us to come together and appreciate. Everybody did excellently well. But I want to take our time to appreciate everybody. My husband, thank you so very much, sir. Thank you for your support, for your kindness. Please put your hands together for my husband. It's like all of you will return back. We have to rewind to the morning. I said, get down from the stage. Did you see how I switched from visionary man to mother? Don't play. Don't play. So that's how it is. You can switch, right? That way, quickly. No. That way. But I want to say thank you to every single one of you. Most importantly, to my women. They were not principal members of my launch team, but they donated, they gave. I can see Chidima Mambo, one mom, like, this is visionary on her 2 feet. Please appreciate her for me. I can see Dr. Ivan Kazi. Appreciate her for me. I can see Kachi, Dr. Oluchi, Linda, my darling. Thank you so much. The Kazi. She carried my matter. I saw your statue every day. You are putting on. You must attend. Is that you attend or you attend? I know. Thank you. I may not be able to call your name. Bianebi, people who took my vision and just ran with it. Thank you so much. But I would like to really appreciate one person who went over and above. I received a lot of favor while doing this. But I feel like this person went over and above what was expected. Sometimes I wonder, did God show you and tell you that if you don't do this vision, your life will not move forward? Because the way you are carrying it on your head is like your destiny is tied to the vision. Ladies and the few gentlemen here, and that person has to come up on stage. I want you to put your hands together. Be clapping first. I said be clapping. You will not come. That person will not come. Put your hands together and help me appreciate Esosa. Esosa, you have to come. No, I must honor you. You must come. If you like, stand there. Pull him and bring him here. Put your hands together. See, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Oh God. I don't know how to express my gratitude. I want to thank God for this young man. He carried my vision. You don't understand. He was everything. He reminds my sister, I would say, I'm a cook. Let me cook the food that they will eat. He's principally my graphics. All the graphics you saw. How many of you like the way I look online? See the person behind the show. I will call him at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Oh my God. I will call him, hey, Jesus, you're so fine, man. But I just want to thank you. Thank you for going. He was here yesterday. What concerned graphic designer will be in the hall the day before? No, you don't understand. He will check my mics. He will call me. One day I finished speaking, he sent me a video. Don't you think if we do this video, somebody say over and above. So God honor you. No, the money is coming, but there is a money that is more than money. Somebody say God honor you. Say God honor you. You don't understand. Okay, let me give you an example. I had to speak somewhere. I give him a coaching presentation in a multinational. He left his house in the morning with his own fuel. Came to video. He's not a videographer. Came to capture content for me. I said he designs for me. And so I want to say thank you. All your sacrifices, I am grateful. God honor you. God bless you. Grant you the desires of your heart in Jesus' name. Oh yeah, can you get me Great Man Talk It? Something about Great Man Talk It. I don't know which one. Just play something. Let us dance. Let us thank God. Let us thank God. Can we invite my wonderful husband to give us the benediction? Put your hands together in just a few minutes before we start dancing. You're not clapping. That's how you know those that are serious with their destiny. Don't mind me.
Father, we thank you. Just give him thanks. We started this whole event with prayers, not just the one we prayed this morning, but all the ones that have gone on at night, group prayers and everything. All the people that have joined that prayer, you know that God answered. So just thank him, wherever you are. You that just came in today to join it, thank him. I give him thanks. If it is not written, it will not happen. Because it was written, it happened today, and it happened well. Lord, we give you thanks. We are not those ungrateful children that will come and get a favor from you and run away and rejoice and say we did it by our strength. We thank you. Lord, we come to the close of this event and we come closing it gloriously. Thank you because you did not allow us to see shame or disgrace or any such thing. Thank you for provision. Thank you for protection. Thank you for joining messages to come here and to live for everyone in Jesus' name. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the communion of the Holy Ghost be with us all. Amen, amen, amen. So the dance can now begin.
All right, so feel free, dance, network, and take pictures, take videos, and do your taggings. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Please, if this is your plate number, RSH 431 FM, please kindly go and repark. RSH 431 FM, please kindly go and repark.
I don't fall down. It be your mercy be talking for me. I check my Bible and concordance. I never see your picking forsaking.